Daddy, you can't find me in the middle. Sorry. Let's put it on the down. Sorry.
A big welcome to everybody here at Aldo Scribante and all around the world who're joining us for the fourth round of the Extreme Festivals National Championship for 2026. A massive welcome from yours truly, the voice of choice, Greg Maloney, and our team behind the scenes, bringing you all of the live stream action here today. MSA4 are about to make their way to the circuit. Let's have a look and see what happened at the previous round at Swartkops International World of Motoring with MSA4 proudly brought to you by Investgame. Incredibly populated field of cars with a problem for Palome right on the start. Unfortunately, Liam had to pull to the sideline, which left the rest of the field battling hard, including an off-track excursion right from the word go, and literally a whole bunch of cars getting into the mix right at the start of the proceedings. Also some incredible race action that happened with the MSA4s, and as we try and pick up on it here, looks like it was basically a battle at the front end between 3 or 4 cars, which included Akil Alibi, who was looking very dangerous right from the word go, and certainly a man to watch out for here today as he's setting the pace along with Michael Besaidnote. Srin Naidu up in the mix as well, good to see that, and a bit of fighting in amongst the usual contenders in the mid-pack too, which was really interesting to see, and lots of action sort of expected here today as well amongst those usual contenders. Battle continued for both first heat and second heat, and of course it got real up close and personal with Gqeberha Malamela starting to make his way through. But by the time it got to the end of the race day and the first race in the proceedings, it was Akil Alibi who'd opened up quite a big margin over the rest of the pack and taking the first victory. He was very confident for race number 2. Starting from second on the grid though for race 2, he had some work to do to come through the pack. It didn't take him long, but unfortunately a big incident between himself and Srin Naidu down in turn 2 saw the two of them ending up in the Kirilata, and that left the rest of the pack to fight it out, including a welcome return there from Gqeberha and Renzo Ribeiro, who started to make their way up into that top 5 hunt. Gqeberha Malamela certainly capitalized on the fact that he'd been bumped up after that first and second corner incident, and then in the mid-pack we saw Gianna Pascal having a big fight and fighting it hard there with Adam Kaji, the two of them getting up close and personal, and a little rubbing his racing as well. The second heat certainly was a lot more adventurous, I would have to say, than what we saw out of MSA4 in the first heat, and more of the same as they head up onto the top. So as we get into the closing stages here of our highlights, let's go live here to Aldo and get ready to go for race number 1 here today of the Investgame MSA4s. They come out onto the grid. Looks like a little bit of a problem there on, I think that's the 3rd row of the grid, so that's possibly either Guido or Renzo Ribeiro who's got a problem and having to be pushed to the sideline. A couple of cars just being renegotiated, I think, on their grid positions, maybe just getting them a little bit wrong compared to what they were in the pre-race. But it's Michael Besaidnote who is on pole position, as you can see there, alongside Akil Alibi. Behind them will be Srin Naidu and Ken Swartz. Ken Swartz, he's one of the cars that's being shuffled around there. Guido Badoli will start from 5th ahead of Renzo Ribeiro. Then it'll be Bianco Ferri and Chase Haskins, Adam Kaji and Gianna Pasquale. Gqeberha Malamela down in 11th place with some work to do there from there. Anastasia Jurasis into the 12th spot. That's the 4th row of the grid. Then, of course, we've got Liam Palome and Simpiwe Matlatlo. And then heading up the Kent class will be Ian Schofield ahead of John Henry Vaughan, who steps into the seat for the first time in a Kent car, ahead of Rick Morris and Alan Mayer. That is how they line up here for race number 1. Standing by now for that race procedure to go through. It's the minute boards. It's arguably the quickest 2 minutes of your life as you stand waiting to go at an Extreme Festival race day. We've got a green flag at the back, and we are going to go through the start procedures. Here we go. Two-minute board changes to 1. It's not a lot of time. That changes to 30 seconds. From 30 seconds we go to 5. The lights will go on. When they go off, we are racing for the first time here at round 4 at Aldo Scribante in Gqeberha on the Eastern Cape of South Africa. A big welcome to all of our fans from all around the world as we kick things off here for round 4 of the Extreme Pistol. Ken Swartz looks like he might have had a little bit of issues on the start line there. I think it was him who stalled. So he'll be a man to watch out for as they head towards turn 4, trying to come back to the front end of the field. It's Akila Levi who's looking very dangerous and trying to go around the outside. And speaking of around the outside, great start there from Renzo Gqeberha. I think he's moved himself up into 3rd place, just getting ahead there of Swartz and Bianco Ferri. And it is Akila Levi who comes out of the S's for the first time in the lead. So he managed to squeeze through there on Shrin, and Shrin now having to go defensive. So Shrin Naidu's actually dropped back quite a long way, so he must have made a big mistake in turn 1. Didn't quite pick that one up, but it's definitely Akila Levi out front with a magnificent start to the day's racing. There's Shrin, sitting currently in about 5th place. So yeah, the man who was on the front row, unfortunately, didn't quite go according to plan for him. And it's a good start as well. And unfortunately, also some issues there for the pole man. What happened there, unfortunately, for the front end of this field? A whole bunch of changes. That started. Michael Besaidnout is a long way down, but of course looking to try and push through forward now and hang on to the lead that he had at the start of the race, but he's lost on the first lap. He's got 2nd. Renzo's 3rd. Kent is 4. Shrin is 5. The man that was in 3rd place on the start of the race dropped down to. Biggest gain there came from Renzo Gqeberha. Ken Swartz, after sorting himself out with a little bit of a bog on the line, brings himself right up into contention. A great start from Karabo Malamela as well. Malamela has moved himself up from the 6th row of the grid up into 7th place overall. So not a bad start to the day's proceedings there for him. Metal use spares car of Renzo Gqeberha putting the pressure onto that Huawei machine of Mikel Besaidnout. And Michael is look at that, going defensive at every opportunity. Not going to give any gap to both Renzo or to Kent behind him. I'm trying to pick up on that drop back so badly. I think it was Bianco. So I think it was actually Bianco Ferri who had the problem on the start. I thought it was Kent, but very similar colours to those two cars. And I think that's why I got them a little bit mixed up. So apologies to the guys that are watching there from that team. But certainly there was one car on the line that did not get off the line as nicely as what he would have liked to. 2 laps down, and Akila Levi starting to open up a little bit of a margin now. 1.8 seconds, in fact, over Michael Besaidnout. Kelly Gregory watching from the sideline there, making sure that all her girls and boys behave themselves on track. They were given quite a stern warning after the fracas that unfurled, of course, at race number 2 at the previous round at Zwartkops. So certainly these guys and girls are sort of being watched from the sidelines, from the COC, and from race control to make sure that they behave themselves today and give each other a little bit of room and a little bit of respect to play and give us the action that MSA4 has brought along right from the word go. Speaking of action, let's go back into the Kent class, and you can see at the Kent class side of things a bit of a fight on there, which is great to see. Ian Schofield not having it all his own way. He normally pulls away from the front end and disappears from this pack, but looks like J.H. Ferri, John Henry definitely wants a way through there. He was told that you have to try and stay behind Schofield by the test pilot in the background there, Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer, but it doesn't look like he's going to be playing that game. He wants through there in the Huawei car. On his tail is a multiple champion, European champion, British champion, and of course a man who beat Ayrton Senna in his day. That's Rick Morris. Great to have him back here from the United Kingdom, and a good friend there to Ian Schofield, always part and parcel of this incredible field of Kent category cars as they head towards Dunlop Corner. They're into Dunlop as the leaders come out of the S's. As they come out of the S's, it's Renzo Gqeberha who's moved himself up now into 2nd place ahead of Michael Besaidnout, and a car on the sideline there. Pick up on who that might be. That looks like, who's that? Who's dropped to the back there? So it might be Liam. I think it is. It's Liam. It's Liam, unfortunately, or Anastasia. I'm not quite sure which one of the two, but it might be Liam who's parked on the sideline there, coming out of the S's. I think it's Anastasia. Yeah, and I think it might have been a problem between Anastasia and Liam, because Liam's also dropped right to the bottom end of the timekeeping there. Let's have a look and see if he does actually cross the line on the next pass, because the two of them seem to be missing down in 17th and 18th place overall, and that's actually behind the 4 Kent cars as well. Another lap completed, so 4 done and 6 to go as they come through and complete that one. It's nice moves through the field there. Chase Haskins starting to close things down on Adam Kaji and Bianco Ferri bringing along Gianni Pasquale for the ride. Oh, JH is off. Oh, that's a big pity. John Henry Vaughan unfortunately off on the sideline, maybe a little bit too hard, not quite used to what the Kent category cars can do. It is his first time in that car, of course, and he was giving the man who runs this series and, of course, is the backing behind this and South African touring cars, Mr. Ian Schofield, a very good run for his money. He wouldn't be used to that kind of action from the rear end of a race car. Speaking of rear ends of race cars, well, there's a big move coming onto the rear end of the Huawei car. Michael Mercedes under big pressure there from the hard-charging Srinadu. That Production X car wants by, and he wants by badly. He's watching the top two get away. Renzo Gqeberha has opened up a nice margin over Michael Mercedes, who's going defensive here on both Naidu and Swartz, and about to join that party. In fact, I think he's joined the party. Yes, he has. Guido Badoli. Guido not too far behind there and starting to put some pressure of his own onto the front end of that battle for third place. Onto the brakes, Shrin goes defensive. Around the outside goes Ken Swartz. Swartz looking for a way to cut back now. Can he find a way to maybe just squeeze through there and have an opportunity to dive into the S's? Behind that, we'll go back to this battle. Oh, this is great to see. Rick Morris in full flight is always someone to watch out for. And joining that party is Alan Meyer. Alan Meyer in a slightly different version of what he usually drives in. He's now, of course, in the Reynard as opposed to in the Swift, and doing a super job in that car. Just doing a bit of test piloting there for the boss man, because I believe Ian Schofield might be piloting that in a couple of weeks' time as we head into the Historic and Inland Championship single-seaters up at Swartkops. And he'll be, of course, in that vehicle during that weekend. So Alan Meyer just doing all the test running for that. I don't think that car has turned a wheel in anger as of yesterday for about 15 years. So for Al to be right up there and pushing hard with Rick. Oh, safety car. Safety car. I saw it coming out of pit lane there, and looks like we might have, I think it's because of that car that's on the sideline. It is in quite a dangerous position. So safety car has been deployed. Akil Aliba's lead of what was 3.5 seconds is now going to be... Oh! What happened there? Man alive, that was huge. That's Chase Haskins. He didn't see the safety car. He went for an overtaking maneuver, and there you can see just how well those cars are built and how well that tethering works, because he went slamming into the back, I think, of the 17 car of Gianna Pasquale. Fortunately gets back on track, but I can't say the same thing for Chase Haskins. He was coming down as if it was normal race pace. He didn't see the safety car boards. He went for an overtaking maneuver and then I think tried to avoid what he was doing, but was already committed to it. Have a look at this. Here's the replay. Just in the background here, watch here. Yeah, Haskins didn't see the safety car, slammed straight into the back. It's not of Gianna Pasquale stays out of the way. She goes to avoid the car that's spinning. Coming through the picture will be the black and white car that he actually slammed into the back of. And if I'm not mistaken, that car is Bianco's. So, wow, that is something massive, and that's certainly going to be a big chat with the COC. There on the sideline, you can see that's where JH has pulled it onto the side with the Kent car. And, yeah, that man there is not going to be happy about what happened, but it just shows you that they are focusing on the cars in front. They're not necessarily watching for flags, and that's one of the things that he's going to be called out on. You have to be aware of the flags around you, particularly when there's a safety car issue, because you might have marshals or people working on the circuit while you are under safety car, and if you're going at that pace and you didn't see it, a big mistake there. And Haskins has ended up on the sideline. That car is also going to have to be recovered. So we've got a couple of cars that are stricken around the circuit now in the first race of the day here for the Extreme Festival of Motorsports, round 4 of the National Championships. And MSA4 has turned into a bit of a bun fight. We've got a bit of a race that has caused some big issues for a few cars. Not the top contenders. They've tried to stay out of harm's way. And as I said, when the safety car came out, Akil Aliba actually had a 3.5 second lead over second place Renzo Gqeberha. That is now going to be negated, of course, with the safety car and the concertina effect that safety car brings. But a massive moment there for Chase Haskins, and I'm sure an even bigger one for, I'm just trying to work out who that is. I think it's Guido that he went into the back of. So Guido Badoli would have got a big wake-up call as Chase Haskins went slamming into his back right wheel with his front left. So we see them come through there. That is Akil, that's Renzo, that's Michael, that's Karabo. Kent, I should say. Behind him is Guido. It's actually not. It's the 27 car. It's Adam Kaji. Apologies, I was just trying to work out because they are all very similarly liveried cars here. So to try and pick up on the numbers on our screen is not always easy to do. But there we got an up close. It's actually the 27 car there of Adam Kaji, who was the car that unfortunately got slammed into from behind by the man in number well, I don't think you want to be in any number right now. The number 11 car certainly was going to be in a bit of trouble at the end of the main straightaway there at the pace he was going and not seeing the safety car. It looks like we're going to finish this race under safety car as well, because on their next lap they will have 2 to go. So it's a bit of a pity that it's turned into this, but of course safety comes first. Are they possibly going to bring this to a stop and give us a 2-lap sprint, or are they going to just let them go under safety car? Because it would be just not the way we like to finish up a race, particularly the first race of the day. But that Astron Energy Polo GTI out front, of course our official safety car today for this category, as well as a couple more, will be leading these cars around. And the Investchem cars there of Ian Schofield, Rick Morris and Alan Mayer, the 3 contenders in the Kent category, all on their own sim at the back of the pack. Nice to see some moves through the field though from our lady drivers. As I said, we've got 3 of them in this class, and actually the 3 of them were fighting pretty hard until we lost Anastasia earlier on. So it looks like they're going to try and tow the John Henry Vaughan Huawei Ford Kent back to the pits, or just out of harm's way, and hopefully if they get that car cleared. They've got the car cleared out of the S's. I think the only other one we've got to worry about now is, oh, there we go, safety car is out, and at the last minute gets the call to come into pit lane. So it was a bit of a late call there. Akil might have been watching, and probably the only car that would have been watching, so he did get a slight advantage off the line there to pull away from Renzo. Michael Besaidnote still maintains third. He's got the Production X car there of Srinada on his tail. Then Ken Swartz comes flying through. Big dive on the inside coming from Guido. Guido trying to make his way and fend off the intentions being shown by Karabo Malamela. And a big fight there between these 4 cars, sitting currently in about 5th, 6th and 7th place on the road. They head up to the hairpin for the second last time. They're going to have to come back here one more time before they get into the checkered flag lap. At this stage, it looks like everybody seems to just be maintaining the little gaps that are there. There's a little bit of pressure coming from Ken Swartz onto the back end of Srinadu. That's probably the only pressure we're seeing right now. Karabo trying to close onto the back end of Guido. A little bit of a late break. Oof, a little nose dive into that corner as well. Maybe a little bit of understeer coming out of Akil Liba, but he worked it well through the field. Comes across the line and starts the final lap. So with a 2-lap sprint race, it's highly unlikely you're going to beat that man when he had such a commanding lead in the first place of just 3.5 seconds. He now maintains that for the Kokoro Racing Machines and team, leading the pack of those youngsters in that development team, doing an amazing job not only in MSA 4 but also in the karting fraternity. We've seen a lot of them getting to the top end of karting over the last couple of weekends as well. Here we go towards the hairpin for the last time. Akil Liba, a comfortable margin. Everybody I think is going to maintain station here unless they are up close and personal, and you've got to be really close to make an overtaking maneuver in these cars because they are so evenly matched with these new Volkswagen engines that they run this year. You saw just on that crash as well just how well that tethering system works on the wheels. It doesn't allow the wheel to come off the car and start bouncing towards dangerous positions in the crowd or towards other drivers. So great effort from the team that built these cars, showing how well they were well built after that crash. And checkered flag is out for Akil Liba. So he will maintain his lead in this championship with that win. There's a little bit of a shuffle there between Renzo, Michael Besaidnote, who got second and third, and Srinadu in 4th. Ken Swartz for the top 5. Good run there from Guido, keeping Karabo Malamela out, but he came up, of course, from the 6th row of the grid up to the 7th place overall. Probably kicking himself that he didn't get through earlier on to try and make up some ground there. Ken Klaas across the line. That is Schofield from Rick Morris, and a good run as well from Alan Mayer, Lieutenant Colonel, retired there in 13th overall. Lucky for some, certainly lucky for him in that new little Reynard of his. But Kaji and Haskins unfortunately dropping to the back. Adam Kaji actually looks like he might have had a problem there after that incident. So there's going to be a couple of guys that are going to have to come and have a chat with the powers that be, I'm sure, after things settle down after race 1. So that's how we kick things off here at the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. And what an awesome start to the day's racing. If that's how it's going to be all day long, stand by for plenty more. And of course, in terms of that plenty more, we've got lots of race action coming your way here today. Next up is two-wheeled side of action, which is the Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup. They've got 2 heats today. We've got 3 heats of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. We've got 2 heats of Astron Energy Polo Cup, which is going to be pretty exciting stuff as well. They are always entertaining at their home track here at Aldo Scribante. And the Volkswagen Rookie Cup, of course, are in the house too, along with South African Touring Cars and the SATC Super Cup category. Gazoo Racing are in the house with a full field of 86s, Corollas and Yaris's, and they're going to be putting on a great show as well. And that is basically the 6 categories that will be fighting things out here today for round 4 of the Extreme Festival National Championship side. And look at that. It's ideal conditions. A little bit of a breeze, as you can see from the flags flying above that PG Glass timing stand. And of course the breeze blowing straight across the circuit, which kind of, it's a bit of a mission for the motorcycles who are up next. They're going to feel it going into turn 1, and they're going to certainly feel it coming out of Dunlop Corner, the final turn here at Aldo Scribante. So there will be a couple of riders that will be thinking themselves, okay, how can we use the wind to our advantage? And looking forward to, of course, seeing how the two-wheelers go. In a few moments' time, of course, we'll get them onto the circuit and have a look and see exactly what happened at the previous round. But I can tell you something, the ZX10R Masters Cup are certainly now back up into full force. And just to let the cat out the bag a little bit, the King Price Kawasaki is back, and Kinsella is on top of the list after a little bit of a lay-by on the sidelines, which almost saw him not making a return to motorcycle racing in his career. But fortunately, all the doctors he's been working with have now all given him the all clear, and all the issues he had with the nerve damage and some back problems that he picked up have all been sorted out, and he's looking forward to trying to close down an 145-point deficit on Damien Purificati, and that's going to be a task of note if he can do that from the 4th round. It's not undoable, but it's certainly a big mountain to climb, and I'm sure he's looking forward to the challenge. But of course, that's how we're going to be running through the day. We've got a little bit of a break in the proceedings at lunchtime, where we're going to do a bit of a display from Volkswagen Motorsports point of view. There you can see it, a 75-year parade at about 1:30 this afternoon. It'll probably be a little later than that. And of course, we've also got some other stuff to do on the grid when that happens. But looking forward to a phenomenal day's racing. That's exactly how things are going to run from here on out. Next up, Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup, Astron Energy Polo Cup, Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop Race 1 of 3, Rookie Cup, South African Touring Cars and Super Cup, and then Gazoo Racing SA Cup before we get to the lunch break. That's how things are going to go from here on out. So looking forward to all of the race action here today from Aldo Scribante in round 4 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. Up next, Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. Let's have a look and see how things went. The last time out, we went to the International World of Motoring at Swartkops for round 3. And Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup made a welcome return to Swartkops. One man that wasn't there was Kinsella, but one man who was looking to dominate at the front end was Damian Purificati. He was going to have a bit of a run for it at the front end initially, though. There were a couple of riders that came into the mix there right from the word go, including James Barson, and nice to see Trevor Westman up there as well. The two of them pushing really hard to get into the proceedings for the day. Front end battle continued, as you can see, but Han McMahon, kind of a Swartkops specialist at the front end there with these guys, was pushing hard to try and catch Purificati and get him to give up the front end. It wasn't going to be an easy front end to give up, though, because Damian Purificati has literally been the dominant force since Sella stepped out in Cape Town at round 1. And he was going to be a tough man to try and beat here at Swartkops as well. Also, a very seasoned campaigner when it comes to the International World of Motoring at Swartkops. And of course, they were pushing really, really hard at the front. There were some good little battles right through the pack as well, as always. So, looking forward to the racing, of course, here today at Swartkops, or from Swartkops into Aldo Scribante, and looking forward to seeing exactly how things pan out with the return of the King on that King Price Kawasaki of Kinsella. Damian Purificati at the front end, of course, of race number 2. He's, as I said, he's basically been the dominant factor, but it was a good start out of Han McMahon. McMahon initially held off Purificati, but it was only up until he got into Cashel Corner that he was able to hold that lead. And then Purificati just started to open up, as he always does when he gets to the front end of the field, trying to control things from the front end. Great shots there from our aerial drone coming out of turn 3. Barson was on fire, though, finding some serious pace, along with Keith Agliotti on the Ridgeway Race Bar on EBC Brakes Kawasaki. Behind them, pushing hard, was Trevor Westman, who'd made the trip up from Cape Town. The killer, of course, not on his original race bike, still on very much a development bike there for the Project 60 bikes. And, of course, still fighting hard to try and get to the front end was Adi Van Dalen and Darren Upton in the mix as well. Henk Kruger also finding some good pace over the weekend at Swartkops, and we'll be looking to try and do the same thing here today as we get into race number 1 for the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup and wrap up all the action that saw Purificati take the double at Swartkops. So, of course, with Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup, it's basically 4 qualifying sessions. They don't have a practice at all. They've rather decided to go for 4 qualifying sessions, and you can qualify out of any one of those 4 to put yourself onto the grid positions. It's the best of 4, though. So whatever your best lap is out of the 4 qualifying sessions that happened, 3 on Friday and 1 this morning, will dictate who gets pole position. And, of course, with the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup coming to Aldo Scribante, it's a circuit that Kinsella has always gone well at. On a few occasions in the past, of course, also taking some Mr. Motorcycle titles here as well, where we saw some big fights between himself and, of course, the rest of the pack of riders in the previous format of National Championship 600cc and Superbike racing that used to be, of course, the front end of circuit racing here. But, of course, Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup has taken over that mantle and has become one of the arguably and probably the highest level of South African motorcycle racing in the country at the moment on the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. It's fantastic to see the action that has unfurled with guys that are sort of racing in their mid-30s up into their mid-50s, up into, of course, 60-year-olds out on circuit as well, with the likes of JL. And JLR, of course, not here this weekend, but he certainly is the oldest rider in this pack. And looking forward to, of course, seeing his return, I think, by the time we get to the East London Grand Prix circuit at round 5. They're about to make their way out onto the circuit any second now, and of course they get a warm-up lap and a form-up lap, so they'll have the formation lap right now and then still a warm-up lap before we get into race action for Sunbet ZXNL Masters Cup. And we'll be back with commentary as soon as we've got bikes on circuit. So standing by now down in the pre-race and Park for May. We're going to catch up with some of the drivers there from the MSA4 race after their first heat of race action. Let's head down into, just standing by as we wait to pick up on, of course, our pit lane presenter there. And as soon as he gets up close and personal with some of the MSA4 category competitors, we'll go down and find out exactly what happened. Maybe catching up with a couple of the guys that were involved in that incident would be pretty interesting to find out what Chase Haskins' point is on not seeing the safety car boards at all. It looks like we're having a big chat there with the clerk of the course, Arlene Brown, of course, giving the MSA4 category competitors a little bit of a ragging there. They were warned yesterday for the race action that unfolded. Akila Levi seems to have an opinion as to what happened, and I think Michael Versaden also explaining that they possibly didn't see those safety car boards. But we'll leave it up to the powers that be to sort out those issues, because MSA4 certainly put on a great show nonetheless, other than the small little incident that happened there. And that could possibly also be brought down to a little lack of experience there from Chase's point of view. He is a young driver. He's still learning the ropes, of course, in MSA4. But with the likes of Ian Schofield and Alan Mayer, who are at the helm, of course, of this category, you've got lots of seasoned campaigners that are participating in this class. And, of course, the man on the sideline that we've got in shot right now, Anthony Taylor, multiple South African supercar and touring car champion, as the man to oversee from a steward's point of view and from an additional management side of this category. And of course the driver conduct man as well will be having a big chat to all of these youngsters. They are all pretty much in their teens or just out of their teens, and certainly still learning how things have to unfold with this new class. And of course with the new class, with the new safety systems that are put into these cars, incredible job there from Ian and his team to get this amount of cars available to drivers. But of course they want to try and keep them on track. They don't want to see damage like we've seen in that first one. That's Schofield's Kent category car alongside Shuren Naidu's production X MSA4. There you can see the difference between the two, the old Formula Ford and the new MSA4, which is basically it's sort of a type car. It's not quite a replica. It's more of a type car based on what Formula 4 have as their opportunity. There you can see the recovery vehicle bringing JH's car back into pit lane. The Huawei Kent is at the bottom end of pit lane, and then returning to its point of origin there from the recovery point of view. Massive thanks to that recovery team and of course to the Orange Army for the incredible job that they do out of the various sites. Let's catch up now with Karabo. Karabo was involved in the mid-pack there, and let's see exactly what his opinion is as to what happened.
Stand by. Karabo, what happened in that incident in race 1? Talk me through it.
So we had a good start coming into turn 1, made a couple of positions, and then after that I was approaching turn 2, trying to make a move on the inside, and then I lost my front wing, and that was kind of our race. We kind of stayed in that position the whole race, and we're just looking forward to race 2 now.
So race 2, where do you start from?
I start again, I think 11th to 12th, so again we're charging from the back, and we'll see how that goes.
All the best.
Thank you.
Gqeberha playing the very much politically correct game there. He was not prepared to make any comments on what actually happened in that incident, but needless to say, we saw it on our replay, and it was certainly a case of, I think, Chase Haskins not seeing the safety car boards and going for what would have been a normal overtaking maneuver had it been normal race conditions, and he would have an opportunity to try and dive through there, but of course with the car slowing up so quickly, he didn't realize and tried to take evasive action and just couldn't avoid the contact from his front left onto the back right of the 27 car there. So not quite what they wanted. Adam Kaji feeling a big thump from behind, and I'm sure he'll be feeling that a little bit as well, because it certainly goes right through those cars. There's not a lot of suspension and playing around. Let's chat with the boss man though, Ian Schofield, after a victory, and maybe what happened there with the little disciplinary action that had to be taken.
Ian Schofield, you guys are having a good dance there in the Formula Kens. Talk me through your race.
Yeah, it was fine. We had made a good start. Was controlling it from the front. Unfortunately, the other car who was behind me tried to overtake me around the outside at the hairpin. 2 into 1 doesn't go. So we both touched wheels. Unfortunately, he came off worse. And then the whole thing sort of got wrecked with the safety car and incidents and so on. So there was only 2 racing laps at the end. So it was, quite a eventful but uneventful race.
And plans for race 2?
Plans for race 2 more of the same, hopefully.
Awesome. All the best.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
One of the contenders there was Michael Besodinot, having a quick chat there with Gianna, see exactly maybe what he thought of what happened down there. Not sure if you're going to have enough time to quickly chat to him. They are going to have to put their helmets back on when they drive down pit lane. They have to sort of be in full safety gear because they come into a live circuit as they drive back down towards their pits at the bottom end of the circuit. And the pit lane, of course, right at the pit exit is where we'll find MSA4. If you are here watching on the live stream and you're at the circuit, you want to come down into the pit lane, of course, it is an open pit policy here. Just remember that if you are in pit lane, it is a live pit lane, so make sure that you are aware of what's happening around you at all times. But a massive thanks to everybody who has already joined us here today at the circuit, and hopefully you guys are watching what's happening on track and also watching on the live stream as to what's happening around the circuit that you might not see from your vantage point here at the circuits themselves and at the various points on the circuit. There are some really incredible sections to go and sit at to watch all the action unfold. A couple of corners that give you almost a 100% view of the entire circuit, so if you can find those, that's the spot to be in. Certainly one of the big vantage points that you want to be at. That's into the Schaeffler S's at Volkswagen and PG Glass's VIP area, as you can see. I can see people starting to really get into the look and feel of today's racing. On the outside of that corner, of course, at Hangar Sweep, it's the Hangar hardcore diehards out there. I believe Graham Young and a couple of the Scribante boys might be up onto that side of things as well. So Ferndale are in the house from Randburg in Johannesburg, of course, all the way down here into Aldo Scribante in Gqeberha. Fantastic to see that. The 11 car, of course, going back into pit lane there. That, of course, was a car involved in that big incident that caused the safety car. It was one of 3 cars that were, of course, at that stage stricken around the circuit. So I think, as we saw there from Arlene's body language and the fact that the 2 boss men were looking over her shoulder, a stern warning being given to all the drivers in MSA4 after a bit of a hectic start to the day's racing. That's nice to see. Early morning bra there. Hope you're enjoying yourself there, sir. Has that Gqeberha got Olin suspension on it? It might have, eh? Certainly looks that way. Like it done sort of medium rare, please, if you wouldn't mind. That'll be really lekker. Send it our way as soon as you can. He doesn't know he's on. Hopefully somebody's going to tell him soon. But yeah, I hope you're enjoying yourself there, sir. Getting that bra going early on and getting the family fed. Good vantage point that you found there. It's interesting to see that. Remember that we are here basically for 3 rounds in the Eastern Cape back to back. Literally, we come back here in August, of course, for the regional side of the Extreme Festival, and then directly after that we come to the East London Grand Prix circuit just down the road for round 5 of the National Championship. So lots of Extreme Festival motorsport action here in the Eastern Cape of South Africa over the next month or so. Certainly you want to have those dates in your diaries, so please make sure that you have got them. We will be bringing you all of the action, of course, here from Aldo Scribante when we come back here on the 8th of August, celebrating, of course, Women's Day the following day. So it's kind of have a Women's Day feel to that regional Extreme Festival here at Aldo Scribante. And then the following weekend, we're back down at the East London Grand Prix circuit on the 15th of August for National Championship race action. Here is Kaji's car, the other car that was involved after that big tap from the back left, front left I should say, of Chase Haskins' car. And Artem doesn't seem to be too happy about where he's stuck there. It didn't go according to plan there from his point of view. He was in the mix there, having a really great little battle. Unfortunately, just not turning out to be the one he wanted at the end of the day. Here are the powers that be from MSA4. Probably having a look at see some of the data and some of the incident reports that are probably going to be brought to Arlene's attention in the very near future. So they'll get sorted out and we can go racing for the second heat later on this afternoon.
Tell you when.
So we're down in pit lane there as well, also catching up with our 2025 Rookie Cup champion and looking forward to Astron Energy Polo Cup. Chris Tate is there with Claudio.
Christopher Tate, talk me through your qualifying yesterday. How was it out there?
It was a great qualifying, put it 4th in qualifying, then 3rd in Super Bowl. So a spectacular day, but unfortunately turned sour this morning with a disqualification due to technical infringement. But, you know, it's racing, things happen, but I'll just fight my way back up now.
So the plan for race 1 then, since that infringement?
Plan for race 1, it's going to be difficult to get places. I don't have the pace, but it's so difficult to overtake here. So the plan is just to get in a fast lap, the first 2 laps, and hopefully put it in the top 5 start for the second race.
Also, a good testament to Rookies Cup. I mean, three, I think, drivers in the top 5, all from Rookies Cup last year. So you guys are rookies in the Polo Cup, and you are showing the boys the way around the circuit.
That's great. Us rookies can drive, believe it or not. We've got pace, and just a matter of time to get right to the top and really show them what we can do.
Well, hopefully you can get a win in Volkswagen's home soil as the rookie from last year.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks.
Looking pretty confident, but a little bit of work to do there for him. He wasn't quite up into the top 6, and when he got there, of course, as you heard there, a bit of a disqualification. So Chris Tate with some work to do. Let's see if he's able to get up into the Astron Energy Cup top 6. That's where they're going to be if you want to be in the hunt for this championship for 2026, and of course for the championships over the last couple of years, because what they do is they run a qualifying session. The pole man, that was Mauro Deleuze, who actually got it on pole yesterday afternoon, in the very late evening, in fact. And with that, of course, he gets that one additional point, and then had to go and shoot it out once again in the what they call super pole, which of course is a whole different ball game. It's 1 lap out, 1 fast lap, and 1 lap in, and whoever gets the best out of those 3 laps, of course, then gets put onto pole position, and that went to Charles Smallberger. So a little bit of work to do there for Tate, but he seems pretty confident.
Okay, get your chest there, Brad. I'll tell you when, Brad.
Bad Brad, nice to see him down in pit lane as well. Let's catch up with him. Coming back from, of course, his international escapades at the Nürburgring.
Brad, Rookies Cup coach. Talk me through the process. What does it take to be a Rookies Cup coach, and what do you guys look for?
Yeah, I mean, look, we've been fortunate enough that VW have given us this opportunity to be a coach. Obviously, been around the motorsport scene for a good few years now. But yeah, I really enjoy it. I mean, I sometimes look forward to it more than my own racing. So yeah, it's a good fun job. Obviously, Saturday is a little bit more chilled for us because our coaching duties are a little bit more on a Friday. Obviously, you can't really teach much on a Saturday other than manage emotions and sometimes the parents. But yeah, other than that, it's a very fun job. I enjoy it, and I look forward to today. I think the weather's quite lacquer. There's a little bit of wind, but makes the racing interesting. So looking forward to it.
And your Super Cup exploits overseas in the European Championship. Talk me through that. How was your last round?
Yeah, I mean, last round was really, really good. Mixed conditions around Nürburgring. So, I mean, typical, German weather, European weather. You never know what you're going to get, especially around that track in the forest there. But yeah, managed to get a win and a P3 and a pole position somewhere in there, along there. So, yeah, really, really looking forward to the next one in Zolder. It's in 2 weeks' time. So, yeah, I think weather might play a part there. Same thing as Nürburgring. I've heard that the track is susceptible to getting some rain now and then. So, yeah, very awesome track there as well. Quite roller coasty. So, really looking forward to it.
All the best, man.
Thanks so much.
So, of course, your Brad Liebenberg, Jonathan Machotsi, and Tyler Robinson all participating in that Super Cup Championship in Europe. Fantastic to see the South African built cars being bought out by an international contingent and taken back into Germany to run as almost a very similar format to what we do for Super Cup, and sort of a combination of Super Cup / Polo Cup that they run on in terms of the rules. But great to see 3 South African drivers being represented at the front end of those fields, and I think they're going to be certainly in contention by the time they get into that next round, as they were at the first 2 rounds. So interesting factor with that, of course, also, which we'll probably pick up on at some stage later on, Tyler Robinson deciding to step out of the Super Cup class here in South Africa to concentrate all her efforts onto what's happening on the international stage. So hats off to her for making that difficult call, and I'm sure that looking forward to seeing how she can be in contention a bit later on. So this is the reason for the delay. As you can see, it happened in MSA 4. Chase Haskins just getting caught out, not seeing the safety car when slamming into the back of the number 27 machine, and Adam Kaji just had nowhere to go. As you can see, the Gqeberha racing machine with that tethered wheel sliding off into turn 1, and just showing you how well built those cars are. But there is Kaji's car now getting onto the rear end of the flatbed, and going to be brought back into pit lane. And that's one of the reasons why we've got the slight delay, is there's a few cars that have to be cleared from the circuit before we can get clearance to go, of course, for the two-wheeled side of the race action that we're expecting. That is the last car, according to what we can see around the circuit from our camera's point of view. They have returned JH's car back into pit lane. That was the Huawei Kent category car that Ian Schofield was talking about, that he had an incident with coming out of the hairpin at turn 5, I beg your pardon. And then the other two cars involved, of course, have already been brought back into pit lane. So that should be the last car to be collected. Once that's basically out of harm's way and back in pit lane, we should have track clearance and we can bring you the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup Race 1. Quick chat with the boss man. It is 75 years of Volkswagen that they're celebrating here at the home circuit of Volkswagen Motorsport. This is Mike Rowe.
Mark Rowe, 75 years of Volkswagen in South Africa and many years in motorsport, and you guys have got quite a field and quite an array of cars here today. Talk me through all your different categories that you guys are a part of.
Yeah, look, it's always great to be in the Eastern Cape, and this is our home racetrack close to the factory, and a really great year for the brand. It's 75 years of manufacturing cars in South Africa. So quite a milestone, and also we're celebrating 30 years of Polo, 30 years of Polo Cup, so lots to celebrate this year, and lots for our fans to see this weekend. We've got Rookie Cup here, which is a great series that really nurtures young talent, and then Polo Cup, obviously is a big year for the series, celebrating 30 years, and then we've got 3 Golfs in the touring cars, not run by us, but they are supported, and they're on the front row, which is great, and then obviously Super Cup. So lots for the fans to see, and then we've got some old cars that'll parade in the lunchtime that will just to showcase the decades of the cars that we produced in the country.
And Super Cup cars that are going to Germany. Talk to me about that program that's going on.
Yeah, I think that's a really exciting program. So we've already got 36 cars that will end up in Europe. There's already quite a few there. There's some in manufacture still and some floating. So, but the series is growing. There's other countries in Europe interested. So I really believe that by the end of this project, we're probably going to have 50 cars racing in Europe, and because they also recognize that they need a feeder series in their countries, and that is so far proving to be a great series for them.
Well, it's fantastic that a South African is leading that championship, your driver.
Yeah, I don't know if he's leading, but I think he's second actually at the moment. But he had a great win at the last round, and they're under pressure because there's some serious talent in Europe. But Tyler's also doing a great job, and she's already won a few trophies as the top lady driver. But yes, I think the series is being really well managed. They lean into us a lot on what we've experienced or what we've done in this country in terms of our experiences. So there's lots of collaboration, and I do think that the series is only going to go from strength to strength.
Well, thank you for your involvement, Mark, and Volkswagen, and have a good day.
No, great, thank you. Enjoy the day.
Certainly looking forward to the action about to unfold right now with Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup onto the track for their first heat, and two-wheeled action coming your way. This, of course, is the only class who don't run on the Dunlop rubber. These guys are, of course, on Bridgestones, and they'll be looking forward to another epic battle down here at the Aldo Scribante circuit. They always bring some of the best kind of race action from two wheels when we get to Aldo, and it is a great proving ground for the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup category. Great to see, of course, the return. I mentioned it in a couple of the broadcasts so far, but just a nice mention once again. Ricky Marias back into South African motorsport as the technical consultant for the ZX10R Masters Cup. He's here in the house, and of course making sure that all of these bikes conform to the rules. They are stock standard ZX10s. They're allowed to do some very small modifications to these motorcycles, and it's one of the reasons why it's been such a successful class, is because they've kept it sort of one make with very little changes, and basically keeping the racing very close. There have been a couple of guys who have dominated. That's one of them, but unfortunately he's starting with a 145-point deficit here this weekend, having missed the first 3 rounds of the championship. Sella picking up a very uncharacteristic and quite a strange injury, actually, which him and his doctors have been working on over the last 3 months or 4 months to get him back up into fitness and able to take that pole position away from the championship leader, Damien Purificati. The 2 brothers there, Jordan and Keith, giving a little high five, and looking forward to seeing what that machine can do from Ridgeway Racing and EBC Brakes. One of our associate sponsors for the Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup is, of course, EBC, and that is the Agliotti boys. Trevor Westman, great to see the Project 60 bike up at the front end of row number 2, just ahead there of the 67 bike. James Barson on that very quick Steel Monkey machine of his. Looking forward to a battle that he'll be having alongside with also one of our sponsors there, the 469 man, Eddie Van Dalen, on the VAG Centurion bike, and looking forward to his progress towards the front end of the field. Third row is made up of Darren Upton. He's alongside Peter Delport, and this man, great to see some manoeuvring through the field there from Henk Kruger. He's definitely looking forward to a big battle, and of course coming down into the Eastern Cape, we'll be looking forward to pushing the limits there and trying to catch the front of that third row. The 110 bike there, of course, is Peter Delport. That's the man we just mentioned. Great to see his progress in this field. And then just ahead of him on that third row is the 66 bike of Reggie. Oh, Darren Upton, I beg your pardon. Darren Upton. So, yep, there we go. The man from, of course, the various forms of South African motorsport actually in the past, Upton. Great to have him here in the Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup for a full season now. Behind them, of course, will be Byron Rothquell and Renatus Vinnikirk. Then it's Dirk Stoltz, Tyron Piper, Gerard Frey. Johan LaRue is in the house, so JLR is here. I didn't pick up on him earlier on, so apologies on that one. JLR, he's our, of course, oldest competitor on the field, down in 16th place on the Avidan Kawasaki there, number 44. Jacques Cruz, he'll be fighting hard with JLR for honours in Class C. And then Steve Galgocci and Aubrey Moran, Alfie Swanepoel, Ian Harwood, Brad Seaman, and at the back of the pack as well, Nico Zietzman, as they head down towards turn 1. This, of course, is the warm-up lap, so just one additional lap to get a little bit more heat into those Dunlop rubbers and into the EBC brakes before they head down into turn 1 here for the first time in anger. And there'll be a little bit of chopping and changing, I'm sure, as they go into this corner, as there always is in any form of two-wheeled action that's been here in the past. The King Price Kawasaki out front, though, has got it all to do. He's got to try and literally take every single race victory that he can get from here on until the final round of the championship, which happens at Red Star Raceway. It's not an Extreme Festival round that weekend. They have a standalone round where they wrap up their championship. They've also got a round, of course, at the Festival of Motoring, but the ZX10R Cup, of course, are based mainly at the majority of the national rounds of the Extreme Festival, with those 2 or 3 additional rounds that they have throughout the season. Fantastic to see the support continuing there from Sunbet. They've certainly leveraged the sponsorship really well, and on a few occasions have run competitions that coincide with the rounds of the championship that they're in. I think at this stage, though, most of their attentions as Sunbet have been placed onto that other sport that only requires one ball. That's the World Cup. But certainly looking forward to seeing what happens now with the guys who go at it and really put on arguably some of the fastest lap times of the weekend. They're not the fastest lap times, unfortunately. That goes into the Extreme Supercars, which will be on track shortly. We saw some incredible lap times coming out of those magnificent supercars throughout the practice and qualifying yesterday. So it is the return of the king and Evil Knievel himself, with Clint Seller on pole alongside the championship leader Damien Purificati. Keith Agliotti looking to outgun Purificati here, hopefully at the Eastern Cape Circuit. Let's see what's going to happen as round number 4 and race 1 of Sunbet ZX10Rs are about to make its way down towards turn 1. Here we go. Off the line nicely there from Seller. Great start coming through the back of the pack. Little wheelie at the back there coming out of Renatus Vinnikirk as well by the looks of things. But it is Seller looking for the whole shot. Westman trying to come through there, possibly up into 4th place. Sneaks ahead of Eddie Van Dalen. Just squeezes him out as they go into turn 1. So it's a good start there from Westman. He moves himself up nicely and maintains that top 3 He's actually dropped down 1 place there into 4th place behind Keith Agliotti. Agliotti losing out there ever so slightly with a great start coming out of Sella and Purificati. They've opened up a little bit of a margin there. There's the second pack led out by Westman. Westman's just ahead of Adi Van Dalen. I think Upton's right there with him as well as they come under braking. Yes, Darren Upton being put under pressure there almost instantaneously from Henk Kruger. So I think one of the big losers there might have been James Barson, losing slightly a little bit in terms of where he was on track and falling by the wayside. Reggie Seal comes through the sweep at Chevy. And now just behind that, watch out for some manoeuvring as well from Brian Rothwell. He's moved up pretty rapidly as well, sticking himself in amongst Renatus van Niekerk and Dirk Stoltz. 10 lapper, first one done. And from a standing start, Sella just opening up the advantage to almost a second on that first lap. So just getting the job done. Adi Van Dalen under pressure there already from Henk Kruger. Kruger putting the pressure on. And as they come through on the right-hander, you can see into the left-right sweep of the S's. First 4 bikes getting away. Looks like Van Dalen and Upton holding up the rest of that pack as they come out of the twisties and up through Hanger. Past the Hanger diehards, you can see them holding on for dear life there. And because those motorcycles, as they come up onto the hairpin, will be close to the fastest time and speeds that they do around this track. The fastest part, of course, is at the bottom end of the main straightaway. That's where they'll pick up their highest speed. But they go through Hanger Sweep at almost 170, 180 k's an hour on about 2 or 3 inches of Bridgestone rubber. So just shows you how well that Bridgestone rubber works with these ZX10s. Westman up to 4th, putting the pressure. You're going to try and close that gap down now on Keith Agliotti. Agliotti maintains 3rd as they cross the line. A 102.5 from Sella, 103.5 from Purificati, which allows Sella to open up another second on Purificati. So it's almost 2 seconds, 1.996 to be exact, there between Sella and Purificati for the top 2. 4th place battle comes into the S. In fact, 5th place battle, I should say. Because the 4th is Trevor Westman, the killer. And it's now James Barson who hits the front of that 5th place battle. He moves himself up ever so slightly ahead of Upton. Going Upton now onto the tail end of Van Dalen and then Henk Kruger. Upton late on the brakes, looking for a way through. Almost squeezed out James Barson. Barson saw him coming. Running in not numerical order there at the moment, 67 ahead of 66. But Upton would like to change that as quickly as possible. Behind them, you can see them come flying through there with Reggie Seal. He's got on his tail, pushing hard, Byron Rothwell and then Dirk Stoltz. JLR just behind that, so a nice start there from the old man in the mountains and MC Hammer himself on that Avadan Kawasaki in 14th place overall, just ahead of Tyron Piper. Reg hanging on. Barson with a bit of slipstream coming up here from Van Dalen. Uses it to his advantage. Is he good enough on the brakes? No, he's not. Great late braking there from James Barson to keep out Van Dalen. Super little battle there between the two of them. It's for 5th on the road, and Adi Van Dalen on the VAG Centurion bike, putting the pressure onto that Steel Monkey Kawasaki. It's great to see those little fights unfolding. Top 3 are basically cleared off at the front end. I don't think we're going to see any changes between them. We may see a bit of chopping and changing here for 5th, and then of course for 7th as well, as Henk Kruger puts the pressure on, looking for a way past. Just behind Kruger though, there was a big dive there from Delport. Delport was having, I think he's through, yes, he got through. Delport squeezing through and finding a way past there on Renatus. So Renatus van Niekerk and Peter Delport having a bit of a battle in the background. Another lap completed here from Sella. Just ticking them off 6.5 seconds. It's an amazing difference there that he's pulled out already. Just showing that he's back up to full pace and to full fitness. Well, I wouldn't say full fitness. He's pretty much close to full fitness. He'd like to be a little bit fitter. He was chatting to me yesterday about how things have been going on his recovery route. And he was chatting about being on his Swift trainer and how the watts have sort of diminished when he was really, really bad, and how they started to come back up in terms of his training plan and progress that he's making. So if he gets back up to full fitness, he's going to be a tough man to beat. But if the man in 2nd place, who has been dominant since his departure, Damien Purificati that is, can stay in the 2nd and 3rd place all the time, it's going to be a really tough job for Sella to try and go for the 3rd back-to-back title in the ZX10R Masters Cup that he's looking for. Man coming through there, having a super run on the TNB Global and Ridgeway bike. That is, of course, the hard-charging Keith Agliotti. We like to know as all the trees when he's on the golf course, but when he's on the race course, he's a tough man to beat. And it doesn't look like there's any answer coming whatsoever from the killer, Trevor Westman from Cape Town. Trying to close the gap down there on that TNB Global bike, but hasn't quite got the pace yet to run there with Agliotti. That's the gap that Sella's got over Purificati. It's almost equidistant there between Purificati and third-placed Keith Agliotti. And then Westman tucked in behind that. And Project 60 Kawasaki, as I said, not his original race bike. He had a massive crash in Cape Town with his original race bike, which unfortunately had to be basically thrown in the bin. They found the Kawasaki ZX-10 overnight, basically just prepped it to the best they could, and they've slowly but surely started to build up the second of the Project 60 Kawasaki race bikes now, but it's not quite at the same kind of pace as what he used to have on his original race bike. You can see he's also been closed down ever so slightly there by Barson and Van Dalen. They can see him up the road, and if they start working together, there's a good possibility they might be able to close that gap down. Van Dalen once again late on the brakes down into turn 1. Is it late enough? No, it's not. Parsons just able to squeeze that little bit extra going into turn 1 and maintain what is now 5th place on track ahead of Eddie Van Dalen. So some fights at the front end as always, starting to open up ever so slightly. We're watching that fight for what is 4th. Head up towards the hairpin, trying to close down on the Project 60 machine of Westman. Van Dalen once again has another big look into the hairpin, but Barson has got that line covered. George Barson going to be a tough man to beat out here. Kruger's pulled away now, ever so slightly from Darren Upton. Upton, no answer to that. Looking in his rearview mirror, he's going to be concerned about the progress of Renatus and Reggie Seal. Vanica and Seal on the move, still with a bit of time to play to try and close the gap down on Upton if they can. Another lap down for Sella, who is now almost 7 seconds up the road from Damien Purificati. Seal closes up on Vanica. Vanica does the same onto the tail end of Darren Upton. Not quite up close and personal with him, but certainly a lot closer than what they were. Upton now looking at about 1.1 difference between the bikes behind him and himself. Try and manage that gap over the next 2 laps or so. It's going to be 2 exactly as they come across the line now, and Sella probably over the 7-second bracket now between himself and Purificati. So Class A, Sella with the win, Purificati looking for the B and to maintain the championship. It'll be Agliotti looking for 2nd place in Class A ahead of Trevor Westman. That'll be a good run there from that TNB Global bike. So Agliotti pushing it to the limit to get away from Westman. Westman actually now being closed down with 2 to go by Barson and Van Dalen. So James Barson, of course, leading Class C comfortably at the moment ahead of Reggie Seal, the 2 yellow bikes in this pack. Yellow and blue bike here from Project 60 is Westman at the moment, looking at possibility of 3rd place in Class A. Heading out of the old West Bank hangar there, you can see some of the branding in the background starting to come through there on the wall. But of course, hangar sweep, difficult to negotiate on a motorcycle. Sometimes it goes right, and if it does go right, that's what can happen. Barson can close down a gap on Trevor Westman like he's just done on that last lap with a lap to go. It looks like James Barson might have a little bit extra in the tank here to give Trevor the Killer Westman a run for his money. Come through, flick it into the right-hander. Big off, hanging off the side of the bike there from Eddie Van Dalen as they come to start the final lap. 1 to go for Sella for Class A's win. That man in the S's right now for King Price, Licking Wally and Portable Shade. Pushing very hard. In fact, about to close in on the back of the pack. And the back end of the field is Steve Galgocci and Nico Zitzman, who are about to be caught here by the champ, or the current champion. And of course, back-to-back ZX10R Masters Cup champion in Sella. Sella might just roll out and give them a chance to finish without being lapped. I don't know if he will, though. It's not normally what Sella does. He's not a man to roll out. He'll probably try and make it a bit more difficult for them, but I think he's decided, no, let them go. or has he? Is he going to have them, or is he going to let them have their last lap on their own? Is he going to sit behind? No, he's going to sit behind them, I think. He's going to let them go. Yes, he is. Checkered flag's going to come out. Sella gets the win. He takes it comfortably in the end over Damien Perivacati. But he'll get the Class A win ahead of Agliotti and Westman. Class B and the overall championship will still maintain and in the arms of Damien Perivacati. There's a happy man. How awesome is that to be back and to take your victory on return? King Price Kawasaki and Evil Knievel, Mr. Clinsella himself, is back in ZXNR Masters Cup. And a big welcome return. The fans are going to like that as he comes into the S's and into, of course, the inner part of the circuit. Further back through the pack, they come through. Great battles all the way to the line there. James Barson eventually winning out and staying ahead of Adi van Dalen, but he couldn't quite get ahead of Westman. He managed to keep, it's a 0.3 of a second gap between Westman and Barson across the line. So very close between those two. Look forward to another good battle between them as they come through. Further back, all coming to the final stages. And great to see another phenomenal ZX10R Masters Cup race here at the Aldo Scribante circuit. So it's Sella with the win. He takes Class A over Keith Agliotti and Trevor Westman. Class B goes to Damien Perivacati for second place. Second in Class B will be Henk Kruger. He'll be happy with that. And Byron Rothwell will get third place in Class B, down in 11th place overall. Class C's went to James Barson. He wins out over Reggie Seal. And third place will go to JLR, down in 13th overall there. The three categories in the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. Phenomenal action as per usual here from this incredible race, and always looking forward to more of the same later on. Up next though, we go from ZX10R Masters Cup into Astron Energy Polo Cup, and they'll be out on circuit pretty shortly for their first heat of the day. There's certainly a happy man in Clinsella down in the Park Fermé area. I'm sure we're going to try and catch up with him and just get a comment on a welcome return, as well as, of course, his ability to come from literally the possibilities of retiring completely. You can see still not quite 100% fit. That right arm's still giving him a little bit of an issue, and that's just definitely going to be a little bit of a thing he'll be watching out for over the next couple of races. Alan Westman giving him a high five as he goes past there, but of course Steve Cannon is the man who preps that motorcycle, does all the work to get him out, and as the Astron Energy Polo GTR makes its way onto the circuit to give us track clearance for Astron Energy Polo Cup. We'll stand by to try and catch up with a couple of those ZX10R Masters Cup competitors before we get into race action from Polo Cup. So there we go. Let's go and catch up with Evil Knievel himself and see how that first race and the return to ZX10R Cup went for Clinsella.
Clinsella, bit of an emotional return back to racing, and you picked it up with a win. Talk me, how did that feel?
Yeah, no, it was good. It was good. It was nice to be able to push on my motorbike, but definitely felt that you do all the cycling, all the training, all that jazz, and yeah, racing's different. Been a while since I've had on pump, but yeah, was able to manage it. Honestly, felt like there was loads of pace, so thoroughly enjoyed my King Price Extreme bike. Just thank you to all my sponsors who've stood by me during this really tough time. My wife, my family, everyone involved, and yeah, knew we could come back and put a number one on top.
Well, clearly it looks like you are feeling strong after the operation, man.
Yeah, honestly, 100%. That side is done. Now I just need to get a little bit of racing fitness in me, but today will help, so we'll keep going.
All the best for race 2.
Thank you.
Always good to see that, man. Welcome return, and looking forward to race 2, but we're looking forward to race 1 now of Astron Energy Volkswagen Polo Cup. And let's go and have a look and see exactly what happened at the previous round at Swartkops International World of Motoring. Round 3 of Polo Cup opened up with, of course, some epic battles expected. Nice to see a rookie, as we spoke earlier on when we chatted to Chris Tate, on pole position. Mara de Luz cementing an incredible lap in not only qualifying but in the Super Pole to take the initial side of this race and head down towards turn 2 at Castral Corner. Under pressure from the championship leader, Dr. Hannes Gqeberha, looking to try and come back with another perfect weekend after his perfect start so far in Astron Energy Polo Cup for 2026. The mid-pack, as always, expected to see some heated fights. Gqeberha eventually snuck through up at the top of the hill, but Deleuze was having none of it. He's coming straight back at him. Little touch between the two of them. Deleuze had to then tap out to keep out the intentions being shown there by Charles Smallberger. And then the AA car tucked in behind that, pushing hard. On board here with Josh Moore, going side by side. You can see just how tight it was going to be between him and the rest of that pack. Some of them getting a little bit haywire and running wide onto the dirty stuff, which you don't want to do at Swartkops, because that is certainly going to be costing you time. And those Dunlops don't like to get onto the dirty stuff, because it just makes your life a little bit more difficult when you're in the race car cockpit. Big fights right through the field, and some incredible battles that we saw all race long as well, including in the Masters category too. But Hannes Gqeberha looks like he was looking for another perfect weekend as the battle unfolded behind him. Smallberger putting the pressure onto that AA car, and as they came through, of course, to the closing stages, it was basically a win on the cards for Gqeberha. BDS and DDS car going across the line there ahead of Mara de Luz, who had an incredible run, and Josh Moore coming through as well, showing that the Rookie Cup series is certainly working well and bringing through big crowds as well as big action on track from the Astron Energy Polo Cup. Second race, we look for more of the same. As they headed down towards turn number 1, an incredible start coming from the front end of the field as well from the Doctor. He wanted to make it back-to-back victories here, so he was not going to hold back to try and get away from the field. Deleuze was in the mix again with Charles Smallberger, and then the rest of the pack started to come through pretty rapidly, including a phenomenal start from Srin Rajpal. The man from Natal, just getting himself up there in that Works Motorsport and going Works Motorsports 1 and 2 as they came through to complete the first lap in anger. Further back, Mussolini was coming through the field pretty quickly as well, that FSS machine putting pressure on, tucked in behind Chris Tate, the rookie champion from last year. We were back on board looking from Josh Moore's point of view as they headed down towards turn 8 into the Volkswagen Driving Academy corner. A couple of guys running ever so slightly wide and keeping their intentions well in the front end fight. A nice little fight for the Masters as well. That saw Smallberger actually lead things out for the first time over Wayne Masters for a long time. Masters had to work even harder to try and steal a victory. But at the front, as always, and what we've seen so far, Hannes Gqeberha is the man to beat in 2026. And that was 2 out of 2 for him at Swartkops International World of Motoring. It was a 3-race format, of course, so he was looking to try and make it 3 out of 3, which is a tough ask in Polo Cup, especially when you looked at the lap times. The lap times in qualifying, it was literally, I think, 14 cars within the same second, and that's how difficult it is for these drivers to try and find a way through. You can see Hannes Gqeberha trying to go the long way around and find a way early on to try and squeeze up into that top 3 initially. He had to slot into about 4th or 5th place as they came onto the back straightaway out of turn 3. It was allowing Smallberger to get away and Deleuze, but eventually it was Gqeberha who squeezed through. Rajpal tucked in into 5, his teammate, and then the Team Red cars coming through there pretty rapidly as well in the background. Unfortunately, some problems for Smallberger. He had to go off track, and Derek was out of the contention for the second win in the Masters category for the day. So that would probably leave Wayne Masters at the front end of the Masters category. It was Charles Smallberger, though, that flew the flag high for that particular family and took the victory. And as I said, Masters taking the win over John Kruger. Things have changed up here, of course, as we go into live and back here at Aldo Scribante. It's JK, John Kruger, who's on pole position, and it's Charles Smallberger, who's on pole position after a phenomenal lap last night in the dying light here at Aldo Scribante. He actually went almost half a second quicker in very low light conditions and cool track conditions with those Dunlops, and they managed to squeeze out the top 6 for the Super Pole and to take the pole position ahead of Mara de Luz, who of course had taken the qualifying pole and got himself into the top 6 along with Jaden Huisson, Hannes Gqeberha, Srin Rajpal and Josh Moore. The one car that was in that top 6, and we heard from Christopher Tate's point of view, unfortunately being given the penalty and dropped down to 15th place overall, after the qualifying had been sorted out. So Tate having to come from 15th on the grid, going to make it a very difficult task for him. Milan Emzi certainly looking to fly the flag high for Team Red. He, of course, is up there with his teammates Sol Jacobs and Roshan Goodman. The three of them basically 9, 10 and 11th place on the grid. And Berlin Robinson, of course, a little bit further back. In fact, no, she's actually just ahead of them. So leading out what the Team Red aspect of this field have got is the young lady who's looking to step into her sister's shoes and take on that mantle because, of course, Tyler, one of the top contenders last year, moved up to Super Cup and has now decided to concentrate all her efforts onto her international and German championship in the Super Cup Germany championship that we spoke to Brad about and to Mike Rowe about earlier on. Deleuze has found some serious pace over the last couple of race meetings and will definitely be in with a chance of getting to the front end and possibly even taking his maiden victory. His teammate Liam Crystal is down in 12th place, so a bit of work to do there for Liam. He's certainly got to grips with these cars though. He was running at the back of the pack initially from the first round in Cape Town, but has slowly but surely found some pace in that car. He's just ahead of the Ninja, Nirav Singh. And then Bjorn Berthold and Chris Tate. John Kruger leads up the Masters, as I said, ahead of Derek Smallberger. It's Wayne Masters. Then Mike Barbaglia also had a phenomenal run yesterday afternoon. And then it's, of course, Rob Moffat, Richard Van Heerden, Byron Thomas, and Elio Mussolini. Van Heerden and Thomas, of course, new men to the Polo Cup Masters Championship. But it's Charles Smallberger who will lead them down towards turn 1. Chatted to him yesterday afternoon for the TV production that'll be going out with Volkswagen's side of this Extreme Festival of Motorsport. That'll be in about 2 weeks' time. You'll catch that on Ignition, channel 189 on DSTV. But also take into account that we are in for a phenomenal fight here because, as I said, Charles Smallberger, he spent most of his years studying here in PE. So he spent a little bit of time and maybe has a little advantage with some more experience around this track than maybe some of the other drivers behind him. Let's see what happens as the lights go out and we go racing. Deleuze got a good jump on the line there. Good start from the AA car. And then Shin Rajpal going alongside him down towards turn 1. The second set of lights sees Mike Barbaglia squeeze out and try and get in between the top two there. Did he outgun Smallberger? He tried to. He certainly did, heading down towards turn 1. Oh, big contact down into turn 1. It's Mussolini coming together there with Berlin Robinson. And by the looks of things, I think that might also be one of Berthold's. Yeah, one of the Berthold cars involved. There's a car off as well. It's Gerson. The AA car is parked on the outside of the entrance to the S's. So we got 4 cars out into turn 1 in Polo Cup. Race 1. Wow. That could possibly be a safety car. Possibly even a red flag. We're going to have to wait and see what happens as the COC makes a call on that one. But it's Deleuze who's capitalizing. He's trying to get away from that second pack. And Charles Smallberger, he had the lead. He lost it out as they went down into turn 1 to Deleuze and to Hannes Schippers, who's now up in the second. So Schippers into second place. Smallberger, the poleman, down to third. And Deleuze is disappearing at the front end. What a run there from that Nathan's Motorsport machine and the G&H transport car. Red flag. Red flag. Kind of expected that to come out. There are too many cars in too many precarious positions for a red flag not to come out. So they'll have to do it all again. Have a look at this from the replay point of view. There you can see, it's the FSS car that is completely sideways. He goes slamming into the side of Berthold, who goes off the track, and it's a touch there between Mussolini and the Fantech car from Team Red's Berlin Robinson, who caused most of that fracas down into turn 1. So they'll have to bring them all around again and retake their positions. They've only completed 1 lap, so having to go back a lap means they'll take up their original grid positions, which is an advantage to Charles Smallberger because he lost out big time there on the start. It was Deleuze and Dr. Hannes Schippers who capitalized on that start. Let's have a look and see what they do when they come to the line. Just trying to work out. It's usually once 1 lap has been completed that they'll go to the single file formation for the restart. But I think because only 1 lap has been completed, they will probably come back to their original grid positions. Let's have a look and see what they do when they come to the line now and see what the COC is going to do for the restart. Deleuze certainly had a massive advantage. Unbelievably that he's going to lose out to it now because he pulled almost 2 seconds away from Hannes Schippers. Schippers had about a second lead over Smallberger, who had a similar gap over 4th place as Jaden Gqeberha, but then of course Gqeberha went sideways as well and ended up parked on the exit of turn 2 into the S's. So the AA car unfortunately out there as well in turn number 2. I'm not quite sure if it was due to what was happening that we see between those drivers that are on our shot right now. That's Berlin out the car. That is Gqeberha out the car as well, which is always good to see if the drivers are out of the car and out of harm's way. Unfortunately not injured, but you can see the front end of that Fantech car. That's not her bumper. That's the bumper, I think, of Berthold's car that's in front of hers. So there we've got, is that, it's just going to come to the line and just see how they come to line up now and get them back into formation. Here comes our COC to the front of the field, and he will bring them into line astern, I think, by the looks of it. Or is, no, original grid positions. Original grid positions, that's what I thought. Okay, so into the original grid positions because they had not completed more than one lap. To lose. Graham Nathan looking at the front end of Deleuze's car, seeing if there's a bit of... No, I think he's just moving him forward onto the line there so that he's on the correct start position. Charles Smolberger having a quick chat to his mechanic on the sideline as well. Just to double check that everything's okay with him. Didn't quite go according to plan, as I said, from the start for Charles. But there are some very broken and damaged vehicles down at turn 1. Have a look at this one more time from the replay point of view. It's, I don't know how Mussolini got that sideways. He literally climbed on the anchors and the back end stepped out. With it stepping out, he tagged the front of Berlin's car, and then there was nowhere to go because he went sliding back into Berthold, who ended up on the side of the circuit as well. So 3 cars at turn 1, 1 car at turn 2. And as I said, I don't know if the AA car of Jaden Gqeberha was involved with that incident or it was a separate incident that sent him off the circuit at turn 2. We didn't quite see what happened with him. We just saw him sliding off. You could kind of pick it up just in the background of the shot, so I'm not quite sure if we can have a look at that side of a possible replay as well. But it was definitely Jaden Gqeberha who ended up with his rear end in the tyre barrier on the exit of turn 2. So he's going to have to be brought back to the pits as well, because I don't know if that car is drivable. He is back in the seat of the racing car. Put his helmet back on before he makes his way back into the circuit, just for safety side of things. But if Jaden can get back onto the start grid, he might have to... If he can get back there, he can probably take up his grid position, but I think they'll probably make him start at the back of the Cup class, just ahead of the Masters. A couple of cars that just have to be renegotiated, as you can see. This is what we saw from Jaden. Yeah, there. I think it might have been. Oh, I don't know. I don't want to say it was Shrin, but that's where Shrin's on the outside there. So Raj Paul and Gqeberha were quite up close and personal down towards turn 1. So yeah, I'm not going to say anything because you couldn't see that, but maybe there may have been a little bit of argy-bargy between the two of them. I'm not going to say it because unfortunately we don't have any onboards or any other shot other than that of Jaden already spinning out and sliding back into the tyre barrier on the exit of turn 2. Smallberger, Deleuze, Gqeberha and Skippers is how they would line up. I don't think Gqeberha's going to get back to that 3rd place start for race number 1 and might not even make it back onto the track for the restart of race 1. Not with the way things are going right now. Fourth row of the grid will be completely vacant because it'll be Pierluigi Mussolini and Berlin Robinson missing in action there. If Josh Moore was able to avoid the incident that was just behind him, he will be sitting alongside Shrin Rajpal on the 3rd row. Have to wait and see if that's the case. Let's look at that. Yeah, the first 3 rows are still there, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Then there's a little gap. And then it'll be Cyril Jacobs Jr. and Roshan Goodman on row 5, so the 2 team red cars. Upward spiral car there of Roshan Goodman just behind them, ahead of Milan Emsley. So basically the 4 team red cars were pretty evenly matched in terms of their qualifying. So it's a pity to lose Berlin Robinson with that incident, and of course Pierluigi. I don't know if Pierluigi would have done that on purpose. I think basically he might have climbed on the anchors a little bit too hard, and with that the car stepped out. He couldn't quite catch it. Tagged Berlin, tagged Berthold, and sent them to the side of the circuit. And you can see the cars being attended to in background of that long shot that we've got down the main straightaway.
We're going to go live, and I'm just going to ask you questions.
There we go, Mauro Deleuze. He was at the front end, got a phenomenal start, but unfortunately it cost him a little bit. So let's find out exactly what his plans are now for the restart.
Mauro Deleuze, you got quite the whole shot there. Talk me through that start. There was a bit of a rocket.
Right, just getting confirmation from...
How was your start?
My start was really good. I got into first place. The lights went off really quickly. Unfortunately, I had a quicker reaction than I think Shaw, or maybe I got a little less wheel spin, but I just got to try replicate that for the restart now.
All the best.
Thank you.
Let's have a quick chat as well to Charles Smallberger. He didn't quite have the start he wanted. What's he going to do now for the restart?
Right, while they're loading the car there, the officials have decided to change the race to an 8-lap race. It will not be a 10-lap affair. So
Shaw, not the start you wanted, but at least you get to do it all over again. You can start from zero.
Yeah, look, a bit of a luck, but I've got to make it count this time.
What happened on the start there?
Just a bit of wheel spin, but I'll rectify that now.
There's clutch, more throttle there.
That's it, buddy. Less clutch, more throttle, flat taps, all the way down to T1 for the whole shot.
All the best for the second one, the second take.
Thank you.
Yeah, it will be a case of take two there for Charles Smallberger if he can get it right, as you heard. Got a little bit of wheel spin, a little less wheel spin from Mauro, which is why he was able to get away and get the whole shot. He'll be looking to do more of the same. It is kind of the race line that the even numbers on the grid are on, so it's a kind of a cleaner line, which is probably why Mauro didn't quite have the same amount of wheel spin as Charles did. But needless to say, that line will probably now be clean and clear now that Charles Smallberger has got rid of some of the rubble that it might have been on the right-hand side. We're with Gqeberha down on the grid as well. Let's catch up and see what the doc's got in plan for race one's restart.
Gqeberha's third spot is now open because Jaden's in the wall at turn 2. So what's the plan now for the restart?
I think exactly the same as the first restart. I had a really good launch off the line, managed to get into P2. Hopefully this time I can maybe just do one better and get into the lead on the first lap.
Now other people also have to win some further cup races.
Who made that rule?
All the best for the restart.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Claudia. He has been the dominant factor, that's for sure. And as you heard there from the doctor, he's definitely looking forward to maybe going one better and outgunning the man in front of him. So with that open grid spot, he might just be able to squeeze through on Mauro and Charles if he gets the drop that he wants. He'll be aware of the fact that his teammate is up close and personal with him, though. So I wonder if Shrin and Hannes will work together there from Works Motorsport to try and outgun the boys at the front end. Smallberger. Let's have a look and see what Shrin Rajpal's point of view
kind
is.
of between us two.
Hold on. Shrin, tell me what happened there between you and Jaden out of turn 2.
Yeah, looked like he had a bad start. I had a run on him. Actually, I had to sacrifice my start and come off the throttle. Going to turn 1, I was fairly alongside him, and then obviously you have to leave a bit of space, but I got cramped up on the inside, and then, yeah, unfortunately got taken out.
And now the plan for the restart, at least you got a bit of a gap there.
Yeah, unfortunately there is damage on the car. I can feel the alignment is out, so I'm just going to hold on for this one here, eh?
All the best, man.
Thanks.
I suppose I could say, always back yourself, Greg. I did say there might have been a touch there between Jaden Nicholson and Shrin Rajpal, and I wasn't quite wrong. Anyway, worse for wear is Jaden Nicholson. Unfortunately, as you can see there, still not recovered yet. So a bit of work to do there for the Orange Army and our recovery team. But Rajpal also saying that there is a bit of damage to the alignment on the car, so that might see him drop back behind a couple of the cars that are still in contention here as we wait to get the restart for race 1 redone. Down on the grid there, looks like we're going to be picking up with Roshan Goodman top end now of the Team Red contenders.
Rashawn Goodman, you got a front row seat to the incident there in turn 1. Talk me through what happened.
Yeah, so we basically all just ran out of track, eh? That was all it. We tried going 4 wide here down the straights, it does not work.
Well, at least you came out okay.
Yeah,
Is the car right?
I think we have a little scratches, some damage, but it's good enough.
Now the plan for the restart?
Just to gooi it again, eh?
Hopefully not the same, just keep it a bit
Yeah.
All the best.
Thanks, eh?
There we go, one more time. Look at that. Just getting it sideways down into turn 1. Big taps there, left and right. Mussolini, Berthold, and Berlin Robinson. As you heard there, Roshan did get a little bit of a scrape from one of the cars as he went past, but fortunately survived all the main fracas that has caused this red flag and the restart of Astron Energy Polo Cups Race 1. Going to catch up with one of our top contenders, of course, the pole man there for the Masters category, JK, John Kruger. He has to do it all again. Let's see what his plans are for Race 2's restart.
John Kruger, like Greg said, you have to do it all again. Talk me through the nerves doing a restart after a restart.
Yeah, it's hard after what you've just seen in front of you. There was a lot of mayhem in front of me with the youngsters, but I got through it all and got a good start and got away, so I just hope I can do that again.
Man who's in contention there from the Masters point of view, of course, is Wayne Masters. He leads the championship, but he's starting a little further down the pack than what he'd like to, I'm sure.
Wayne Masters, tell me what happened there, because you were up front and now you're at the back of the field. What's going on?
Yeah, we got out late because when we got in the cars to get ready, we realized the lambda stopped working. So we thought we could try and change it in time, but we couldn't. So I didn't get to go on the track in time for the race to start. So I had to come to the back.
Okay. All the best for race or the restart.
Yeah, thank you.
Byron Thomas, talk about a baptism of fire.
Jeepers, that first corner was hairy. There was just chaos, and what I saw was just car parts everywhere. And as we got out of that, we get to turn 2, and we see the AA car in the wall. It was quite a moment, and the boys are on fire. The cars are very fast today. There's a huge amount of competition, so a very exciting race ahead.
Tell me about the difference between coming from lemon racing to National Polo Cup.
Yeah, no, a big change. These guys are extremely good drivers. I don't think you guys realise just how much skill there is in South Africa, particularly the front runners, the youngsters. The skill level is off the charts.
Well, all the best for the restart, mate.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Quite nice to catch up there with Byron Thomas, but looks like we're going a little bit further up the field there and catch up with one of the, I would say, most improved drivers in the Masters category, Mike Barbaglia, in the paybar car.
Mark Barbaglia, Greg says you're one of the most improved drivers in the Masters category. He's absolutely right there. Talk me through your version of what happened there in the race.
Well, the race started, we're talking about this current race. The rookies, the younger guys left, lights on, lights off, and then when we got down to the end of the straight, we saw Pierluigi out in the field, and Berlin's car also out there. And then as we went round the corner, I saw Jaden's car out as well, so not quite sure what happened there. I think someone lost it and someone else went into them. So that's my take on it.
So talk me through what it takes, because you've gotten better and better through every race. What are you actually doing mentally, physically to get faster every round?
Well, I've started gymming at least twice a week, so that's definitely improved and helped. And also we got the setup on the car looking a lot better, which helps it become more drivable, and that's where it gives you confidence.
So less pasta, I must.
Excuse me?
Less pasta.
Yeah, that also helps, yeah, definitely.
All the best for the restart.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's not what you like to see, a car being towed back into pit lane, especially after only making it, about 800 meters into the track. There is quite a bit of, in fact, there's some substantial damage on the right-hand side of that car. We couldn't see that, but that, of course, is when he hit the wall. That's probably where most of that damage came from. But Jaden Gerson being towed back into pit lane. I'm sure that the team will be onto that car to try and get some cosmetic damage sorted out, and if there are any mechanical issues that have to be fixed on the car, they'll be working frantically to get that car ready for race 2, and back, of course, into pit lane via the shortcut route out of turn 2's exit and the exit of the S's. Bit of a frantic start to the day's racing. Big incidents in MSA4, clean racing in ZX10s, and some big incidents in the Polo Cup. And we heard from Mike Rowe earlier on chatting about the fact that this is the 30th running of this championship, 30 years of Polo Cup, showing just how well and successful this class has been. They've still got to fetch Pierluigi Mussolini's car out of turn 1, so that flatbed has been working frantically, and hopefully filled up with diesel, because that's the most expensive fuel in the world at the moment in South Africa, so they're going to have to be working a little harder to get that car back into the pit lane. See Squirrely up there, he's watching from the sideline, because expecting to see some big things later on from his son Rory Atkinson, the current Polo Cup champion, of course, who moved on to Super Cup with Volkswagen Motorsport and helping with that car. Looking forward to, of course, the restart of this big field of Polo Cups. Great to see a partisan crowd here, as always. I know there's other big events in the Eastern Cape this weekend, but you'll always get the hardcore, and the masses that come out for Aldo Scribante's racing, no matter whether it's national championship or even their own regional championships that happen here. We have got the Extreme Festival of Regional Motorsport making its way down here in August, so they'll have more of the same, but of course slightly bigger fields coming down here with our regional classes. 111 GD Sports and Saloons, Formula V's, the Super Hatch class, the V8 supercars driven by Dunlop, BMW M Performance Racing Series, and looks as if Nelson Mandela Bay BMW will be helping them out with that as well. So fantastic to see. These crowds will probably be back here for more of the same, and probably with a bit more people, as they won't have to be in contention with that big festival that happens down here at the Eastern Cape at the moment. So, and of course there was a big running race here in PE this morning as well. So lots of action all around the track and all around the Eastern Cape and all around Gqeberha over this last weekend. So it looks like we've got track clearance. They're going to leave that car on the left-hand side of turn 1. I think it's possibly far enough out of harm's way to be deemed clear enough for the circuit to get a track clearance for racing. Yeah, that's Pierluigi's FSS machine, parked on the sideline behind the tyre barrier there, and they'll get that one, I think, probably once they've got race action underway here for the second start. Restarting the Astron Energy Polo Cup Race 1. Don't forget, we've got Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop up after this. We've still got Rookie Cup and Touring Cars and Super Cup and Gazoo Racing GR SA Cup still to come your way for their first heats of the day. We're only into race 3, and we've had quite a baptism of fire here to start things out for round 4 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. So they make their way back down into the battleground that is Aldo Scribante's racetrack. I'm sure that we've got the Scribante boys up at Hangar. We're about to head right now. The Hangar diehards love to watch from that side of things. And if Aldo and Graham Young are in the house, that's probably where they are. Up on that banking at Hangar, watching the Astron Energy Polo Cup contenders make their way down into the battleground one more time. To seeing whether or not we can keep it clean and clear at the front, maybe with the battling still to happen, and lots of on-track action as per usual in Astron Energy. There's a former Polo Cup, couple of former Polo Cup drivers there in Robert Volk and Matty Mertens. Matty Mertens, of course, one of the Rookie Cup coaches now, and Rob Volk will be out in a Golf GTI 8 later on in the day for Investchem as part of the South African Touring Car Championship. Both of them, of course, have had cut their teeth at some point in time in their racing careers. I think, in fact, no, Robert Volk might not have gone in Polo Cup. He went into single-seaters. He didn't go the Polo Cup route. But Matty Mertens certainly did. He had a couple of seasons in Polo Cup and in single-seaters in the original Formula Ford category that ran as the national championship for a while in the single-seater side of things. He's now, of course, one of the main coaches for the Rookie Cup, along with Brad Liebenberg, who we chatted to earlier on, and Jonathan Mahotsi. So we bring them to the line one more time. Let's see if we can get it right this time. It'll be an 8-lap sprint race now. Smallberger on pole, Deleuze alongside him. No Jaden Curson. Hannes Kiepers will be on the second row all on his own with his teammate just to his left-hand side and on the rear end of his car. In fact, on the right-hand side, I beg your pardon. It's the other way around on the grid positions, Greg. That's how we do things. Even numbers on the left of your shot, odd numbers are on the right. So the pole is on the right-hand side of our COC with the red flag in hand. Tells them to watch for the lights. Here we go, standing by. Good start this time for Smallberger. Much better this time, not as much wheel spin. Can Deleuze maybe outgun him though? He did get a great start as well, did Mauro Deleuze, and he might have enough to get down towards turn 1 as we watch the Masters come along. It's a good start there from Smallberger, but a great start from JK as John Kruger heads into towards turn 1, looking for the whole shot. It looks like inside line from Smallberger. Yes, Smallberger hanging on for dear life, and he's pushing hard. And you can see just how hard he's working as they come through. It's an amazing run there from Hannes Schippers, just squeezing through to get ahead of Mauro Deleuze. And that's exactly what Hannes Schippers wanted. Although he would have liked to have been ahead of Charles Smallberger. He's going to now try hard to get ahead of Charles if he can. Good run here from them as they go up into the hairpin, and side by side with a couple of cars in the background there, including some of the team red cars there of Cyril Jacobs Jr. He's starting to put a bit of pressure on. Milan Emsley coming to join the party along with Roshan Goodman. And then Nirav Singh, the Ninja, in that Kyle Army exhaust car, putting the pressure onto the back end of the 3 team red cars. They came up close and personal, coming through and in towards now Dunlop corner. Liam Crystal up right behind Tate as they come across the line. Chris Tate making up a little bit of lost ground there right from the word go, but as they cross the line, it is Smallberger, beg your pardon, ahead of Schippers. Deleuze in 3rd place. Josh Moore's up to 4th. Good run there from Joshy. Hangs on ahead of Shin Rajpal. Now Josh Moore, of course, is a hometown hero here. We'll see his brother Jack a little bit later on as Nirav runs slightly wide. Oh, he's on the dirt. Nirav off track coming out of turn 2. Just gets back on track as they get into the S's, but he dropped right back, unfortunately. And what was 9th place is now probably 13th place as he comes back onto the circuit. Smallberger watching those rearview mirrors, making sure that Hannes Schippers doesn't close him down too rapidly. Not going to be an easy day there for him. As they head down into the big left-hand sweeper. Turn 6, Masters sitting at the moment in 4th place behind Mike Barbaglia. Barbaglia got a phenomenal start in that paybar car. Stays ahead now of Wayne Masters, the championship leader in the Masters category. Watching the top 2 get away with Smallberger leading out over John Kruger. Wayne Masters needs to get through on Mike Barbaglia if he wants any chance of maybe spoiling the day there for Smallberger and Kruger. Only man who's really giving him a run is, of course, the uncle to the car out front. In fact, the son to the car out front, I beg your pardon. So we've got Smallberger's leading both classes. Masters is Derek, Cup class is Charles. And they lead things out comfortably at the moment ahead of their usual contenders in each of their respective categories. Elio Mussolini at the back end, keeping the FSS flag flying there. The only car that's in FSS colours at the moment on track is Elio, as his son Pierluigi unfortunately ended up in that first lap incident down into turn 1. Mauro closing things down now, slowly but surely bringing that Nathan's Motorsport G&H Transport car a little up close and personal to the DDS and BDS car of Dr. Hannes Schippers. Photon Truck's car is Josh Moore, getting the pressure applied big time by Rajpal. Shin Rajpal, despite having a little bit of a wheel alignment issue that he spoke about, he could feel the car wasn't 100%, still running in the top 5 and keeping Roshan Goodman, Cyril Jacobs Jr. and Milan Emsley, the 3 team red cars behind him. They've got Tate tucked in behind that. So Christopher Tate from 15th up to 9th, making 6 positions up in these first 3 laps of anger. And Liam Crystal following on from Bjorn Berthold. Top 3 into the S's. Hannes Schippers in 2nd place. He can kind of stay 2nd if he wants to. He doesn't want to, I know that. But with the comfortable margin he's got in this championship at the moment, with the multiple perfect weekends he's had in the first 3 rounds, an almost perfect weekend at the last round at Zwartkops, he's certainly got a very commanding and I would say comfortable lead in the championship. But in Polar Cup that can all change up dramatically in one race weekend, so he's got to stay on the throttle and keep that concentration level up as high as possible, not let Mauro Deleuze through to lose out more points to the man who leads out front. Across the line there, nice run from Cyril Jacobs, Roshan Goodman, Milan Emsley, 3 team red cars, evenly matched as they come through there, trying to close down on Rajpal. Rajpal going for an inside line here on that Photon Trucks car of Josh Moore. He's got him. Late braking into turn 1, and the Gqeberha machine sneaks up the inside. And that's the second of the Works Motorsport machines up now into that top 4. Oh, in the background, problems. Who's gone off there? Liam Crystal. And is it Nirov again? No, it's not. I think that might have been Berthold. Berthold and Liam Crystal coming together at the back end. Yeah, Berthold and Crystal were side by side as they came across the line. So it was definitely one of the two. I think Berthold ended up worse for wear. He's gone off the track for the second time now. So not going according to plan there for Bjorn. And not for Josh either, because here comes Goodman. Roshan Goodman diving on the inside into the hairpin, looking to try and find a way past on that Photon Trucks car of Josh Moore. He goes side by side. Upward spiral around the outside, and the Mzansi Motorsport man is looking to try and get ahead into Dunlop. He's got the inside line for Dunlop corner. Can Goodman get him on the brakes? Looks like he might squeeze through. Yes, and with that comes Cyril Jacobs with him. Jacobs Jr. using that open door policy and squeezes past as well. So Cyril Jacobs also using the advantage that his teammate opened up, and now goes side by side with Josh Moore down the main straightaway. Coming to join the party, watching the background, because Milan Emsley wants to pounce as well. He's got that pink lipstick on the front end of that Team Red car, and they're still wing mirror to wing mirror coming through turn 1. Jacobs Jr. and Moore. So Jacobs might just squeeze him out into the S's, and he does. Just puts Moore behind him into the S's. Oh! Big lift of the wheel there, and off track for Cyril Jacobs Jr. That's going to open up the opportunity for Josh to squeeze through. A couple of weekends ago, in fact a couple of months ago, Rookie Cup were down here for their second round of the championship, and it was Jack Moore who went into the S's and ended up on his roof. Josh in a very similar predicament there, but being forced wide again by Jacobs Jr., and he gets back at him. So Jacobs is finding some serious pace around this track and maintains, after going off track, the lead over Josh Moore, and puts him into the clutches of his teammate Milan Emsley and Chris Tate, who's right on Emsley's rear bumper. Great fight here between the Team Red boys. Chris Tate in the Volkswagen Motorsport car, and of course just ahead of them it's Srin Rajpal in that Gqeberha car from Team Works Motorsport. He's got a little bit of breathing room now over the upward spiral and Mzansi Raceway machine of Roshan Goodman. Jacobs now, and here comes Tate. Tate putting the pressure onto the back on Milan. Milan soaking it up for now, but he just squeezes through, gets the cutback. Can he get into the S's first? Milan will have the inside line for the second part of the S's, and he just closes the door there on Tate. Tate trying to come back at him as they run up through the sweep up towards Hangar. Top 3 got away. It's Rajpal in 4. He's now got a bit of breathing room because they're fighting so frantically behind him. Roshan Goodman defending off Jacobs. There comes Emsley back at Tate into the hairpin. Milan Emsley just running Tate wide. Tate's going to try and hang on to that inside line for the sweep, and he gets him. Comes back into Chevy sweep and makes it stick. So they come through that very, very fast left-hander and then up towards a tricky right-hander at Dunlop, the final corner of the circuit. And of course, they got 1 lap to go. So it's one more time of asking for this epic battle for 5th place on track. Out front, Smallberger's done it all right this time. Didn't get the wheel spin, got the whole shot, got away. Skippers couldn't quite find a way through on Deleuze quick enough. And now Mara Deleuze trying to come back maybe in this last lap and spoil his day. It's not going to be a win for Hannes Skippers at the first race. He's going to have to maybe wait for race 2 later on to steal the victory and maybe get the overall victory still and continue his perfect run in the Astron Energy Polo Cup 30th anniversary year. Whoa, late braking from Mara. Oh, and he taps him! Mara taps him from behind and sends Skippers sideways. Skippers gets back on track rapidly though and maintains third just ahead of Rajpal. Shirin will be coming up alongside, realizing it's his teammate. Maybe a little bit of team orders come into play there. There are not normally team orders at this stage of the championship, but Shirin realizes that that little tap, there might be a little chat there between the COC and Maro. Let's have a look and see as they come across the line. It's going to be Smallberger taking the victory comfortably. Good run there from the Sabertech car. It's going to be Deleuze for second, or is it? No, it's not. Deleuze is gone. Deleuze, I think, realized the error of his ways there and gave the position back to Hannes. Or he made a mistake somewhere on track. Mara Deleuze, if you did that, that's an amazing effort. Well played, sir, if that's the case. And possibly not having to go and see the COC and cause an incident report and giving that position back. If not, there might still be a chat with the COC. Waiting for the Masters now in the background. Is it going to be Derek Smallberger to get the victory? He's hung on for the entire race to keep out John Kruger, and it looks like he's done it. He's been able to keep John Kruger out. They will finish up, of course, down in 12th and 13th place overall amongst the Cup class. But a phenomenal effort there from both the Smallbergers. Charles taking the Cups and Masters going to Derek. So there's going to be some happy Sabertech team members down in that Park Fermé area as they come through to wrap up the first heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup. There you can see the results on the left-hand side. Smallberger, Skippers, Deleuze, Rajpal, Goodman and Jacobs, your top 6. Team Red were fighting hard. Josh Moore eventually in 7th place, staying ahead of his fellow Rookie Cup competitor, Chris Tate, in 8th place, who eventually snuck through on Milan Emsley in the closing stages. Then it was Nirav Singh, as we now get into waiting for the Rookie Cup and for Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Have a look at this. Coming into the hairpin, it was late braking from Hannes. He turned in. Oh, I don't know. I think there must have been a tap from behind there from Deleuze to get that car sideways. I don't know if Hannes did that on his own, but then of course we didn't see what happened afterwards, but it definitely was Deleuze finishing behind Hannes Skippers at the end of the day, and that of course bodes well for Hannes' championship, because he will maintain the lead of the championship with that 2nd place. But still a lot of work to be done in race 2 later on for Astron Energy Polo Cup. So we're probably going to see a happy man. Yes, indeed. Charles Smallberger about to celebrate as he climbs out of that Sabertech car, having taken the first victory for Astron Energy Polo Cup. We'll give him a chance to get out the car before we have a quick chat to him about that victory. Great run from Mike Barbaglia. Good run from Rob Moffat as well. And there we go. The number 1 is what Charles Smallberger wanted, and that's what he got. There we go. Let's catch up with the race 1 winner, Charles Smallberger, after a phenomenal effort there after the restart and a big weight on the grid.
Charles, you're picking up from where you left off at Rodkop, so you're liking this winning feeling now, eh?
Loving this feeling, eh? And just a big thanks to Andre. We can't see anymore, but it's a good race car, I'll tell you that.
Talk me through the race there, the restart. You did much better there.
Much better start, and I managed to hold them off through the first couple of corners, and yeah, luckily they fought a bit among themselves and gave me a little chance to get away.
So you use less clutch, more petrol, eh?
Yeah, that's it. Good.
All the best, man.
Thank you.
I like that. Yeah, that certainly worked out well for him, and I think he'll be looking forward to more of the same later on today, because there's definitely going to be some fun and games between him and Hannes Skippers. I'm sure that's not done yet. Skippers will be looking to at least get the overall victory for the day, but let's have a quick chat there with the doc and see how things went there for race 2 for him.
Hannes, that was quite good sportsmanship there from Murray. You guys touched and then he let you get back faster. Took me through that incident. What happened?
Yeah, massive respect to Morrow. He turned me around in the hairpin and then waited for me to regain the position. So it really shows a lot about his character. Yeah, fun race, fun and clean race. Apart from that,
much better start there.
Yeah, much better. Yeah, second race was a bit more calmer than the first start.
All the best for race 2, man.
Thank you.
my hat, please?
That's always a good thing to do. Make sure the sponsors are happy there, Mauro. Let's find out how Mauro's race went.
Mauro, that was quite mature sportsmanship you showed there. Talk me through that incident there between you and Hannes.
Yeah, so I tried to make a move on Hannes by braking late and turning to make the overtake quite late. And I think Hannes predicted it as well, so he went to defend. And unfortunately, I locked up and I tapped him, but I immediately gave the position back. So no harm, no foul.
I think you're one of the first Oaks in Polo Cup to ever give a position back.
Well, yeah, I won it. I had the long run in my mind, so I didn't want to get a penalty. So I saw we had a gap, so I wanted to slow down and give the position back. And luckily, I was able to slot in right behind him on the last corner of the last lap. So yeah,
all the best for the rest of you, man.
Thank you.
Hats off, I got to say. Everything he put his hat on, but I got to say hats off, Mauro. Well done. There's not a lot of racing drivers that would have had that kind of foresight at your age, young man, to give the position back, realizing that you're potentially in a penalty position. And fortunately, it didn't cost you much as well, because you slotted back into the position you were in anyway in third place. But certainly that also shows you just how well the coaching they are getting from the likes of Matty Mertens, Brad Liebenberg and Jonathan Machotsi in Rookie Cup, because he is of course one of our top Rookie Cup contenders and ran at the front end of the field. In fact, got the whole shot in the original start of that first race. I look forward to seeing how he goes in race 2 later on, and I'm sure we're going to be in for an interesting turn of affairs with the likes of that man and his teammate alongside him, Hannes Gqeberha and Trin Rajpal. Let's see what Nathan's Motorsport does to Mauro's car to get it up and running. So Works Motorsport versus Harp Motorsport versus Nathan's Motorsport for the top end of the Astron Energy Polo Cup. It's good to see the camaraderie amongst the drivers as well afterwards. They leave all the nasty stuff and the business end out on track. And once they get into the Park Fermé area, it's high fives and well done to everybody. I did see a change in the program also put up there as well. I'm not quite sure if we picked up on that, but certainly, there we go. The happy Smallburger family. We're going to have a quick chat, I think, to Big D. He, of course, is the Big Mac of the Smallburger family. Cheeseburgers alongside him, that's Charles, and then of course we've got the quarter pounder who's not here this weekend in Georgie, but he's got some rally duties to send to this weekend. And let's have a look here. There we go, a family affair, and Derek Smallburger taking the Masters.
Derek, you won as well this time around. Took me through your race there. That was quite a good one.
Yeah, the restart helped us a bit, so I got a better start and John slipped the gear, so I got past him. But yeah, the first time I think in history that father and son won the race in Polo Cup together.
That's pretty incredible. You must be feeling quite happy about
We
that.
are happy.
Yeah, we've been trying to achieve this since we started this journey 2 years ago, and yeah, it's great to finally do it.
Well, at least it's only been a 2-year journey. It could have been 20.
No, then we would have stopped before 20, I think.
Great feeling, great feeling.
Well done, guys. All
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah, he took the words right out of my mouth there. Thanks, D. I was about to say, I think that might be the very first time that a father and son have won overall in both Cup and Masters on the same day in the Astron Energy Polo Cup for the last 30 years. There's been a lot of family affairs, of course, in Polo Cup, so yeah, I think that's a great testament to the amount of work that the Sabertech and Harp Motorsport team put in to both of those cars. Speaking of teams that put work in, there's some big cars about to make their way out now. It's Extreme Supercars powered by Dunlop, and they are or driven by Dunlop, I beg your pardon, on track now for their first heat. But let's see what happened at the previous round at Zwartkops. Normal affair at the front end of the field, but it was interesting to see a new Mercedes-Benz joining that front end with the likes of Damien Hammond jumping into a Mercedes-Benz out of his long-standing affair with the Lamborghini brand. And it was literally right to the front end of the field he made his way. along with Charles Smallberger, and of course right on their tail was Gianni Giannacaro. But in the mix there, as always, in the Oyster Catcher and Trans Africa Racing Lamborghini, Jonathan du Toit, looking to try and get that number 1 plate back again, alongside Damien Hammond, who was having none of the respect shown to the usual contenders in extreme supercars driven by Dunlop, and eventually would hit the front end. Marius Jackson was having an epic battle as well with the Audis in the field, and joined the likes of the hard-charging Paul Hill. Cara Hill will be, of course, in an Audi this weekend as well with her dad Paul, so the two of them being helped out by our COC, actually from Swartkops, JH, and JL I should say. So fantastic to see. Unfortunately, the 35 car of Hill ended up on the sideline. Jimbo Giannacaro eventually being caught in the closing stages, but it was 2 Mercedes-Benz going for a formation flying finish. A little tap on the inside, saw the 86 car of Shaw Larangis end up on the dirt and the exit of turn 8, which then opened up an opportunity for those two to get away. And it was Damien who was going to take the victory. Jonathan du Toit coming through for 2nd place, and 3rd place eventually in the hands of Gianni Giannacaro in the Audi. So a nice run to the line. Ricky Giannacaro almost caught him in the closing stages actually. Race 2 of 3. Made their way down into turn 1 once again. A little bit of a better start this time coming out of Ricky Giannacaro, who tried to stay right up close and personal with his brother Gianni. And as they came into Cashel Corner, it was this time the whole shot being taken by Jonathan du Toit. The 2 Mercedes tucked in behind him. Hill was fighting hard there with the likes of Marius Jackson. Damien Hammond having to work frantically there in the Liqui Moly AMG, trying to get onto the back of that Ravenol, and the Stradale Motorsport Mercedes-Benz AMG of Charles Arangis. Arangis was looking for an opportunity to try and take at least the victory here in the 2nd heat. And this time it was a bit more difficult because it was his stablemate and of course the Lamborghini of Jonathan du Toit, who was looking to try and stay at the front end. Little touch between the Audis in the background as Gianni Giannacaro in the Bisque machine tried to come through there on the MJR car. And of course it ended up with the win being taken by Jonathan du Toit in race 2, and race 3 went to Charles Arangis. So you're back live under safety car, try and get a bit of heat into the rubber. It's Charles Arangis, who incredibly put in a 58-second lap around the circuit yesterday in that Ravenol and Stradale Motorsport AMG to take the pole position away from Jonathan du Toit. Damien Hammond in the 2nd, the Mercedes-Benz AMGs. Then you've got the Aston Martin being piloted by Paul Hill, Aston Martin GT3. Cara Hill behind him is in the lone Audi. I think it's the only Audi out there actually, to be honest, because Marius Jackson unfortunately had a gearbox issue in qualifying yesterday and had to retire the MJR Audi. So it's only one Audi, and then at the back of the pack is Viv Harwell in the Porsche. So remember, it's a rolling start for these cars, so they'll now start getting into the start formation, and the safety car will pull away. The lights will go out on that Astron Energy Polo GTI and hand the duties to Charles Arangis to now dictate the pace for the rolling start for extreme supercars driven by Dunlop. They come out of Dunlop corner with Arangis on the pole. Let's see if we can get that high car of his to get away and get the drop on the pack. The lights go out and so do the throttles go down. He gets the drop. Looks like Hammond's going to go with him for turn number 1, trying to get on the inside of that Lamborghini. But no, Jonathan du Toit has none of that. He just slots in. Cara Hill sneaks up to the inside of Dad and finds a way past on the Aston Martin. So Hill moves the Audi up into 4th place. Young lady getting maybe a little bit of open door policy there from Dad as Paul opened up the door and allowed her through. Fight hard as she tries to close onto the back end of Damien Hammond. Top 3 head towards the hairpin for the first time. 12 lap. Viv Howell in the Porsche in the background looking for it. Well, if he just stays on track, he gets the Class B win. This is the only Class B car out there. GT3s are 1, 2 and 3 at the moment with the Arangis, du Toit and Hammond. Class A is Hill and Hill as they make their way around up towards Dunlop for the second time. One down and 11 to go. AMG Mercedes-Benz is at this stage sitting 1 and 3 on the road. Clint Weston's in the house. He's probably watching from the sidelines and enjoying the fact that he's got two of the brand that he's associated with the AMG Driving Academy up at Swartkops International World of Motoring, currently sitting 1 and 3 on track. But it's his arch rival and of course the man he's fought against on a few occasions in the past in the Lamborghini that splits the difference between the two Mercedes-Benz AMGs in that Oyster Catcher and Trans-Africa Racing Stradale Lamborghini. Trying to close down onto that AMG of Charles Oranges, but Oranges, as I said, putting in the 58s yesterday in qualifying. He's had clean air on the start of this race, so potentially could be under the minute bracket here on lap 2. Comes across the line, 59.6, 59.6, 59.8. Every single one of the GT3 cars under the 60-second bracket here at Aldo Scribante. What a start! 0.2 of a second between the three cars on the first 3 positions on track as we go into it here. Unbelievable start here from these 3 cars. Every single one of them down into the less than 60-second bracket. So we talk about extreme supercars and gone in 60 seconds. Well, they've gone under 60 seconds. Behind them, it's the Calix Aston Martin GT3, who now resumes that 4th place, gets ahead of his daughter Cara, and Cara unfortunately with no answer there to Paul's pace in the Calix AMG. He'll try and get onto the back end of those GT3s, but I don't think he's got the same kind of pace in this Aston Martin. He'll be looking for Class A honours. GT3s head down into the S's. Has the gap come down slightly? No, it's basically maintained there from Charles. 59.5, 59.6 and a 59.9. Still under the 60-second bracket for all 3 cars on their 3rd lap of asking. So they're keeping it well in contention with each other and not letting anybody get away potentially too far up the road. Still a long way to go in this one, and of course there's 3 more races to come for the day, so there's some work to do here. And Oranges wants to finish off race 1 where he ended off race 3 at Swartkops with a win. Viv Hull all on his own at the back end of the field here. Great to see this man, the VML machine. That Porsche, really spectacular little race car coming down, and nice to see him, local man, involved in this category. Hopefully he can come through do a little bit of work and potentially be in contention for the rest of the season as well, if he can. Comes across the line, completes the lap. He's currently lapping in the 104s. Also some decent lap times coming out of Cara with a 102.9 and a 10. In fact, her best lap's a 102.3 and a 101.4 from Paul in the Aston Martin. Run coming along here as well. Slight adjustment to our program after this as well, which we'll get into once this race action has been completed for the Dunlop driven extreme supercars. Seven laps to go, 59.7, 59.6. 60 on the dot, almost, just to the tune of 0.036 difference there to make it a 60-second flat around the circuit there for Damien Hammond in the Liqui Moly AMG. Here's a little bit of extra pace there coming out of Jonathan du Toit. He's just turned the wick up ever so slightly, gone 0.2 of a second quicker on that last pass, and certainly the fastest car on the last lap as well was Jonathan du Toit as they head towards the hairpin. Maintaining the lead of this race though, keeping off his stablemate, fellow extreme supercar driver Jonathan du Toit. Halfway stage, 6 more to go. This time Hammond back into the 59s. All three cars in the 59.9s on that last lap. 978, 915, 968 from Hammond. That's the difference between the top three. Paul Hill comes through on a 102, 915 in that Aston Martin. Maintain the gap between himself and his daughter down in 4 and 5 on the road. Cora, I think, is just hanging on for now for that second spot in Class A. Pity we don't have the Janakara cars here, because they certainly would have been in contention, I think, with those two Kalex cars. Still 59s from the top two, 62nd again from Hammond. 60.279 across the line, to be exact, for that Nick Bimoli and Samlin Racing AMG. Pomagen Audi, Corey Hill currently lapping in the 103.7s. Done a 102.3 earlier on in the race, so not quite on her best pace at this stage. This weekend is the lone Audi. There's normally 3 or 4 Audis in this pack. Unfortunately, as I said, Marius Action Jackson didn't quite get onto the circuit after a qualifying gearbox issue. He ended up on the sideline having to retire that MJR Audi of his after a really spectacular outing he had only a couple of weekends ago in Monza on his international campaign for 2026. He had a big learning curve in Monza. Great to see the amount of effort that these guys are putting in, not only here in South Africa but also internationally on their racing escapades. He's chatting to me about a penalty that he had to incur after not seeing the checkered flag 3 times in a row. He just continued lapping Monza and eventually got called into the COC's office and was given a little monetary penalty for his indiscretion. But certainly a big learning curve there for him. And with that team, of course, learning a lot more on what he can do on his local campaign here. Out of Stradale Motorsport, of course, this man also doing a super job there in the Porsche is Viv Hull. Only Class B competitor this weekend, so basically, if he stays on track, he will be in contention for the win for Class B. Hammond will kind of be thinking to himself, what kind of went wrong here? What changes did they make to the car that hasn't been able to keep him in the 59s all the way through? In fact, all 3 cars have now backed out slightly. They're all in the 62nd bracket as opposed to the under 62nd bracket here at Aldo Scribante. 1 minute flat point 156, flat point 223 and a flat point 524 on how they currently run. Coming into the closing stages, there's 1 corner and 2 laps to go. To go exactly now as they come across the line and complete that 3rd last lap. Start the penultimate one. I think Oranges might be able to control it from there. I don't think Jonathan's got an answer, unfortunately for him. It's not going to be what he wanted, but he certainly is pushing hard at this stage. And might not give up the chance to win just yet. There's still a possibility Charles could make a mistake somewhere. Certainly let the oyster catcher car pounce. Not much in it now as they start the final lap. Possibility of catching Viv Hull in the Porsche though. That may throw a little cat amongst the pigeons there, amongst the Strade boys. But there are 3 Strade cars here, so I think Viv will realise to stay out of harm's way might just be a good idea. The charge coming from Charles and Jonathan behind him. Come out of hanger for the last time up towards the hairpin. They're going to catch Viv, but I think Viv will stay out there. He might just hang on to complete the lap and not get lapped by these top 2. Yeah, he's got enough in hand there. He'll come out of Dunlop and head down the main straight away. The checkered flag will be on standby for that man in the Ravenel Motor Oil and Stradale Motorsport AMG. He's backed out of it completely on this last lap, allowing Jonathan du Toit close right underneath his bumper. Du Toit will come through for second place. It's only 0.6 of a second across the line between the two of them. And Hammond for third takes the third spot for GT3 class here in the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Cora has caught the back end of Paul in the closing stages as well. There'll be formation flying here from the hills for Class A. Going to be Paul allowing Cora through, or is he going to make her work for it? Looks like he's going to make her work for it. Watch for the cutback. Maybe get the drive on the straight here from the Audi to get past that AMG. The Aston Martin, I beg your pardon. As they come through, now Paulie makes her work for it. He does not give it up without a fight. So Cora comes through. She will finish up behind Paul Hill. So that'll be Class A's 1 and 2. And not too far behind there will be the Porsche of Viv Hull to take the win in Class B's. So as I said, we did have a slight change in the program. Extreme Supercars Race 1, Rookie Cup. And I think it's more of a timing change as opposed to anything else. There's Viv taking the checkered flag for Class B. And of course a slightly diminished amount of time during the lunch break and parade that we'll be watching out for after this. But Extreme Supercars have completed their first heat in anger. It'll be Rookie Cup after that, Touring Cars and Super Cup after that, and Gazoo Racing before we get into the 15-minute lunch break in the halfway stage of the day. That's all due to, of course, the 2 big incidents that we've had so far and red flags that we've had in MSA4 and in the Astron Energy Polo Cup. So that's the reason for the change-up. And they've also taken the second heat, of course, of the Touring Cars and Super Cup and combined that class into one because they were going to run separately, of course, for their second races for the day. But due to the time adjustments that's required because of light, we have to bring those two classes back into one race as opposed to the single races that were originally scheduled on the program. So that's how things will be running as we get into the next half of the day's proceedings. So it's Rookie Cup, we'll be waiting to go. As soon as they're on track, we'll take you through their previous round and see what happened at Swartkops International World of Motoring. Up next is Volkswagen Rookie Cup, and they'll be making their way onto the circuit any second now. But before we get into the race action here from their home circuit, where one of their previous rounds took place, so we can see exactly what happened at our previous round that we've covered here on the Machine Festival, and that was at the Swartkops International World of Motoring only a couple of weekends ago. They came to the line with Brad Liebenberg, Matty Mertens, and Jonathan Mahotsi, of course, all coming back from international duties to get the Rookie Cups ready to go. And expected to see a big fight amongst Sebastian Venkov, Luke Hill, Sebastian Diaz and Jack Moore. Jack Moore, of course, coming from the round previous to this one with a big role in the S's at Aldo Scribante. So he had a lot of work to do to try and make up a lot of lost ground initially. But as it all unfolded, Venkov was at the front end trying to push hard with Luke Hill. Luke Hill trying to get away and to maintain the lead of the championship, and that's exactly what he decided to do from the word go. Tried to get away from everybody else out there and maintain a decent margin. But Jack Moore was having none of it as he led things out initially. And as I said, he was trying to make up that lost ground after rolling the car in the S's at Aldo Scribante. Hill dropped down to 4th place and had to do some catch-up work there with Sebastian Diaz and Venkov, the two Sebs in the meat and the sandwich from the front end of the field's point of view. Eventually, it was Maxi Corbett who started to come through the field pretty rapidly as well and put the pressure onto Kian Duomo, who was fighting at the front end. But a good run and first heat win to Luke Hill, to Jack Moore. Jack Moore then had to try and do it from a little bit further back in the pack for race 2. It was going to be more of the fight between Sebastian Venkov and Sebastian Diaz that would take the initial part of the race as they went down into turn 1. Two Sebs going at it side by side. Venkov trying to get the advantage over Diaz, and Luke Hill getting into the mix right from the word go as well. But unfortunately then it all went haywire. Somebody sent wide into turn number 2, Castro corner, and Jack Moore went from basically 0 to 0 there. There were some, of course, after track incident reports that were put in that we had to sort out in terms of the overall championship. But 4 cars fighting for the lead as we got into the closing stages. Saw Sebastian Diaz looking for a potentially first win in the Rookie Cup. Venkov slotted himself up into 3rd place, putting the two Sebs 1 and 2 ahead of the hard-charging Luke Hill, who is, of course, overall championship leader in the class. So 3rd place would maintain his lead heading into today's race action here at Aldo Scribante. And it would be Jack Moore who would have to come from the back of the pack again, and that's not what he wanted. So expect a very fired up and hungry Jack Moore here at the home track of Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Diaz came through, first win in the rookie class for him, winning out. An incredible battle there with Venkov and with Luke Hill. So as they line up, you can see Luke Hill is on the front row, but he's got some work to do because it's Sebastian Venkov who has got the pole position and will look for that whole shot down towards turn 1. Behind them, Sebastian Diaz and Jack Moore. PMD machine going to be alongside this Photon Trucks and Fleet Dynamic Group's car of Jack Moore. Jack Moore, as I said, arguably the hungriest driver on this grid of 6. Maxi Corbett and Kian Duomo at the back of the pack. As we stand by now, they're going to go straight into race action. They won't have a additional warm-up lap. It's Rookie Cups, 8 laps about to drop. Lights on. Revs pick up. And here we go. Great start from Luke Hill. Venkov trying to come through there early on, but I can tell you it's not going to be an easy one as Sebastian Diaz now tries to hang on as they head towards turn 1. And it looks like it could be a bit of chopping and changing there. Venkov has got the whole shot, or has he? He's trying to hang on to it. And it's Luke Hill who goes around the outside of Sebastian Diaz to maintain 2nd. So no real change up there in the formation of the grid. And as they go into the S's for the first time, they stay the same. Jack Moore this time trying to stay on all 4 wheels and not land up on his roof as he comes into that tricky little S-bend at the Schaeffler S's. Now through Hangar, going past the Hangar diehards who are on the big wall there. I saw a photo of them being sent my way. They are definitely enjoying life up on Hangar, and everybody on the top of the hill there, I'm sure, loving the advantage point that you get from that high angle of the circuit. It's almost probably about, I'd say, 80% of the track you can see from that vantage point at Hangar. So not a bad place to watch at Aldo Scribante. Top three getting away slightly there, leaving a little bit of a gap down to Jack Moore in fourth. To try and keep, in fact, Jack Moore's dropping back a bit there. I think Maxi Corbett might have snuck through on him. Or has he? No, he hasn't quite got there yet. I think he has. I think Kian Duomo's got through. Jack Moore's dropped back and Maxi Corbett's right at the back of the pack. We'll get the confirmations as they come across the line for the first time. It's Venkov from Hill, Diaz, Duomo, and yes, Jack Moore has dropped down into the clutches of Max Corbett for 5 and 6 on the road. So it didn't quite go according to plan there for lap 1 for Jack Moore. Fleet Dynamic Services and Puma car having to now do some double trouble work to try and close down and retake that position away from the KD car of Kian Duomo. Right now Venkov controlling a 0.2 second lead over Hill and then a further 0.3 second lead over Sebastian Diaz. So half a second between those first three cars on the track. Late braking there from Jack, trying to close the gap as he trying to sneak back ahead of Kian Duomo. Duomo hangs on though, maintains for now. Two of them fighting hard for fourth and fifth as they head up towards Dunlop. Dunlop's on these cars, starting to come into their own now, starting to get the traction that they need. You can see that from Luke Hill's point of view. He comes up alongside with the cutback and then goes, has to go the long way around because Sebastian Venkov shut the door. Wasn't going to allow him any room. Venkov looking to try and close the gap down a little bit in terms of the overall championship for Rookie Cup there on Luke Hill. Hill quickest on that last lap, so certainly putting the pressure onto Venkov. You can see in the background he's putting a little bit more urgency into his attack to the lead car. And is now right up on the bumper, looking to try and get a little bit of slipstream out of Hanger up towards the hairpin. Venkov saw that, went across and defended early. Give nothing away there. Diaz starting to do the same thing now as he looks to close that gap down ever so slightly. Can't quite bridge that almost half a second lead that the top two have got on him. Looks like Kian Duomo has been able to keep Jack at bay for now, and he continues to do so as Jack Moore comes around the outside of turn number 7, Dunlop corner. Duomo holds the inside line and gets the drive. Jack Moore up alongside, literally wing mirror to wing mirror between the two blue liveried cars. One sort of a more teal blue than the sky blue that Jack Moore's got. But from a distance, very similar looking cars. Jack going to have to drive around the outside of turn 1 if he wants that turn 2 advantage, but he's not going to get it because Maxi Corbett's going to be in there as well. He'll have to defend on Corbett, which is exactly what he does. Closes right under the bumper of Kian Duomo as they come out of turn 3, the S-bend. And now head through the sweep up towards Hanger. Defensive driving from Kian, not going to let anybody through there. Jack Moore will have to try and find some other way past on the KD car. CR machine in the background of Corbett closing them down though. Could potentially hinder their performance and maybe make them watch their rearview mirrors a bit more than what they'd like and just slow them up ever so slightly. That's certainly what Max Corbett is hoping Kian Duomo is doing. Making Jack have to work double time here to find a way through. This time Jack cuts on the inside line. Gets the undercut, and can he get the drive now down towards turn 1? They go back left and front right, side by side. Front left and back right now as Jack gets the advantage. He's got the drive. Kian Duomo tucks in behind him, tries to get a little bit of slipstream before he goes onto the brakes, and then Maxi Corbett comes right behind the two of them and slots into the Fender trailer position, almost on the back end of Kian Duomo. Venkov opening up a little bit of a margin now. Luke Hill still defending, keeping Diaz at bay. I think that's possibly why Venkov got a slight advantage. Only half a second, but that advantage has been gained. And half a second in equally matched cars like these Rookie Cup Polos are, it's a very difficult bit of ground to make up. Venkov from Luke Hill. At this stage, the SMD machine of Sebastian Diaz has not got an answer there to Luke Hill, but he has got 4 more laps to do this in. So just past the halfway stage as they come across the line now. 5 down, 3 to go. Venkov, Hill and Diaz. Now 1.6 seconds between the 3 cars at the front end. Venkov dominating. Also trying to keep it clean and clear at the front if he can. Can't afford to make any mistakes, as I said, because these cars are so evenly matched. One little mistake can drop you right out of the contention for that podium and possibly even drop you right to the back of the pack. There is a big margin that's opened up. It's almost 4 seconds between Sebastian Diaz in 3rd and Jack Moore in 4th. Jack Moore eventually getting through into 4th place, is now pulling away from Kian Duamu and Maxi Corbett at the back of the pack. Real interesting to see how these youngsters are going to move through the ranks for next year. Some of them can stay on for a 2nd year. They're allowed to do 2 years in Rookie Cup, and then they have to move on to the next stage of Volkswagen Motorsport's plan of action for their drivers. But Rookie Cup right now doing an amazing job. As I said, there's 5 drivers from Rookie Cup who moved into the Astron Energy Polo Cup over the last season, and already running at the front end with the likes of Josh Moore. And of course we saw Mara Deleuze doing an amazing job to take the pole position in qualifying and then run at the front end and then do the incredible bit of sportsmanship type driving, returning the position that he took with a little ill intent and realizing that the penalty might come his way, so decided to take matters into his own hand and just give the position back again to Hannes Gqeberha. So they're learning things, and certainly learning racecraft and potentially how to stay out of trouble with the COCs in the Rookie Cup, and then putting it into practice as they start to further their careers in motorsport. Venkov still maintains a good margin of 1.2 seconds now over Luke Hill. He's got almost exactly the same, about a 2nd difference there between himself and Diaz for 3rd. Sebastian Diaz's thoughts of possibly getting a first win here today at the Aldo Scribante circuit in Gqeberha seem to have faded in the closing stages here of this race, and we're about to start the last lap. It's the gaps, it's equidistant gaps now. Exactly 1.2, in fact, they are exactly the same distance between each other as they cross the line now. I've never seen that before in Rookie Cup. 1.232 between 1st and 2nd, and 1.232 between 2nd and 3rd. That's how evenly matched these cars are. Venkov, Hill and Diaz over the line to start the final lap. 3.9 or 3.797 between Diaz and Moore, though. That's a bit of a concern there for Jack's point of view. I'm sure he's going to try to be and as I say that, he's made a mistake. No, it's Kian Duamu. Beg your pardon. It's Kian Duamu who's spun out there coming into the S's, so into turn 2. Well, in fact, it's on the exit of the S, so a little mistake there from Kian. That'll drop him to the back of the pack, and Max Corbett will inherit 5th place from him. But into Dunlop for the last time they go. Nice run here from Sebastian Venkov. Clean and clear at the front, stayed out of harm's way, and victory in the bag. Takes the win comfortably over Luke Hill and Sebastian Diaz for the top 3 in Rookie Cup. 4th place Jack Moore. I think if he can get a slightly better start, he'll probably be in the running at the front end for race 2 later on this afternoon. Corbett wraps up the top 5. Kian Duamu will be on his way out of Dunlop as he comes. And there is the unofficial results for you. Venkov, Hill, Diaz, Moore, Max Corbett and Kian Duamu as he crosses the line in 6th place. Touring cars and Super Cup will be out on track shortly. We'll be back with commentary here from Aldo Scribante and round 4 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsports National Championships. Next up, so they've been touring cars and Super Cup going around to the circuit. Let's have a look and see how things went down at the previous round at Swartkop's International World of Motoring. A really tight battle starting to unfold now with the touring cars and Super Cup class. And at the front end, of course, starting to heat up pretty rapidly amongst the Volkswagens and Toyotas and BMWs. Good start initially coming from the front end, and the Golfs basically being the cars dominating the championship in the touring car side of things. The Super Cup class, of course, a couple of new drivers joining us at Swartkop's for the first time, and starting to show that there's a big interest being shown not only here in South Africa but also internationally in the German Super Cup class. A great start nonetheless at the front end, and Julian van der Walt looking to try and maintain his lead in the championship coming into the round. Casey Ensel-Smith also looking pretty tasty out there. He ran brand new colours for the day. Jason Newsmore was the man in control at the front end of the Super Cup class, and it was Rory Atkinson who dropped back slightly overall in the standings as the Super Cup class came through to complete a couple of laps in that first race of the day at Swartkop's. Swartkop's International World of Motoring, of course, we're packed with fans in the sidelines looking forward to epic battles, and Jason Gqeberha starting to show some prowess to get to the front end of that touring car class. Battle for second started to heat up as well. Great run from Nicky Vistanis, who actually I think is possibly on pole position if I remember correctly for today's racing. But needless to say, Van der Walt in the WeBuy Cars machine came through for the victory and took race 1 to beat out a hard-charging Michael van Rooyen in second place. It was Jason Newsmore to come through for Nathan's Motorsport and take the victory in the Super Cup class in race 1 at Swartkop's. Race 2 a bit later in the day, and of course with slightly cooler conditions means that the Dunlop rubber would have to work a little bit harder down towards turn 1 inside line, and there was some big maneuvers coming from the back as well from Keegan Campos, who was looking to try and get that Campos racing machine of his a little higher up in the standings. It was Robert Volk though that got the drop, as the inverted grid there definitely played into his hands, and he would try and lead things out, but eventually dropped back slightly behind his stablemate and previous stablemate there, of course, now in the BMW from Fly Safair. Andrew Schofield led things out. At the back of the pack though, some incidents happening amongst the usual contenders there, with some of the cars getting involved in a crack out of turn 6. Jared Rousseau ending up on the sideline as he came back onto the circuit at the back of the Super Cup class. Berthold also fighting hard in that mid-pack and having to fend off the intentions being shown by Nicky Vistanis and by the GSW car of Davide Franco. That's what it looks like on board with Schofield. That's how hard he was working to try and maintain the lead, but it was a hard-charging Casey Ensel-Smith that was looking to close him down. Unfortunately, it was the 37 car there of Rick Leroux who ended up on the sideline and in the kiddie litter, and there was a potential that that might be deemed a dangerous position for a car to be in. needless to say, Schofield hung on and took a maiden victory there for the BMW team in that Safir car, and it was double victories for Jason Newsmore in race number 2 for the South African Touring Car and SATC Super Cup class. So as they come to the line now, they will be finding their positions on the grid and forming up to get ready to go for our first heat of action today for SATC and the Super Cup class. Robert Volk will be on pole position. Julian van der Walt will be alongside him. So it's 2 Golf 8 GTIs. Incredible to think that in a couple of minutes' time we're going to be showing you the history of Volkswagen in South Africa as they celebrate 75 years in SA. But it's 2 Golf GTI 8s that will be on the front row for touring cars. Keegan Campos is the first of the BMWs. Fast Development, Turn 1 and Campos Transport Car in third place, alongside Casey Ensel-Smith in the third of those Volkswagen GTI 8s. And then it'll be Michael van Rooyen and Jason Kutsia bringing up the tail end of the field in the 2 Gazoo Racing Toyota Corolla GR cars. And van Rooyen, of course, the number 1 plate on that car, will be looking forward to getting, as he said, to the front of the field. Looks like there might be a change-up in terms... Oh, no, sorry, I beg your pardon. It's Schofield that I'm picking up on that I forgot about. Andrew Schofield, the second of the BMWs, down there in 7th place for the Fly Safir team. That's Campos's point of view as he looks to go. And looks pretty chilled out compared to what we normally see. He's normally sort of eyes on the prize, and the red mist comes down a lot quicker in that car than most cars. So let's see what Keegan Campos can do at a circuit that's been very good to him in the past. This man's had a couple of victories when he's been in single-seaters here as well as Casey Ensel-Smith. So can he get one now in that Golf GTI 8? Front row, Jason Newsmore and Tate Bishop. Welcome return for the reigning champion in the Super Cup class. He's missed the first 3 rounds and joins us for the first time now from Cape Town in the Angry Racing Polo GTI. That Super Cup car making its way to the front end now, just squeezing through the gap that's been opened up there for him. He will be alongside, of course, championship leader Jason Newsmore. Nicky Vistanis was at the front of the qualifying earlier on, but looks like he just dropped down to 3rd place with a couple of hot laps coming in from Loosemore and Tate Bishop in the final stages. So Loosemore in the Renegade and Nathan's Motorsport racing car will be on pole alongside Tate Bishop in that Angry Racing machine. As I see that though, it looks like they've changed that grid up ever so slightly. Bishop's dropped down a couple of positions. I'm not quite sure why, because that's Judd Berthold who's now alongside the Loosemore car. So is there a possibility that they might not be in the right grid positions? I see Graham Nathan moving over there to maybe sort that out. I've got Tate Bishop as second, so I'm not quite sure why he's been demoted down a position there, or a couple. Oh no, there we go, they've sorted it out. They've sorted it out now. Loosemore moves up 1 position, there we go, Tate Bishop alongside him. And then it will be Nicky Vistanis and Judd Berthold. Mohammed Wali also making a, I think, debut for Mohammed Wali in this class. He's driven this track before, but he's never driven it in anger in a Super Cup class car. And the first time out there for the young man. He joins Team Red Racing in that Super Cup polo of his. And also with the airline sponsor he's picked up, of course, there with a bit of help from his uncle and grandfather, I beg your pardon. Rory Atkinson is there as well, the former Polo Cup champion from last year and reigning Polo Cup champion. Has now moved himself up into the Volkswagen Motorsport team, but prepped, of course, by Haupt Motorsport, ahead of Nico Zafiris, Paulo Rowe and Nick Leroux at the back end of the field, and then it'll be Jared Rousseau starting right at the back in the Axon car. So we are now under starters' orders. It's a separate start, remember. It's about a 10-second gap there between the touring cars and Super Cup class. Robert Volk will dictate the pace, and as they roll off, they would normally go into a rolling start, but of course the change-up this year is standing start for touring cars. And one man who's not done a standing start so far in his career will be Tate Bishop. So as they roll down there for their final warm-up lap, just to get a bit extra heat into the rubber, let's see what's going to unfold here with touring cars in race 1 of the SATC and Super Cup class. 10 laps of race action coming your way. As I said, the only man who hasn't done a standing start yet, because he didn't even get a chance to do a practice standing start during qualifying, because they ran out of light yesterday, is Tate Bishop. So can he use his oodles of experience in former and other racing categories he's participated in, to maybe get that Angry Racing car off the line quicker than Loosemore's Renegade Racing and Nathan's Motorsport Super Cup Polo. We do know how good Robert Volk and Julian van der Walt both are from a standing start. Keegan Campos comes from a couple of categories that do standing starts as the norm. So from a single-seater point of view and from Polo Cup, he's been involved on numerous occasions on normal standing start procedures, so he'll know exactly how to get that clutch control correct and hopefully can outgun Casey Ensel-Smith down towards turn 1, keeping out the 2 Toyotas behind him of Van Rooyen and Coetzee. That will be the plan. They come through now, rolling to the line to form up for the 10 laps of race 1 of the South African touring cars. As I said, it's 2 separate lights. It'll be a set of lights for them and then a set of lights for the Super Cup class. They're about 10 seconds apart, just giving a chance for the touring cars to get away and not get in the way of spoiling the front end of what is arguably one of the most competitive classes in the country in Super Cup. Here we go. Final cars coming to take up the positions. The 2 combined racing Super Cup polos at the back there of Rick and Paolo, coming to take up their places just ahead of Jared Rousseau. Rousseau, as we saw, had a big incident in the second heat at Swartkops, ended up on the Kirilitsa coming out of turn 7. So he'll be looking to make up some ground. And a pretty interesting racing season so far. Did a great job at the Swartkops 200, getting up onto the podium. And here we go, lights on and off for touring cars. There they go, down towards turn 1. Not such a good start coming out of Jason Coetzee. Looks like Casey Ensel-Smith might have got a slightly better start. Watch out for Coetzee around his outside though. Touring cars are underway. So Super Cup get the drop. Yo, there's less than 10 seconds there between them. There we go, Jason Coetzee follows his teammate through, and both of them have outgunned, by the looks of things, Julian van der Walt in the WeBuy Cars GTI. It's Keegan Campos who got a phenomenal start up in a second, tucks in behind Robert Volk. Casey Ensel-Smith using a slightly different line through the S's there. Not quite sure if that's the ideal line to be on, but he drops to the back of the pack with that off-track excursion. So the Clayton Racing car there, unfortunately, dropping to the back of the touring car field. Front end, is it Angry Racing out front? It is. Tate Bishop on his first standing start gets the whole shot over Jason Loosemore, who's under attack almost instantaneously there by Nicky Vastanis. Vastanis trying to squeeze through there along with Judd Berthold. Berthold looks like he got a slightly better advantage, and Loosemore's gone to the back. Loosemore's dropped back about 4 or 5 positions, and it's Vastanis and Berthold who have got through. Jason Loosemore making a big mistake up at the hairpin of some kind, and he's dropped right out of contention, possibly down into about 6th or 7th place in the Super Cup class. Bit of pressure coming onto the back end of Keegan Campos as we go back to the touring cars in towards turn 1. And into turn 1 we stand by now to pick up on the Angry Racing car ahead of Nicky Vastanis and Berthold. Then up into, that's Mohammed Wali into 4th. Mohammed Wali up into 4th place. Great start there from that young karting man, making his debut, as I said, here at the circuit for the first time in anger in a front-wheel drive Super Cup car. And he's up in the 4th place, looking to put the pressure onto Berthold. Berthold goes push to pass. You'll see those indicator lights come on as they go into the additional bit of power that comes with that push to pass mechanism in these cars. And if those hazard lights come on, it means that the driver has gone to the push to pass mechanism to try and use that extra couple of kilowatts that it gives him coming out of a corner or along a straightaway to try and close the gap down. Campos 2nd. It's Van Rooyen in 3rd. The number 1 car up into the top 3 with his teammate Gazoo Racing's Jason Coetzee right on his tail. Ideal positioning there for Jason Coetzee to try and fend off any intentions being shown by WeBuy Cars and championship leader Julian van der Walt. He's late on the brakes as Van der Walt. He knows this track really well, and he almost loses ground there, but makes it up under braking onto Coetzee. Coetzee is right on the tailpiece there and looking for a way through. Wow, there's the change-up. Loosemore trying to find a way through on Mohammed Wali. Doesn't quite get there though. Wali shuts the door. The Team Red car coming through and looking for a way to try and keep out. Oh, there's a touch! Mohammed Wali sideways. Look at him holding onto the outside of that car. He keeps it buried on the front-wheel drive. That's exactly what you need to do. Loosemore tries to come back at him. Inside line there from Lareo. Lareo just avoids the Renegade car coming back onto the circuit. Wow, that was exceptionally close. So tight between those two as they came out of the S's. Loose ball going wide. Wally drops behind him now, as looks like there might be a little bit of damage on that car, but Jason Loosemore and Mohammed Wali coming out of the S's were sideways. There was a big tag between the two of them, and they both ended up on the grass. That's allowing Tate Bishop to get away at the front end ahead of Asanas and Berthold. Looks like after that incident, possibly Rory Atkinson. Yeah, it's Rory Atkinson who's now moved up into the top 4. So Rory moves up into the top 4. Mohammed Wali and Loosemore out of that top 5 and 6 hunt. Is there a change up there? No, I was going to say it looked like a change up between the two Gazoo racing machines, but no, it is definitely in third place. Michael van Rooyen. The Rustenburg Rocket hangs on for that 3 spot behind Keegan Campos. Late dive from Van der Watt. Does he make it stick? He does. Van der Watt up into the hairpin, gets through Toyota hairpin, and puts the Gazoo Racing Corolla behind him. Now sets his intentions on the number 1 plate ahead of him in Michael van Rooyen's. He's so pushing so hard. It's Van Rooyen trying to find a way through. He realizes that now with Van der Watt getting in between himself and his teammate, he's going to have a little bit more of a difficult time of it. Casey Ensel Smith has made up a little bit of ground as he went off track on that first lap across the S's grass, and now looks to attack the Fly Sapphire car of Schofield in the background. Tate Bishop, Nicky Bastanis, Judd Berthold. It's Rory Atkinson in 4th place. Behind that, great drive coming out of the Origin oil car of Nico Zaveris, and then it's Loreo under big pressure. Loreo, look at those push to pass mechanisms. Look at those hazard lights come on. Yeah, Paulo Loreo, you can see in his rearview mirrors the number 1 man at this stage in this championship, the leader of the championship, Jason Loosemore, down in uncharacteristic position for him. And that was due to an incident coming out of the S's there between himself and Mohammed Wali. Here we go through. There's a bit of debris on the circuit there. I'm not quite sure what that was. Maybe a bit of body work with one of the cars, but didn't affect the forward racing ability of this angry racing car of Tate Bishop. What a return to the Super Cup class, and a debut standing start there for Tate Bishop. Got the whole shot, got away, and is now disappearing at the front end. Mohammed Wali dives back up the inside, finds a way through there onto Paulo Loreo. So Paulo in that combined racing Super Cup car of his loses 1 position back to the young Carter in Mohammed Wali coming through there. Non-stop action through this pack. It's about to heat up a bit more between Van der Watt and Michael van Rooyen, the championship contenders in this category. Robert Volk missed out on a few rounds early on, but now that he's back in the hunt, he's certainly got a chance to take the victory here at what would be deemed kind of his home track. He's an East London boy, but he's an Eastern Cape boy at heart, so he'll certainly love the Eastern Cape support. But speaking of support, I think Michael van Rooyen needs a bit more support than Jason Garcia can give him, because that's now Van der Watt who's got through on him. Julian Van der Watt has found a way through there and has put both the Gazoo Racing Corollas behind him, and now sets his sights on the BMW of Keegan Campos out front. We've got 7, let's make that 8 done and 4 to go. Unbelievable start to the front end of this field. Great little battles between Van der Watt and Kutsia that's now turned into Van der Watt versus Van Rooyen. And now can Van der Watt do anything about closing the gap down on the BMW in 2nd place? Michael van Rooyen will try and keep his teammate at bay. Jason Kutsia is pretty hungry. He had a bit of a tough day yesterday in qualifying and practice, and you can see he's pretty fired up to get ahead of that number 1 plate. Watching his rearview mirrors and realizing that Casey Ensel Smith is coming along for the ride pretty rapidly. Nicky Vastanis in 2nd place, his highest finish, if he stays right where he is right now, to beat out Judd Berthold. In fact, it'll be his equal highest finish, because he finished 2nd, of course, at Swartkops as well. So Vastanis doing an amazing job, eventually gelling with his car. That is the 75-year anniversary edition with Rory Atkinson at the wheel, the Polo Cup champion from last year. Stepped up, of course, with the prize that the Polo Cup champion gets, and that's a free drive in Super Cup. Helped Racing doing the preparation on this car for Roars. He's now closed that gap down pretty rapidly, and it's a lot less of a distance between himself and Judd Berthold there for 3rd place. Vastanis, I think, might be just helping him out slightly, because he's going defensive, and that's causing a little concertina effect there between the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place cars. Volk trying to open up a bit more of a margin. It's come down slightly to about 1.3 seconds now between himself and Campos. Campos has definitely closed that gap down compared to what it was earlier on. Campos currently in the 103.3s, 103.6s out of Robert Volk, so certainly Campos is the quickest car in that top 3. Van der Vat on the 103.5s can't match the pace of Campos, so you won't be able to bridge that gap if that's the case. But I think he's setting his intentions on defending the 2 Corollas behind him. Jeez, how much later do you want to be on the brakes there? Keeks going into Dunlop corner. And sideways out of it as well. Man alive. Campos is not holding anything back here. And they're coming up on some back markers. There's some back markers in the Super Cup class that they're about to catch. I think it might be Jared Rousseau and Rick Leroux that they're about to close in on. So the Super Touring cars out front, basically in a chance of catching the rear end of the Super Cup class. Didn't quite expect that because they've only got, 1.5 laps to go now. 1.5 laps to go and they're into the tail enders of the Super Cup class. Possibly because of the off-track excursions for a couple of those cars. That's the reason why. There comes the leader of the Super Cup class though. And what a welcome return here for Tate Bishop. Number 1 plate from last year. No, he runs 94 in the car, but he is the champion from last year in the Super Cup class. And he's come back into championship winning ways right from the get-go. Campos, can he do anything about Robert Volk? Jason Kutsia sitting in 5th place, potentially looking at a pole position for the inverted grid for race 2 later on. And remember, race 2 will be a combined category as well. They're not going to split them like they were going to originally due to time constraints. So it will be a full touring car and Super Cup grid on the pack, or on the grid for race 2. Someone off. I think that might have been Mohammed Wali. Looked like a team red car on the sidelines. Yeah. Who is it? Is it Wali? Is it? No, it's not. It's Jared Rousseau. Beg your pardon. Jared Rousseau coming out of turn 1 there on the sideline. The Axon car, unfortunately, not having an easy day in the saddle here for him. It's the second time he's been off track. So he'll come back onto the circuit in amongst that pack of Super Touring cars out front. So SATC Race 1 in the hands of the Chemical Logistics Investchem Golf GTI 8 of Robert Volk. Basically flag to flag there for him. Campos got the drop on the line and got ahead of Julian van der Vat, and he put the Veloce turn 1 and Campos transport car into 2nd place, and he's going to come and take that 2nd place as the flag comes out for Volk for the win. 3rd place, great drive to the line there from, is that Julian van der Vat? It is. Just sneaking through and maintaining the lead over Michael van Rooyen. We've still got Super Cup to come to the line. Angry Racing in full effect. Tate Bishop coming back and returning to the top of the podium on his return to the championship. Missing the first 3 rounds. He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to try and take the back-to-back titles. Not going to be easy with Loosemore, but if Loosemore's making mistakes like he did today and is only going to finish up out of the top 5 overall, that could potentially change things up dramatically, because there they come across the line and it is going to be Nicky Vistanos, Judd Berthold, Rory Atkinson, Nico Zafiris, Jason Loosemore down in 6th place, just ahead of Paulo Leroux. Certainly not to the plans that Jason Loosemore had in that Renegade Racing and Nathan's Motorsport car. But I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of a chat between him and Mohammed Wali, because there was some little argy-bargy into the S's there between the two of them. Jared Rousseau, well, the baptism of fire, unfortunately for him. He drops right to the back of the pack and 17th overall behind Rick Leroux. And I think that would also be the win in the Masters category for Rick Leroux, because I think he's the only Masters here this weekend. So that is Touring Cars and Super Cup done and dusted. Up next, we're heading into the Gazoo Racing GRSA Cup. They'll be on track shortly, but there are your unofficial results. Robert Volk, Keegan Campos, Julian van der Vat, Michael van Rooyen and Jason Kutsia, your top 5 in the Touring Cars. Top 5, Tate Bishop, Nicky Vistanos, Judd Berthold, Rory Atkinson and Nico Zafiris in the Origin Oil car takes the top 5 in Super Cup. Stand by for action from GRSA Cup, proudly brought to you by Toyota Gazoo Racing in a few moments' time. Well, there's Robert Volk, your race 1 winner. Let's see if we can catch up with him and just see how things went. I think it looked like it all went according to plan, but let's find out from Rob himself and see exactly if he's got what it takes now to come from 5th place on the grid, on the inverted grid for race 2.
Robert Volk, that's how you pick up from where you left off, when you decided to take a break. Talk me through that race.
Yeah, obviously a fairly short start. We didn't show us the 32nd or 1 minute board, so yeah, straight away 5 seconds. Got a decent start, thankfully. Got a bit of a gap and just managed to control it from there. The car was really strong the first 6 laps, and then just pretty much controlled the tyre wear. A lot of degradation around here, so yeah, just kept the backs in tow and just managed the gap to Keegan. So yeah, fantastic to get the win. It's been a tough start to the season, but yeah, the car's running well and the team's done a great job.
Awesome job, well done.
Cool, thank you.
I did think it was quite a rapid start at the beginning of this race. They didn't quite go through the full 2 minute, 1 minute, 30 second and 5 seconds, which of course is the fastest 2 minutes you'll ever see in your life at a South African race day. They literally went straight to the 5 second board and then lights on. So you had to be very wary, and I suppose that's what you've got to do when you come to a race meeting. You've got to be watching those signboards, and if it does come out a little quicker than what's expected, I think that what might have been also one of the reasons why Loosemore lost out so rapidly. He wasn't quite au fait with what was happening on the start line there. Dropped back into 7th place and then eventually out of the top 6 in the end of the race day. So that will be points lost there for Jason Loosemore. Certainly points gained for Nico Zafiris, Nicky Vastanis, and for Rory Atkinson to try and close the gap down. And as I said, a welcome return there for Tate Bishop to the top step of the Super Cup class. Hopefully we can catch up with him down in the pre-race area before we get cars on track for the GRSA Cup. Toyota Gazoo Racing's incredible field of cars. 86s, Yaris's and Corollas about to come out. Let's go and have a look and see exactly what happened as they were about to roll out. The Gazoo Racing SA Cup headed to the home of Toyota Gazoo Racing at Swartkop's International World of Motoring for the previous round. And it was a pretty epic battle between the 86s with our development drivers coming through and all the young karters and young racing drivers looking to make their name in motorsport. Starting things out in the 86s with double yellow flags. So it was basically line astern racing until they came out of turn 3. And then it was green flag and everything she's got. Connor Weston, Kobus Reinecker, Emma Dowling, Spice Maula and Chipang Shinsanwana doing an amazing job at the front end in terms of that battle. But this is where sort of the main pack of the field gets going. Incredible start coming out of Paul de Vos, who looked to try and dominate and get ahead of a man who's been a very dominant factor in this class, and that being of course the Supersport man Nabil Abdul. They'll be looking to try and resume that battle. Nabil Abdul eventually getting the advantage. In the background though, a couple of cars going off track, including our usual contender in terms of off track excursions, the number 33 machine. And he likes to be on track as well as off track as much as possible because he spends most of his time not in Corollas but mainly in Hiluxes. Unfortunately with Theo in the NMR group machine, that would be where he ended up and would not get back on track. So Theo Brits will definitely look to try and change his luck around a little bit here at Aldo Scribante today. As I said, Emma Dowling, Kobus Reinecker and Connor Weston, the class of the 86s, were putting on an epic battle at the front end, and that's how close it got. Pretty much up close and personal. A couple of cars running wide in the background. Saw the likes of Kian Fussell, I think, as well as Chipang in the background also having some problems. But eventually it would be the gold liveried machine of Kobus Reinecker to take the first victory. Weston for second and Dowling for third. And then a nice little run there from Devon Scott. Not Devon Scott, but Paul de Vos to come through for the win. Just behind Nabil Abdul. Nabil Abdul would take the media championship and de Vos would take the dealer team championship. And those two cup classes, of course, would go at it again later on in the day. Slightly cooler conditions, a little bit of sunset that would come into play as well, because at Swartkop's they don't have one sunset corner, they've actually got 3. This one down into turn 2, you get a lot of low afternoon sun coming into the visors, and then of course when you get to the top of the hill and into the turn 5 and 6 of the top of the hill complex at Swartkop's, the sunset starts to have an effect on you as well. We've got cars on track. I can hear them heading down towards turn 1 for their warm-up lap for Gazoo Racing's GRSA Cup. And of course they do a rolling start, so they're on their rolling start now as we wrap up things at Swartkop's. This time out it would be a little bit of a change up. because Nabil Abdul didn't quite get ahead, and it would be Paul de Vos who would hang on for the win in the Dealertine Cup. The media side would still go to Nabil Abdul, and he would maintain the overall lead of the championship because of his incredible run in that Supersport car. Connor Weston hung on for the win to beat out Reinecker and Dowling and Spice Maula, and Kian Fussell up there as well, doing an amazing job. So really great job from these youngsters in the 86s out front. So more of the same expected here today, although Cobus Reinecker and Connor Weston have certainly been the dominant force in the qualifying sessions earlier on, and might be the class of the field in the 86s. Let's see what happens as Vanna Venter, Paul de Vos and Nabil Abdul will look to redo what they were doing in the final stages of that highlights package from the previous round at Zwartkops. So it's Reinecker on pole, Weston in second. Incredibly, Vatsiawa is up in third place ahead of Spice Maula, doing an amazing job at last weekend's Rotax Max Championships at Formula K. One of the top contenders there, along with Chipang Sinsinwana and Emma Rose Dowling. So the three Carters certainly showing what they've got at Formula K. But this weekend, a little further down the field in the 86 Cup, with Spicy in fourth, Emma in sixth, and Chipang down in seventh. So we'll keep an eye on that. Russell Davidson joins that party for the first time as well in 8th place. And it'll be Nabil Abdul and de Vos who will be looking to maintain and redo their battle that I get my teeth in correctly there for this race. Redo the battle that unfolded for race 1 and 2 at Zwartkops at round 3. 86s will start them. Here we go. They come to the line, and are we under starters' orders there? It looks like we are. They're going to stay out for another lap under safety car. I'm not quite sure why we got a second lap under safety car. Must be some kind of an issue that we didn't pick up on the track. The safety car has stayed out, so this is not the start yet. And you can see in the background, I don't know, well, I hope that they saw the safety car is still out there. They should have. They would have seen the lights, because the second start there, they are slightly more rapid down towards turn 1. And I think they'll realize that they're going to have to back out and have to redo it. It is a bit of an issue that can arise when you have two separate starts under safety car, because you've only got one safety car. They don't have two safety cars for each of the starts. So fortunately, Nabil Abdul and Vanna Venter controlled things from the front, realizing that we're still under safety car and we haven't gone for a start in the 8-lapper. This race, of course, is going to bring us to the halfway stage of the day. We're going to have a small lunch break after this, and some entertainment provided by Volkswagen's 75-year anniversary display out on circuit, and then of course a couple of duties that we have to perform for some fallen comrades that have passed away during the week. During that lunch break, we'll be getting to that. But we've still got to sort out what's going to happen here in the Gazoo Racing GRSA Cup. This has certainly been an amazing effort here from Gazoo Racing, and worldwide they're doing an incredible job on their brand awareness, because I mean, if you take into account, I think it was last weekend or the weekend before, it was Gazoo Racing on the top step of the podium at Le Mans. So any category that these Toyotas get involved in and potentially show some prowess in their racing, they tend to end up with either wins in the championship or wins in the races that they participate in. Take into account that the Gazoo Racing GR Corolla of Michael van Rooyen has the #1 plate in touring cars. We did have two Toyota Starlets in the Super Cup class. I'm not quite sure where they've ended up, and I'm hoping that they come back soon, because another brand in that class would be amazing to have. But safety cars in this time, and 86s are now good to go. Cobus Reinecker starts to up the pace ever so slightly. Connor Weston cannot afford to let him get away, and Spicy and Vatsi need to be right there with them if possible. They're a little bit further back than what they'd like to be. They've got to be almost kart formation style coming onto the main straightaway, and they'll know exactly what that means. That means into those tram lines and stay up close and personal, and hopefully get the drop on the lights going out. There we go. The lights do go out, and it is Cobus Reinecker who gets the drop. Connor Weston's going to follow him down there into turn 1, but on the outside, in fact on the inside, coming through there rapidly. Great start from Vatsiawa, looking to try and get on the inside of Connor Weston as they go into turn 1. I think Weston just hung on. Here we go, as Nabil Abdul tries to outgun Vanna Venter down towards turn 1. Supersport man looking for the whole shot into turn 1. If he can try and hang on to it if he can. It is Reinecker. Western has gone to third. It's Vati who's up to second. Vatiawa has moved to second place and got through on Connor Weston. What a great start there from the young lady, who has just got better and better behind the wheel of that car every time she climbs behind that 86er steering wheel. It is Nabil Abdul who's got the whole shot. De Vos and Fenter right on his tail as they come through there. So let's just keep an eye out on that second battle as they come down towards the hairpin. We've got to change up. Yeah, Weston getting through into the hairpin and up into second. Vati down to third. So Connor makes his way back up into second place as Vatiawa just opened up the door and allowed Connor a chance to dive through. One of the cars, is that Davidson, I think, by the looks of things? Russell Davidson, I think, on the sideline. It is, yes. 63 car moving himself off the circuit. Not quite out of harm's way, though, so that might still be deemed a dangerous position for that car to have stopped him. We'll have to wait and see if the COC agrees with me or not. But it's Nabil Abdul who hangs on ahead of 4 hard chargers. Van Venter, Paul de Vos, Craig Nicholson, Andries de Villiers also having a magnificent run there and a super qualifying, got him up into 5th place. I think he's remained in that top 5. In fact, he's moved up into 5th place, I beg your pardon. De Villiers into 5th place. Connor using a little bit more of the track and a bit more of that circuit just to get a little bit more drive out of that 86. Remember, this is about 180 to 190 kilowatt car that they play around in the 86 rear wheel drive. And of course with the boxer engine in that car. Just having a super run, and definitely also doing exactly what we spoke about earlier on in terms of Volkswagen's development, Toyota's development of their future drivers. A magnificent turn of affairs. Let's see, late braking. That's not a push-to-pass mechanism when those hazards come on. That's the original hazards of what these cars come out with as road-going machines. So if you climb on the brakes in your GR Corolla or GR Yaris on the road, the hazard lights come on instantaneously with the ABS system kicking in. So that's how it all works. 2 car coming through there pretty rapidly as well. Nice to see that too, as they put the pressure on. And that number 2 car of Craig Nicholson is fighting hard for honours in the media challenge. And he's fighting hard there with Van Venter as well as Tayambiri. Tayambiri moving up nicely. Further back in the pack, also got to just give a shout out. Nice to see a change up in the field. And the number 4 car was originally going to be piloted by Kumbi on cars, but unfortunately he wasn't able to make it here for whatever reason. I didn't quite get to what the reason was, but note given to me there that in the number 4 car, of course, is Brandon Jacobs, who's been able to step up for the first time. So nice to see a change up there for the media challenge, and in with a chance of at least finishing up in the top 5 overall in that media side of the championship. Here they come down towards into Chevy Sweep, I beg your pardon, and Connor Weston has now closed the gap down onto the leader. Reinecker is feeling a bit more pressure than what he had been earlier on. Where's Emma Rose? Emma Rose hasn't quite come through there just yet. He's watching for that car to come through, but it looks like Vatsi's going to hang on for 3rd at this point. Keep the 2 carters behind her in Spicy and Chipang. Then it's Emma Rose, so she's quite a long way back over her 2 fellow carters. Nabil starting to open up a bit of a margin. So it's gold cars out front of both of the categories. The gold livery there on the Super Sport car, keeping the rest of the pack at bay. But it's De Vos, of course, who leads the dealer championship. So we got media championship leader there in Nabil Abdul. Fenter at this stage leading the dealer championship. He's got charging down on him the NMI car, and that would be Van Fenter. And then Craig Nicholson for 24 Media, and of course that car pushing hard for 2nd place in the media championship. There's a chance for possibly Spicy and Chipang to get up close and personal on the rear end of Vatiawa. Vatiawa, we're thinking, I'm not going to let these boys through. She's had such a turnaround in her ability behind the wheel of this car after last year battling at the back of the pack, having some big off-track excursions, particularly one that comes to mind was at Cape Town. But now certainly knows what to do in this rear-wheel drive 86 and is keeping 2 very, very talented young karters at bay for now at the halfway stage. So with 4 done, we got 4 to go, and 86ers getting away from each other there. Nabil Abdul still maintaining a little bit of a margin over the 21 car there of Paul de Vos. De Vos has got a massive margin over the rest of the pack. The 2nd pack basically is where that little battle's starting to rage. Fenter, Nicholson, De Villiers and Tayambiri all in the mix there. Perry's lost a little bit of ground there on that last lap. He's dropped back into the clutches of Marius Klaassen and Johan Bunzaier. And And then Theo Brits, as I said, making up some lost ground there after the off-track incursion he had in race 1 at Zwartkops. So the NMI machine coming to try and close down on that roller Toyota. And the two of them looking to close down on the Auto Trader car of Tamberry. Nice little battles. Oh, big problems at the top of the hill. Well, I think that might have been forced by either Spicy or Chipang. And that is Vatsi on the sideline. Looped out and straight into the clutches of Nabil Abdul. How many times has that happened to that young lady? She's either a mistake on her own, or she gets forced wide or forced off the track by another driver, and it drops her straight into the clutches of the Media and Dealer Team Championship. So that's a big loss there for her, unfortunately. Coming across the line, though, it is the two protagonists in that maneuver, and that's Chipang and Spice, side by side. Wing mirror to wing mirror, who's going to have what it takes? Latest of the breakers will be the inside line, I'm sure, from Chipang. And he hangs on, yes he does, to keep Spicy out. If you're walking around pit lane, or if you ever see this young man in the flesh, he's about 2'6" tall. The smallest driver you've ever seen in your life. But the biggest heart and absolutely no worries in terms of the courage and no fear ability he has behind a race car. In a kart, he is hardly ever matched, because at the last round of Rotax, he was the man to beat. So Spicy Maula definitely getting to grips with this 86, but I think him and Chipang might be having a little chat to the COC about the maneuver that they had to pull to get past on Vatsi up at the hairpin. Vatsi trying to stay, I think, with Nabil if possible. If she can, she'll at least stay out of the way of the hard-charging Paul de Vos and Fenta behind her. And maybe Nabil Abdul can bring her back into the foreground and possibly still catch Emma Darling, who's just up the road from her. Emma Darling all on her own some at this point in time, so she'll be not too concerned. We've only got 2 to go for these young drivers at the front end. And Reinecker continues to lead things out. There's a big gap now. It's almost 8 seconds, incredibly, between Reinecker and Weston, and the third place battle between Chipang and Nwana. Here we go. Here's Nabil Abdul looking the inside of Emma Rose. Emma Rose says, no, you're going to have to work harder than that. I'm not going to give it up without a fight. And this, of course, is a young lady who's just come back from the CRK World Karting event only a couple of months ago, doing a super job and for running at the front end of that little championship and flying the flag high for South Africa. But this time, a very determined maneuver there from Nabil Abdul to get through on Emma Rose and demotes her down 1 position in the overall standings. I don't know if there's enough time there for Nabil maybe to catch and still get past on Kian, Riachile and on Chipang. And in fact, if I look at the way things have gone there, it's actually Kian Fussell who's moved up into that fight with Riachile, and Chipang has lost out slightly there. So it's just the livery at the front of these cars that is so very similar. So apologies on that one. Chipang has dropped back slightly, and Kian Fussell in the green colours is now putting the pressure onto Spice Maula with a lap to go. Riachile is going to have to certainly keep his wits about him as Kian has come along for the ride and looking to pounce now down into turn 1. Late braking, had a look but wasn't close enough. Connor Weston has to try and find a way through here. Watch for the drive. He's going to try and carry the speed through the sweep, maintain it through hanger, and then look for the inside line up towards the hairpin at Toyota. Can he make it stick though? Here we go. Out. Oh, instantaneous defensive driving coming out of Reinecker. He knew what was happening. Oh, we're going to see Weston around the outside. Connor Weston, trailer park girl style on the outside, and he gets it sideways. It was worth the try, but unfortunately he got the back end stepped out, and that's cost him. He has lost the drive there, and that's going to give the win to Cobus Reinecker. He had to try something. There was no opportunities other than that. That's going to gift him, and possibly maybe into the final corner, but even then it's too little too late. It's going to be Reinecker for the win. Connor Weston lighting up those rear Dunlops and getting it sideways for second. He tried the outside line. The trailer park girl line did not work for Connor Weston, and he finishes up in second place. To the line they come. Is it going to be Spicy to hang on? It is. Spice Maula keeps out Kian Fussell, and then it's Nabil Abdul for the win in the media. He comes ahead, just ahead of Chipang Shinshinwana, Emma Darling, and Vatsi Makanyana. Paul de Vos will come through for the win in the dealer championship. Great drive from him, and he'll be pretty happy with that, I'm sure, beating out Vanna Fenter. Second in the media challenge goes to Craig Nicholson. And I think it's a possibility that it's going to be Tamberry who comes through for third, yes. Or is it? No, I think Tayambiri might have lost out on that last lap. He's dropped right to the back of the pack. I did see a car parked on the sideline coming out of the Toyota hairpin. So has Tayambiri dropped out of it? I think he may have. So does that move Brandon Jacobs up into third? I think it does. Brandon Jacobs moves up into third place in the media championship standings there. Unofficially, of course, we don't have the official results just yet. That's just what's on the timing monitor as they cross the line. But it is Gqeberha ahead of Connor Weston and Spicy Maula for the 86 Cup. Nabil Abdul, as I said, ahead of Craig Nicholson. And I think it will then be either Dylan Jones or Brandon Jacobs for third place in that media challenge. In the dealer team, it's DeVos from Fenta and Andres de Villiers for third place there for the dealer side of GRSA Cup. We've got a short break. It's about a 15-minute lunch break. We're going to be on the grid, of course, with Volkswagen's demonstration of 75 years in South Africa. There's a couple of really unique vehicles that will be there. A Volkswagen Beetle, a Volkswagen Carmen Gear, the original Volkswagen Jetta 1 that they found. It's an incredible little car. I used to have one myself. And a couple of other new old Volkswagens that will be on display here for the Volkswagen 75-year anniversary display. And then, of course, we've got some sad duties to attend to out on circuit as well, with two of our fellow competitors and media contingent that lost their lives through the week that we'll be chatting about in the lunchtime break. I'm going to go and join Claudia on the grid and take you through that, and then be back later on for MSA4 Race 2 that kicks off the second half of the day's proceedings.
It's with great sadness we have to advise of the passing of Andre de Kock, an absolute legend in the world of motorsport, citizen motoring, etc., etc. And Andre this week unfortunately passed away, and he is well remembered by the Extreme Festival. This icon of motorsport has put his whole life into motorsport and will be sadly, sadly missed. We're going to just quickly have a 1 minute of silence for Andre. In remembrance of Andre, and also this week the passing of Simon Fourie, icon in the motorcycling industry and of course in motorcycle racing. Started his career way back in the 1960s at the Roy Hiskes circuit in Pietermaritzburg. So two of our icons of motorsport passed away this week, both from motorcycling in the beginning. Andre then went to citizen motoring into the car world. So just absolute tribute to these drivers and riders that are unfortunately not with us anymore.
Bit of a sad day for motorsport. We had some incredible race action here, and some of that race action of course would have normally in the past and over the last probably 50 years been covered by the two gentlemen that unfortunately passed away during the week. On the exact same day, in fact, we lost two of South Africa's stalwarts in the media, Andre de Kock from the Citizen Motoring and Bike SA's Simon Fourie passing away, both fighting the good fight and unfortunately losing it to the big cancer. We wish them all the very best, and of course they are sadly missed here this weekend. Simon Fourie, of course, famous for running from Johannesburg to Durban in less than a couple of 3 hours or so on a motorcycle. And Andre de Kock has been the stalwart of the Citizen Motoring, getting front page of what was originally newspapers in the day that have now gone online, and a big supporter of motorsport in South Africa over the last 45-50 years. And of course also a Guinness World Record holder. Gone through 5 tunnels in his day on quads, on motorcycles, strapping himself to the likes of the jet car at Tarleton Raceway. He's definitely going to be missed, and sadly missed by all at the Extreme Festival, I'm sure all around the world as well. We wish them all the very best. We send out our condolences to their families, and of course we wanted to get a lot of noise because they both wanted a minute's worth of noise as opposed to a minute's silence, but as you can see in the background, it's going to be a minute's silence, and at each of the memorials we'll make some noise for them. So my friends, Simon, Andre, sadly missed here today, guys, and as I said, we wish you all the very best, and to your families too, many condolences. Hats off, and thank you so much for all the work that you've done in the past. Yeah, safety car was unfortunately had to be called there for MSA4's first heat and second heat as well at the previous round from Swartkops. We already had a red car incident in MSA4 as well, and safety car as well in race 1 here today. So race 2 is about to make its way onto the circuit, and we're looking to see more of the same. But they did have quite a stern talking to by the COC after race 1 and all the fracas that unfurled with Chase Haskins going into the back end of Adam Kaji. Race 2 was more of the same as Akila Levi looked to try and get 2 wins out of 2 starts. He wasn't quite the first man down into turn 2, and that's where it all went wrong for him and for Shirin Naidu, I beg your pardon, who went off the circuit there, and the two of them tangling in turn 2 at Castro Corner, leaving Akila Levi and Shirin with a lot of work to do, try and close back on the front end. It promoted Gqeberha Malabela up a little higher up than what he wanted to be. Adam Kaji, who'd had an off-track excursion in race 1, tried to stay on the track this time, and it left a big fight at the front end for MSA4, because there were a couple of contenders in the mix, Michael Besaidnot being one of them, Gqeberha being the other, and returned to the front as well for Liam Palomo, who had a little bit of issues in the first race. Akila Levi was ticking them off one by one, eventually would end up, I think, just inside the top 5 overall, which would bring him back into contention and remain the championship leader coming into the round here at Aldo Scribante. A couple of cars still running wide and off the track in the closing stages as well. I think it was Gianna Pasquale who made a slight mistake in the closing stages. But Gqeberha Malabela was not giving it up right until the closing stages. He kept the pressure on at the front end, and that Investchem and race driver SA car was looking to try and close the gap down, keep Palomo out. And Palomo was having to work a little harder than usual because he had to make up lost ground, and then he pushed a little bit too hard and went completely off the track, hit the barrier and ended up in the tyre wall, which would then eventually bring out a red flag, I think, if I remember correctly. And with that, it left the top 2 to still fight it out for the last couple of corners before they made a call. In fact, they kept them out there, if I remember now. Apologies on that, it was a while ago. But a nice run to the line nonetheless, taking Michael Besaidnot back into contention for MSA4 and bringing some more championship points into his team's stable to give him back a little bit more of a chance to close the gap down on Akila Levi, who has been a very tough competitor in MSA4. They are standing by to make their way onto the circuit as soon as we get track clearance to come out here for race 2 for the Investchem MSA4s and Formula Ford Kents. So that's what we're going to be looking at for the next couple of hours on track, heading into about 5 o'clock this afternoon. Investchem MSA4 and Formula Ford Kents will be up next for a 10-lapper. Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup also for 10 laps of action for their second heat. Astron Energy Polo Cup will then follow them for their second heat. Second race of the day for the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. followed by the Volkswagen Rookie Cup, South African Touring Cars and SATC Super Cup, Gazoo Racing SA Cup, and the final race of the day will come from the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. So as they make their way onto the circuit now, Michael Besaidnout and Akil Alibai will be starting on that front row and resuming their little battle in this championship, which has been a pretty epic one so far this season. Shrin Naidu will be looking to make up a little bit of lost ground, I think, and Ken Swartz in there too with Renzo Rivera. Renzo Rivera actually getting up into second place in the first heat after a fantastic start. We'll be looking to do more of the same. Bring along possibly Guido and Bianco for the ride if they can. Adam Kaji will try and stay out of harm's way after already being taken out with an incident between himself and Chase Haskins, and we'll keep an eye on whether they got Chase Haskins' car back up and into contention and possibly back onto the grid. That'll be an incredible effort if they did. It's Karabo Malamela and Gianni Pasquale who will start from 10 and 11th on the grid, and then at the back end of the field, remember the Kent category class is Ian Schofield, Alan Mayer, and looking for a chance now possibly to see the likes of Jean-Henry Vaughan maybe a little higher up. He made a small mistake trying to drive around the outside of the king of single-seaters in this country, Ian Schofield. Not the best thing to do, but I think he learned his lesson, and hopefully if he has, he can be in contention again, because he was giving Ian Schofield a good run for his money there in the Huawei Formula Ford Kent. So we're standing by for the 10 laps of action to go underway as they just come onto their formation at the front end of the grid. Looking forward to what these guys and girls are about to unfold here for us, because I can tell you it's usually non-stop action in MSA4. They have slowly but surely got to grips with how these new cars work, and definitely are becoming a really seasoned set of drivers, even though there's a lot of rookies and some youngsters in amongst them. But needless to say, awesome stuff nonetheless from all these youngsters as they start to learn the ways and crafts and racecraft that they need to work these cars out, and how they work to perfection. It's not always easy to get to grips, especially when you've got a brand new series with new engines, new cars, new derivatives of drivers that have come from various formats of motorsport careers in their own right. Some of them with lots of experience, some of them with a little less experience, but now going to be thrown into the mix for 10 laps once again here at Aldo Scribante. Standing by. 1 goes to 30, 30 goes to 5. Can hear the revs picking up in the background. The lights are about to go on, and they're off, and we're racing. Down towards turn. Oh, in the background, somebody's come together. And one of the Formula Ford Kents also coming together in the background as well. So eventually get going off the line. I'm not quite sure if that might have been JH again, who made a small mistake and went with the first set of lights. Remember, there's a separate set of lights for the Formula Ford Kent class, as opposed to the lights that we saw for the MSA4s. It is Besaidnout who's managed to hang on, and this time it was Rick Morris. Actually, Rick Morris who went with the first set of lights, so that was a big pity to lose him so early on. It's not usually a kind of mistake that come out of Rick Morris, that's for sure, not with the amount of experience he's got. Up to third place, Renzo Rivera from 7th on the grid. An incredible start. There were 6 on the grid. He's made up 3 positions. Somebody's run wide out of the hairpin. Looks like that might be the 27 car. I think it is. who's gone off track again, and Adam Kaji comes back on and takes out a car coming down the hill. Who was that he just went sliding into the side of? It was the 77 car that he came sliding in, and Simpiwe Mhlatlo had nowhere to go. I don't think Kaji realized that Mhlatlo was in the way and came flying through there and literally slapped into the side of him. Unbelievable stuff. Great to see we're getting some action all around the world, watching us from all around the world as well. We appreciate that as we're into the second half of the day's racing here at round 4 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport at Aldo Scribante circuit on the Eastern Cape of South Africa, down in the city of Gqeberha, formerly Port Elizabeth. And the action has been thick and fast all day long in MSA4, and it's more of the same. Big shout out there, of course, to Fabian Lance, who's joined us there from the F1 Academy. And of course, she's of course supporting there Emma Darling, who was involved in the Toyota Gazoo Racing SA Cup race only a couple of races ago, and a couple of minutes ago, in fact, at Aldo. But looks like Michael Besaidenote means business here. He is not going to give this up at all, and he's trying to open up a bit of a margin as those yellow flags are withdrawn into turn number 7. They were out flying frantically for a while and then were withdrawn as the cars made their way there. I think it was just to warn the drivers that Rick Morris's car is on the sideline, but I think they don't have to worry too much about that one. It seems to be just out of harm's way off the track. Besaidenote with a 1 second gap over Akila Levi. Levi's got Renzo on his tail, Shrin there behind, and Karabo Malamela closing things down with Guido Bedoli right on his tail. Behind that, it's Ken Swartz. Then a bit of a gap down to Gianna, and I think Gianna and Anastasia are fighting in amongst the ladies there to keep out Adam Kaji, and as I said, Simpiwe Mhlatlo having to take evasive action. Here comes JH looking for a way past on Schofield, going left and right in the Kent class. John Henry looking for a way through there, and doesn't look like he's found it just yet. He tried to go around the outside of the hairpin on Ian Schofield and made a small mistake, so certainly going to be in for a bit of a run for his money here as Ian Schofield, with a young driver who's looking to make a name in Formula Ford Kents. The drive he's had so far has been pretty spectacular, and to try and take on the man who is kind of seen as the king of single-seaters in this country is a tough man to beat, as Ian Schofield, particularly in a Kent car. So leaders across the line as we watch the Kent class heading down towards Chevy. Besaidenote opening it up to 1.6 seconds over Akila Levi. Renzo Rivera behind that to the tune of 0.6. So it's hardly anything. A little sideways there from Guido. Guido got a bit sideways, and that's allowed Ken Swartz a little sniff, possibly to squeeze through if there's a chance. If that gap opens up, you know that Kent is going to pounce and put the 5.8 ahead of the 6.8. So 58 versus 68 there, and currently for what is 6th place on the track, behind Karabo Mela, who makes up the top 5. Big fights all the way through, as we've seen in every single outing of this category so far. This new format of single-seater racing in South Africa, based on what is a sort of a type car of Formula 4. Oh, Akila Levi with a mistake. Was that a missed gear? I think it might have been. That's going to give Renzo Rivera a chance to get second. He gets it. Renzo Rivera moves to second place, and here comes Shrin Naidu for the chance as well, looking to try and steal away a position after Akila Levi made an uncharacteristic mistake from his side of things coming out of that final turn. He gets the position back down into turn 1 with a little bit of slipstream playing into his favor, but nearly losing that second place to Renzo Rivera, who pounced automatically without even thinking to get through into second place after a missed gear from Akila Levi coming out of that final turn. That's given Michael Besaidenote even more room out front. Here comes Shrin on the inside of Renzo. Late braking, can't quite get there. Renzo runs a little bit wide, might just keep that door open. Or Alan Mayer with a slightly damaged Reynard on the exit of Dunlop corner. That might have been a little bit of a touch there between somebody and Alan Mayer. Or was it all on his own? No, it would have been all on his own, because he was on his own some there into turn 7. So he might have just made a mistake and gone a bit sideways, or something broke on the car. As I said, that car hasn't driven in anger in about 15 years, so there might be some loose or rusted bolts on the car that they haven't checked. And fortunately, this is the reason why Alan Mayer got a chance to drive that Reynard, is Ian Schofield wants that car for a couple of weeks' time at Swartkops for the Inland and Historic Championship single-seater class. And it's Alan Mayer who's doing the test pilot role there. So they found a chink in the armour, which they can fix easily, and have that car ready for that Inland and Historic Championship at Swartkops in a couple of weekends' time. flying through the sweep up towards Hanger. Look at the gap that's opened up now between Mikhail Besaidnout and Akil Aliba. It's nearly 4 seconds. It could be a little less as Akil Aliba has now got away from Renzo and Shrin fighting for third. They're about to be joined by, I was going to say Karabo Malamela slowing, but Guido Bedele pouncing on that slowing car of Karabo Malamela. So Guido up to fifth, I should say, and looking to maybe just close things down there on Shrin and Renzo. Joining him, I'm sure Ken Swartz would like to join the party, but Karabo Malamela with a bit of an issue. He might be pulling in the pit lane as that Race Drive SA and Investchem car slowed dramatically coming out of the hairpin. Guido hugs the wall, comes across, goes into the defensive position to keep Ken Swartz out. The 68 and 58 battle continuing there now for 5th place on the track, with the demise of Karabo Malamela dropping by the wayside. That's Alan Mayer on the sideline. He's okay. I think just a bit of damage on the car, a bit of damage to the ego maybe as well for the Lieutenant Colonel retired out of the Air Force there, LT. Fortunately not getting it right there in the second heat in the Investchem car. Shrin still looking to pounce. Can't find a way through on that metal use spares machine of Renzo Ribeiro. Production X car is looking dangerous though. And on the last pass, actually, Shrin was slightly quicker. And when I say slightly quicker, 0.006 of a second quicker than the man in front of him, Renzo Ribeiro. That's how close they are. How evenly matched these cars are as well. Unbelievable stuff from MSA4 again. More of the same as they come into the next lap completed, and that's going to be 7 done, 3 to go. So a little bit of fun and games still to be happening out there. It's not quite done just yet. I'll tell you something, it's pretty impressive stuff here from Michael Besaidnout though, to keep that gap between himself and Akil Aliba. Aliba with slightly more experience in single-seaters, particularly of this nature, than Michael's had. Michael's had a couple of seasons in what was previously the Formula 1600s, and now in MSA4 he's becoming a serious threat to Akil Aliba's championship lead with a relatively comfortable margin here by the looks of things. Renz has got a little bit of breathing room now between himself and Shrin for 3rd place. As I say that though, Shrin closes the gap down under braking for turn 7. So a chance here for him to maybe just spoil the day ever so slightly. We got 2 to go. Still no chance for Ken Swartz to swap up the numbers there and run in numerical order with the 5.8 ahead of the 6.8. That's what he's looking to do, but he just can't bridge that gap on Guido's pacey little car ahead of him. Guido's got quite a happy car underneath him. Tends to slip and slide a little bit more than most of those cars do. But kind of like I say, it's kind of the way he likes to drive the car, with a bit of a loose rear end. It's working well for him so far because he's now closing the gap down on Shrin. Naidu losing a little bit of gap there to Renzo Ribeiro, who hangs on for 3rd place. He's not going to catch Akil or Michael, but he certainly still wants to stay on the overall podium. And 2nd race podium would be even better. They're coming up onto the back end of the Kent class. First car they're going to catch, by the looks of things, could potentially be this man's stablemate in the Huawei car, and that will be JH. So Jean-Henry Vaughan about to be caught now by his teammate Michael Besaidnout. It could be quite cool if Huawei are around. They could get a formation flying photo of these two. Getting up to the hairpin, I'm sure that he'll just move over. Vaughan giving a gap there to his teammate. Where is he? He's not really going to make it easy. He's going to make it difficult for him. Yeah, there we go. Eventually gives him a bit of room, lets him through. And I think Schofield will realise he's coming along quickly as well and probably move out the way. But it's checkered flag time, so there is a chance of that formation flying photo for the Huawei team. Scof might hang on and have to do one more lap. No, they're going to give him the flag. They give him the flag. So there you have it. MSA4, 2nd heat done and dusted. Magnificent effort there from Michael Besaidnout, staying ahead of Akil Aliba. Aliba, for the first time, not having an answer to the Huawei car of Michael Besaidnout. Renzo Gqeberha maintains his top 3 honours in third place for Metal Use Spares. Great drive from him, ahead of Shrin Naidu in the Production X car, and Guido Badoli comes through for a top 5. It'll be first and second in the Kent class, of course, for Ian Schofield. He finishes in 12th place overall, ahead of John Henry Vaughan in 13th, lucky for some. Unfortunately, though, it was Alan Mayer who ended up at Dunlop on the sideline, and Rick Morris decided to leave the grid early and destroyed his chances of a podium by crashing into the back end of his fellow friend and Formula 4 driver, Ian Schofield. And then had to park the car on the sideline, and you can see them coming to the line. Now this will be the official lap that Schofield gets to finish the race. There you have it. He went over the line and now takes the official race win for Formula Ford Kents. It's Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup that will be on standby and out on track in a few moments' time. More two-wheeled action coming away here at round 4 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport in Gqeberha at Aldo Scribante.
I'm just going down for a piss.
There's certainly going to be a happy driver there in Michael Besaidnout, and I can see that Claudio is standing by to try and catch up with him as soon as he gets that little arrow off his head and the Hans device off his neck. We'll catch up there with the Corsa Gameli race team driver in Michael Besaidnout and race 2 winner for MSA4.
Talk me through your race there, race 2, how was it out there?
No, race 2, we had a plan, we had to win the race and get the fastest lap, just to minimise the damage from the first heat. Good start, kind of just checked out from there. It was a bit of a lonely race, but we like those.
Well done.
Thanks.
Through your race, how was it there?
Not too bad. Had a decent getaway, but unfortunately got kind of squeezed out at the start there. So I had to step on the brakes in the start, but otherwise I was battling with Renzo. We had a good race there. Lacking a bit of pace,
had a bit of understeer, but otherwise good, fair, clean racing. I enjoyed it.
And the weekend overall, how was it for you?
Oh, decent. 2 fourth places, so good points in the bag, but still a bit to find in terms of pace. So we'll go back to the drawing board and see what we can do.
All the best for the next round.
Thank you very much.
Tell me about your weekend overall. How was it at Aldo Scribante for you?
It was a lot of fun. We had an unfortunate incident on Wednesday practice, but I just told myself it doesn't matter about that. The car's fixed, I'm fixed, I'm good to go. And that's what I did. I went and I had fun, and I really do love this track. I travel all around Europe racing, and I have to say that this is definitely my favorite track. So it was a good weekend. The last race was really, really good. So just proud of the team, proud of myself, so thankful for my parents and all of them. So yeah, thank you.
Ian Schofield, another dominant performance there. You just left everyone behind you.
Well, it wasn't quite as simple as that. I got assaulted from behind by an Englishman on the start who went on the first light and not the second light and rode into the back of me, which was quite entertaining to disentangle myself from his wheel was wrapped around my wheel. Anyway, eventually we got going, and after a couple of laps managed to get in the lead, and then got my head down and went and managed to pull away. So yeah, it was a good win.
All the best for the next round, Ian.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to it.
If you promise to sit still, if you promise
promise to sit still, you can sit here. Come under the rope.
This is another example of why we got a small break in the proceedings here. We had to get the car that Ian Schofield just mentioned, Rick Morris's car, recovered from the start line just on the right-hand side of his shot there. And then Alan Mayer's car is just waiting for, I think, a flatbed because it has got a broken left upright. So LT, we're just waiting for you to get that car off track, and once that car is out of harm's way, we will bring the Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup onto the circuit for race 2. So the protagonist in that little incident, of course, was Rick Morris. Have a look at this. Lights go off. Watch the car right at the back on the right-hand side. Rick Morris lights up the tires and goes, "I'm going now," and then gets stuck and puts his wheel literally between Ian Schofield's back wheel and front wheel. And Ian then has to try and take a bit of maneuver to try and get out of that because Rick's car, unfortunately, is locked up. He goes on the second set of lights and gets going and has to tuck in behind JH as they went down there. So John Henry Vaughan got the drop, but let's find out what Rick's take on that matter was.
Rick Morris, tell me your version of the start. We heard from Ian. What was your take on the start?
I decided I'd give Ian an easy race. In 55 years, I've never made such an appalling blunder. I went on the first light, and I went between the two of them, and I hit Ian's back wheel, which screwed up my steering. Ian was interlocked with my front wheel, so he went up in the air a bit. I just have to say sorry. I mean, it was ridiculous. Can you believe it? So stupid. And it's put a bit of a damper on what's been a lovely weekend in South Africa. Even the weather's lovely.
It's always good to have you back here again racing with us, Rick.
I love it.
We
I love
appreciate your time.
No problem at all.
All the best. See you at the next one.
Yes, hopefully. Bye for now then.
I think that might be a case of whether Ian lets him come back or not. But no, I think he'll definitely be back at the next one. There's a very good and long-standing friendship and relationship between Rick Morris and Ian Schofield, and it's always good to have him here. A man who's had oodles of experience when it comes to single-seaters, particularly in Formula Fords. And as I said, his biggest claim to fame at one stage in his career was he was able to beat the late great Ayrton Senna in a mano-a-mano fight in Formula Fords in the early stages of his career. going to see. You're going to see. All right, opening it up. Oh, yeah!
Because Tanya and I couldn't just ignore your birthday.
Oh, that's so cool, guys. Thank you so much. That's much appreciated. There we go. Thanks, guys. I'm going to have to get on with that a little bit later on. I'll tell Raynard to keep this in the media centre. We'll smash this a bit later on once we've done our duties. Thanks, everybody. Much appreciated. Thanks, Tanya. Thanks, media team. That's awesome. Thanks, brother.
Shot, bud.
Awesome job. That's cool.
That's why I was calling everyone out of the office all day.
Trying to get there. Okay, so we make a plan. Oh, there we have it. That's awesome. Always awesome. Thank you so much.
Shot, bud.
Race 2, Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup. Yeah, birthday celebrations are done now. I'll have to get some of that cake a bit later on. But massive thanks to the team and everybody behind the scenes there for making yours truly feel a bit special today. That's right, 2 years ago I spent my 50th birthday here commentating. And yeah, now it's James Tozen year, 52 at Aldo Scribante. Kind of always works out that I'm in PE for my birthday. Not quite sure how that works out, but yeah, numerous times in the past we've been down here in the friendly city, and there's a lot of friendly people, so a big shout out there to everybody behind that and getting something special in the day. It always goes down well. But we've got something special planned for you right now. It's Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup Race 2. We saw the return of the King in Race 1 as the King Price Insurance Kawasaki of Kinsella dominated at the front. Steve Cannon putting in the work there to get that bike sorted out in the break while the doctors were working frantically to get Kinsella back up to fitness and in time to join us for round 4 of the championship. He has 145, it's going to be a 165 point deficit to make up now, having scored 25 points for the win. So it's a bit of a margin, 140 points to make up in the space of this race and what would be another 4 rounds of the championship. So it's a hard task, that's for sure. I don't know if it's doable, but stranger things have happened in motorcycle racing, particularly when it comes to the likes of Evel Knievel. As I said in the past, Kinsella's taken some great victories here on superbikes, on super sport bikes, and he also, of course, took 2 wins in the Mr. Motorcycle Championship when Westbank Super Series was still running as the National Circuit Racing Tour. It was a sort of winner takes all, or devil takes the hindmost style race, where they would run 600s and thousands together and eliminate a motorcycle every single lap, and then give a chance to the top 4 to go at it, starting side by side on the start line for 2 laps. And Clint won both of those here at Aldo Scribante, taking the white dollar blazer on 2 occasions down here at the Eastern Cape Circuit. And Aldo Scribante has been very good to him in the past, and it's hopefully going to be very good to him here today, with a possibility of 2 wins out of 2 starts. Right, so we're going to clear the grid quickly. Get Sean Portman and Motor Rider World off the track. Get Jordan Agliotti and a couple of the other umbrella babes and guys that are doing duties there to get these motorcycles off onto their warm-up lap to get some more heat into the Bridgestone tyres that these guys run, and then we'll be off and running. Couple of wheelies in the mid-pack, couple of wheelies at the back there. We'll try and get some heat into those EBC brakes as they come down into turn 1, and more importantly some heat into the rubber. It shouldn't be too difficult to get heat into the rubber. It's quite a viscous is a good word circuit, and the hard wearing on rubber is the track conditions here, and have been for a long time at the circuit. It's quite a tire eating circuit, the Aldo Scribante surface. So the man from Bridgestone there, Mr. Ian Harwood, he knows that these Bridgestone R's can take a pounding, but will it be a case of tyre preservation, because they have to run on the same set of tyres they ran on in the first heat. So I wonder if Clint pushed his tyres a bit too much. He would have brand new tyres, of course, as opposed to maybe some of the scrub tyres that a couple of these riders would be running. Some of them using their tyres from the previous round at Swartkops, because they do last relatively well and are pretty hard wearing in terms of the longevity that you get out of these Bridgestones that they run. That's one of the reasons why they run them in this class. It's to try and keep the costs down as much as possible, as well. As we all know, motorsport can be a costly outing. So it is ZX10 R Masters Cup. There are 24 ZX10s lined up on various derivatives of that Kawasaki brand. They all run on Bridgestone rubber, and there's a few modifications that they're allowed to do to these machines. It's not a lot though, and with that it keeps the class very, very evenly matched. And we are almost good to go now for race 2 start. Lights on, lights out, and we're racing. Good start once again. Oh, some wheelies in that mid-pack. One of them coming out of Reggie Seal, and I think out of Tyron Piper as well, the back end stepping out down towards turn 1. It is a big dive on the inside there from Damien Purificati, but no one is going to outgun the king of Aldo Scribante as Tyron Piper runs wide coming out of turn 1. It's Clint Seller who leads with Purificati on his tail. It's Westman up into 3rd place though, outgunning the TNB Global machine of Keith Agliotti. Piper makes up some ground, just sneaks up on the inside of Steve Golgocci. Golgocci's made a couple of positions up on the start as well, which is good to see. Let's see if he can keep it all together there. Here comes James Barson on the inside of Adi van Dalen to take up the position that he fought with almost all of race 1. 166 is Reggie Seal. He comes through as well relatively quickly and possibly moves himself just inside the top 10 overall. And Kruger, behind that is Darren Upton. Upton with not such a good start. Bit of work to do there for the number 66 bike. Not quite where he wanted to be. He's dropped down through the positions slightly there and allowed Reggie Seal, Byron Rothgold to squeeze up a little higher up than what they normally would be. Coming across the line, Seller leads out over Purificati, Westman, Agliotti and Upton. Upton under pressure as they go down towards turn 1 from Barson and Van Dalen. The two of them looking to dive on the inside, and then the rest of the pack coming through there with the tail end being brought up by Ian Harwood and Nico Zietsman. Zietsman at the back end of the track, or back end of the field on this track. As they come through the sweep, look at this power and precision being put in there, trying to find a way through there on Trevor the Killer Westman. He's not an easy man to pass, that is for sure. And Agliotti's going to have his wits about him if he's going to attempt a EBC outbreaking maneuver into the hairpin or up possibly into turn number 7. Second pack behind that also starting to get into each other. Upton, Barson and Van Dalen. But it's Seller disappearing at the front end, comfortably in the end, coming across the line to complete another lap of this 12. 3 down, 9 to go. Van Dalen under big pressure, and Barson is right there, putting him under pressure and putting the pressure onto Upton, who's just up the road. The two of them are now side by side. Van Dalen going to be trying to go late on the brakes here. Upton, little rusty maybe on the brakes, has to slot in there behind the VAG Centurion man. One of our associate sponsors in this class slots himself up and moves into the top 5. Keith Agliotti still maintaining 4th place behind Westman. Here comes Barson on that Steel Monkey Kawasaki, looking for a way through now on Upton. He's almost got that short straight between Hanger and the hairpin between himself and 2nd place Damien Purificati. It's 4 seconds into the 3rd lap that Seller's been able to pull out over the rest of this pack. Amazing run here on the return of the King Price Kawasaki after a bit of a sabbatical with some injuries and some health concerns that had to be sorted out before he could climb back on a motorcycle, but it is fantastic to have him back again. Further down in the pack, great little fights. Henk Kruger fighting it out there with Gerard Frey. Byron Rothkell's dropped just behind that. There's a little dive on the inside. That was Peter Delport making his way up. There's JLR, Johan Leroux. Tyron Piper, the man who ran wide out of turn 1. He's now trying to make up some ground and close the gap down on the riders he'd normally be racing with. Further back from that, Gerard Frey and Jacques Cruz having a little bit of a fight of their own there. It's great to see the little packs that just form up in this ZX10R Masters Cup. They just tend to fight it out at every single circuit they go to, because it's guys that are sort of on equal machinery and equal skill sets that get into these little packs and start to fight it out. Sometimes you find yourself in company that you're not used to, but with that you tend to learn a lot in a race like this, because if you're in with a faster rider and you're watching where they're braking, where they're turning in, what their markers are to get on the accelerator, to get the bike stood up, to get in the drive position, you start to learn those, and of course then put it into practice in your own riding, and you just get better and better behind the screen of those ZX10s. JLR with a big move there. Gerard Frey being demoted down one place as they come through. Nice move as well further back there from the all black Kawasaki. Squeezing things out there. That was Aubrey Murray, I think, and Alfie Swanepoel having some fun and games there between the two of them as they came through to complete another lap and get to the halfway stage. So this is maneuvering through here. Really good to see. And I can tell you something, that there's hardly anything in it between these riders when it comes to the packs that they're involved in and the fights that they've been battling with the entire time. Apologies, it's over the halfway stage mark because we're into the second half of the race already. It's a 10 lapper, not a 12 lapper. I've got to try and remember how many laps each of these races are. I should be checking that before I start the commentary, but yeah, we've got that one eventually sorted out. So coming into completing halfway, there we go, now they've corrected it. Halfway stage completed. 5 out of the 10. So I wasn't wrong there completely. Timing monitor did say 12 at the start of the race, and now they've changed it to 10. Across the line they come. Another lap completed for the mid-pack and back-pack of riders too. And having their own little fights. Tyron Piper being closed down now a little bit. In the background there by Steve Galgocci, trying to close onto the back end of Jacques Cruz and Gerard Frey. Westman has closed the gap a little bit there. In fact, it's quite a big differential that Westman has made up. Oh, big dive from Barson into the hairpin. Barson goes up the inside line and tries to get through on 80. 80 comes straight back, cuts his nose off down the hill into Chevy. That was some nice chopping and changing between the two of them. After you? No, after you. No, after you. That's what it's all about. Eddie Van Dalen hanging on for now. But it's James Barson applying massive amounts of pressure onto the back end of that VAG, the VAG Centurion Kawasaki. TNB Global and Ridgeway Race Bar Kawasaki trying to close down on that Project 60 bike of Westman. It closes through the twisties, but Westman just seems to have a little advantage when it comes to the straight line speed. Not quite sure what the difference there is, but needless to say, Westman is going to try and close the gap down on Purificati. Purificati's only up, that's how close he is. He is not as far up the road as what he was in race number 1. But Sella, of course, has disappeared, so Kinsella doing it all right for now. Coming up towards that final turn at turn 7. Once again, the killer just takes about half a second off there under braking. Is that going to be enough to try and keep him at the front end by the time that checkered flag comes out in a few laps' time? We'll have to wait and see if that's the case. It's 3 to go, and Westman has got his head right in that arrow helmet tucked behind the visor of that ZX10, trying to close that gap down on Damien Purificati. As I said, Purificati can hang in there all day. He's way ahead of the next Class B competitor. which is actually Henk Kruger down in 11th place at the moment. But remember, Piero Vicardi leads the overall championship, so sticking in second place ahead of Westman, ahead of Agliotti, and Barson is more important for him. Sella's not a worry for him because he's 140 points ahead of Sella, so he doesn't really have to go hunting for Kinsella, so he can roll off slightly and try and control things for a second place ahead of Westman and Agliotti. They, of course, are still fighting for second and third in Class A and third and fourth on the road. 57, Renatus van Niekerk. Trying to find a way to stay ahead of this little pack that he's involved in. He's got Reggie Seal, Peter Delport in there as well. And then Kruger not too far behind. Trying to just bridge that gap for the third pack of ZX10s on track. Delport flying. Gets into the slipstream. Might be able to use that slipstream effect. Down into turn one. He gets sucked in, but unfortunately just not enough straight away to use it to go for the pass. So he follows Renatus through into the S's. With that, here comes Kruger. Kruger has slowly but surely clawed his way back to these two just up the road from him and are now looking pretty dangerous for a chance to overtake. Watch him through the sweep. They're heading up towards turn 5. Late on the brakes, coming from the 110. Oh, Delport had a look but couldn't quite make it stick. The two teammates fighting behind him there, one in front, one behind. Sandwiching Delport at the moment. Kruger about to join his teammate there. Flick up and change on the outward maneuver he was trying to attempt into that final turn. Didn't quite work out. This is Sella. Haven't seen much of him because he's been so far ahead. He's almost 10 seconds up the road now from Piero Vicardi. And it's plain sailing, I think, here on this final lap for Sella. The one thing he's going to be super ecstatic about is the fact that he's come back and taken a double victory here. And looking for a chance now to come back into the sport that he loves the most. So, out of the hospital bed, into the physio and fitness construction business to get himself back into full fitness to race a ZX10 and take 2 victories at Aldo Scribante in the Sunbet ZX10 All Masters Cup. Evil Knievel, Clint Sella on the King Price Kawasaki, wins out over Piero Vicardi, Westman and Agliotti. And there's a happy man down into turn 1 once again there for Sella, taking the victory. Look at that. Oh, nice from Eddie Van Dalen. He returns the favour on James Barson to win that little battle. As Henk Kruger seems to have snuck through as well. He might have moved himself up to the front end of that little battle and beaten out Peter Delport and Renatus van Niekerk. He has. He comes through for 8th place and Renatus in 9. Delport in 10 as Sella heads off circuit. Where's he going? He's going to go and see his fans. There you go. That's the way we like to do it. Head off into the crowd. They love this kind of interaction down here at the circuit. Getting up close and personal with all the fans is Evil Knievel after a significant double victory here today in the Sunbet ZX10 All Masters Cup. Class A went to Sella ahead of Trevor Westman and Agliotti. Class B going to Damien Perfricati. He beats out Henk Kruger. It's a long way down to 3rd place in Class B, which will be Byron Rothwell. Class C goes to James Barson. He wins it out, of course, over Johan Leroux. And it's Reggie Seal who'll get the 3rd place in Class C's for Sunbet ZX10 All Masters Cup. So from one cup we go to another. It's Astron Energy Polo Cup. They'll be up next. Oh, they're going to have a clean race in the second one. I can't wait to see what unfolds here for race 2 at the home circuit of the 30th anniversary of Astron Energy Polo Cup. So you can see Ricky Marias just going across and saying, yeah, well done, making sure that everything went according to plan. He, of course, is now the technical consultant there for ZX10R Masters Cup. Great to have him back in the paddock on the Extreme Festival. Steve Cannon, of course, the man who preps that King Price Kawasaki. And I'm sure as soon as we get Evel Knievel off that bike and that helmet off his head, we'll have a quick chat to Kinsella and see how things went, and possibly catch up with a couple of the other riders involved in the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup Race 2.
Have been stalling though.
Put this down. Sorry.
Looks like we're going to catch up there with Damien Purificati. He got second overall, and of course the win in Class B.
Damien Purificati, second overall, winning Class B. Talk me through your weekend. How was it?
Sure. So this was a weekend of mixed emotions. Like, one of the hardest rounds I've struggled with. A full second off pace from last year here, and I just tried multiple things. The weather didn't play its part, and yeah, it was just an all-round struggle. But all good, at least I brought it home in one piece and got some good points. And I made a detrimental change for race 2. I went much harder with the rear spring, and I had a few hectic moments. So I'm glad that I'm here in pit lane, Park for May, and the day's done. Thank you.
Well, all the best for the next round.
Thank you so much. Have a lekker day, everyone.
Well, it's great to catch up there with Damien Purificati, winning Class B and second overall, and possibly be second overall for the day as well, as Astron Energy Volkswagen Polo Cup make their way out onto the circuit for their second heat of the day. Charles Smallberg and Hannes Skippers will share the front row, and then it's Mara Deleuze and Shin Rajpaul on the second row. Roshan Goodman moves slightly higher up along with Chris Tate for the second start. There will be 5 and 6 on the grid. Milan Emsley and Josh Moore will be alongside each other on the fourth row, ahead of Cyril Jacobs Jr. and Liam Crystal. Bjorn Berthold will start on the 6th row, ahead of Nirav Singh, and then Berlin Robinson and Pierluigi Mussolini ahead of Jaden Kurson, who will start at the back of the pack. If they got that AA car sorted out, I haven't quite seen it get onto the circuit yet. I'll be keeping an eye out whether or not that yellow car got back onto the track after the damage it incurred after a little touch between himself and Srin Rajpaul. That's the other car that was involved in the accident earlier on. Great to see they've got Berthold's car sorted out. I'm also just trying to pick up on whether they got the Team Red car of Berlin Robinson's sorted too, and Pierluigi Mussolini's FSS Polo rectified, because there were a couple of seriously damaged cars after a turn 1, race 1 incident that brought out a red flag and we had to restart the whole thing on a second time. Chris Tate will definitely looking to up his pace from a slightly higher position on the grid than what he was in the first heat, and celebrating 30 years of Polo Cup, as you can see on the side of the car as well. Great to see that milestone being reached for this one Max Series. There is the AA car of Jaden Kurson. I can just see it making its way through the field. Is that Berthold's car at the back? Yes, it is. Just waiting for a chance for him to... Oh no, he had to wait for Moffat to get into his position for the Masters category. So Bjorn just waiting patiently for him to come through. I don't know if Bjorn wants to start from there though. He's just giving a chance to come through. Here he comes. Not a lot of space given there, but he just squeezes that Polo through and will make his way to his grid position, which will be in 11th place on the grid for the Cup class. There's the battle scars. You can see new sections of the car that have been put onto the side. A brand new car doors on front and rear of the right hand side of the car. Front panel as well being put on. So some new machinery had to go and be sought somewhere into the echelons of Aldo Scribante's pit lane. But fortunately, they were able to find some spare parts, and that car looks good. Hopefully it goes good. I mean, that car's prepped by Lee Thompson Racing, so I'm sure that Lee and his team would have worked frantically to get his machine ready to go. So there is still a warm-up lap. It's not the race starting just yet. It's one more warm-up lap to get a bit more heat into the Dunlop rubber and let them follow that Astron Energy Polo GTI around. It's the home of Volkswagen Motorsport here at Aldo Scribante. So when you're at your home track, you always want to put on a good show, and they certainly did in the first heat. There is the Fantech car, Berlin Robinson, so they have got that car sorted out of Team Red. Great effort there from that team to get, I think, both of their cars that were involved in a bit of argy-bargy sorted out, as well as a good effort from the Lee Thompson team. I'm looking to see Berthold's car is there too, so well done. I think he falls under Nathan's Motorsport, if I'm not mistaken. So great effort from all of the teams to get their cars repaired and a full field and contingent back into contention for race 2. Elio Mussolini bringing up the tail end of the field there in the second of those FSS machines, the logistics company that sponsors both him and his son. And the Mussolinis, of course, involved now since the beginning of the season in Polo Cup. Great to have them both here, one in the Masters, one in the Cup class. Masters class has grown by 2 cars this weekend too, so a big welcome to Byron Thomas, Richard van Heerden, who have joined the tail end of the field. Richard was, of course, at the previous round. But it's first time for the 2 of them down here, and we actually got a comment from Byron on the start line after the restart, and he was saying how frantic it was to go through and watch the fracas unfold ahead of him, with the Cup class getting so uptight and personal, and some of them ending up on the sideline. Hopefully we get a clean and clear start, and everybody can get through turn 1 and into the race itself before we start to see the chopping and changing. And I'm sure that the COC would have had a little chat to some of the drivers, and I'm sure there would have been plenty incident reports that Eric Schultz would have had to sort out. As we get under starters orders now, let's go through that procedure. 2 minutes to 1, 1 minute into 30 seconds, 30 seconds to 5. Lights on, and we're racing down towards turn 1. Great start from Hannes Gqeberha. He got a slight advantage there over Charles, and it looks like he might be able to hang on to it. Yes, it's a massive advantage. He's got ahead. Look at Tate. Chris Tate has come from 6th place to 2nd place, heading towards turn 1. Looking to try and dive on the inside of Hannes Gqeberha. He slots into 2nd place with Smallberger behind him. Srin Rajpal getting a little sideways on the exit of turn 1, but he managed to keep out Mara Deleuze. Deleuze has got on his outside by the looks of it Roshan Goodman. Goodman trying to hang on and just sneaks through. No, in fact, Josh Moore. Apologies on that one, Josh Moore. Goodman's got Emsley side by side with him for Team Red. And behind that comes Cyril Jacobs Jr., who gets up onto 2 wheels and off the circuit. Jacobs Jr. heading towards the marshalling point and slams into the tyre barrier. Wow, a little touch there from Emsley's point of view. I'm not quite sure who touched Emsley there, but he went sideways. Not Milan, I beg your pardon, Cyril Jacobs Jr. And Jacobs Jr. on 2 wheels eventually ended up in the tyre barrier just on the exit of what is now Hangar Sweep. So what a start to this one again. There he is. In fact, it's Roshan. It's Roshan Goodman. It's not Cyril Jacobs Jr. Roshan Goodman, who is in the tyre barrier right underneath the marshal point. And there it is. I think it may have been Bjorn Berthold. No, I think that might be damage from the previous round. So I'm not quite sure who it was. We'll try and pick up on that one if we get a replay of who the touch came from. But here they come down towards turn 1. Tate in 2nd place. Liam Crystal side by side with Nirav Singh. On his outside comes Berlin Robinson. We really know that 3x3 or 4x4 doesn't work into turn 1. Let's have a look. They came in here the last time. It's Roshan on the outside, and it is, just trying to pick up on who that might be. I think it was Bertolt. No, it wasn't. It was Milan. It was Milan Emsley. So the two team red cars coming together there. Milan Emsley coming together, back live now into the chicane. Here comes a dive from Liam Crystal, trying to get on the inside and maybe right onto the tail end of his teammate. Who is that? Maro. It's Maro, beg your pardon. Maro side by side there with Josh Moore as they come out of turn 5. Got to try and remember that these two cars in similar liveries out there. Very difficult to spot the difference between the two of them when they're in flat out racing. But it was Maro that was side by side with Josh, trying to close down on the back end. Josh gets sideways. Back end steps out on that polo, keeps the front throttle buried as he pulls it out and pulls it straight onto the main straightaway. Trying to close down on Dr. Hannes Schippers, who is disappearing at the front. 1.2 seconds up the road now from Tate and Smallberger. Chris Tate, Smallberger, Rajpaul and Moore as they go down into turn 1, and then behind that it's Milan Emsley. Behind Milan, I think possibly would be no, it's not Cyril Jacobs Jr. Yeah, Cyril Jacobs Jr. and then Liam Crystal. So that's how they come through there. I think the car that they're battling to pick up on there with the data is possibly the Fantech car of Berlin Robinson. Or maybe it's the AA car who's not running, maybe they've got a problem on that transponder. But here we go, up towards the hairpin they come. Milan Emsley just up the road from this little battle, but Nirav Singh now starting to soak up the pressure coming from behind as the AA car starts to make its way through. Person on the tailpiece there. Bit of doctoring to the side of that car to put in some AA decals. Not quite sure where they found those double A's from, but well done to the team. Lee Thompson and his squad for getting that car fixed. Dr. Hannes Schippers now pulling 1.2 seconds, so about 0.2 of a second from Chris Tate on that last lap to close the gap down slightly. Smallberger coming along for the ride, as is Rajpaul. Shren Rajpaul closing down on the back end of Smallberger. Then Josh Moore, Maro Deleuze behind him. Deleuze, in fact, has got ahead of Moore, just in looking in the background there. There it is. Confirmation of that. There is Deleuze ahead of Josh Moore, the two rookies fighting for what is now 5 and 6 on track as they watch their rookie champion 2 cars up the road from him. He was about 10 cars behind them in the first race, so it certainly turned around here in Chris Tate's favour in race 2. Behind that, you've got Milan Emsley, who's closing in with Cyril Jacobs and Liam Crystal behind that. Someone off track, that's Berlin. Berlin Robinson running off, unfortunately, making a mistake up into the hairpin in the Fantech Team Red car. And that's going to put it into the clutches of Wayne Masters, who leads the Masters battle. First time I've got a shot of them just in the background, and it's Wayne Masters who's leading things out there in the Masters battle. We might get a shot of them now. Have a look at this. There we go. Wayne Masters, John Kruger, Derek Smallberger. Performance Masters, Habit and Sabertech fighting hard for honours. Behind that is the Paybar car of Mike Barbaglia. Barbaglia in the mix again in the Paybar car. We chatted to him after race 1 saying he's probably the most improved driver of the season and has definitely got the ability to now run with these top 3 who were sort of in a class of their own in the Masters class for a while. But Mike Barbaglia has certainly bridged the gap, and he's putting the pressure onto Smallberger. Moffat fighting hard just behind that with that was Byron Thomas that is on his tail, and Richard Van Heerden, sorry, and then Byron Thomas. So Van Heerden fighting there with Moffat for 4 and 5 on the circuit from the Masters side of things. Let's go back to the mid-pack here of the Cup class. Berlin at the back of the pack for the Cup class, in fact. Wayne Masters closing in on her rapidly. This man is in a class of his own once again here in Heat 2. The DDS and BDS car, Dane Fern Dental Services and Bedford View Dental Services car of the dentist, Dr. Hannes Schippers, leading things out now to the tune of 1.5. So he's found 0.3 over the last 2 laps to get away from Chris Tate in second. Tate is having to fight his life, or for his life here, I should say, for second, because Charles Smallberger wants the overall victory. And he's looking for a chance to pounce and sneak into second place. Chris Tate got a phenomenal start. Went from 6th place up into 2nd by the time they went down into turn 1. So capitalising on a magnificent start there was Chris Tate, your Volkswagen Rookie Cup champion from last year. Gqeberha Singh in the Kyalami exhaust car. He is fighting for just outside the top 10 at this point. He's in about 11th and 12th, in fact 12th and 13th place. Under attack from Berthold, who's trying to make up the ground he lost earlier on after going and getting up close and personal there with Roshan Goodman, who ended on the sideline. Masters on the back end of Berlin Robinson. Shouldn't be too much of an issue there to get through on the young lady. I think Wayne Masters will just wait to pounce, possibly up here into Dunlop, and he does, squeezing Berlin out and finding a way through there in the Performance Masters Polo GTI. And he's got 4 more laps to go. Try and keep John Kruger and Derek Smallberger behind that. Smallberger still in a fight of note there with Michael Baglia. Josh Moore with Milan Emslie on his tail. Photon Trucks fighting hard at the moment to keep off Team Reds. Top gun at the moment. Milan Emslie running the flag high there for Team Red. FSS at the back there is Elio Mussolini. Long way back here for Elio. I'm not quite sure what's happened here. He must have made a mistake on the circuit somewhere because he's dropped right to the back and completely away from the tail end of the Masters class. Here comes your leader. Once again up into turn 7. Final one. Dunlop corner. Leads across the line with 5 cars equidistant apart, heading towards turn 1. Skippers Tate, Smallberger, Rajpal and Deleuze. Charles Smallberger is working hard in that cockpit, but cannot close the gap down on Chris Tate. Find something special to try and close that gap if he can. There they go. Into the hairpin. Rajpal under attack from Deleuze. So Emslie's closed the gap down slightly. So has the AA car of Jaden Versen. He's now found a chance to close up onto the tail of Cyril Jacobs Jr. Kruger find a way through there. Berlin Robinson watching Wayne Masters get onto the back end of the second of the tail end markers in the cup class. Gqeberha Singh, the Ninja about to be caught and passed with 2 to go. Here comes Gerson having a look. Jakob sees him, shuts the door. Going to make it easy there for him. Jacobs ran a little bit wide out of turn 2, but into the S, shuts the door and keeps the AA car behind. Sean Hepburn and the boys at AA are enjoying the action with Jaden Kirsten running those colours. Braking now, you can see just how tight it is between these 4. Moore keeping them and kind of keeping that concertina effect on these 4 cars, holding up 2 of the Team Red cars, and then Lee Thompson Racing's AA sponsored Jaden Gerson as they head up towards Dunlop with 1 corner and 1 lap to go. Make that 1 lap to go now for the leader, Hannes Skippers, controlling 1.7 seconds on the last pass. How far is it now? Still 1.7 seconds. No change there between Skippers and Tate for 1 and 2. Smallberger for 3, about 0.9 off Tate. Still got a chance of squeezing Christopher Tate out, stealing that 2nd place away if he can just make up that 0.9 of a second between himself and the man in 2nd. Deleuze finding a way past on Rajpal. Goldwagen car now down into 5th place. Unfortunately, I don't think anything's going to change here in this top 5 unless we see a dive into turn 7 from Shin Rajpal on Mara Deleuze for 5th place. The 4 and 5 battle is the only one that could really change up here in this last corner. This man's done it all right, got off the line from 2nd on the grid, hole-shotted and disappeared at the front, and comes away possibly with the overall victory, because it looks like the margin there between himself and Charles is a little bit bigger than what it was between Charles and himself in race 1. So there's a good chance that Hannes Schippers possibly may have wrapped up the overall win for the day. Nirov has been able to stay ahead of the rest of the pack other than Masters. Wayne Masters getting through for the win, and it's going to be John Kruger for 2nd and Derek Smallberger for 3rd ahead of Mike Barbaglia. Great drive from the Masters class as well. Fantastic effort there from Astron Energy Polar Cup at their home circuit, and doing a superb job to bring us some really top class action, as they've done for the last 30 years, as we celebrate 30 years of Polo Cup in 2026. There are your unofficial results. Schippers, Tate, Smallberger, Deleuze, Rajpal and Moore, your top 6, which is how they go into the prize giving ceremony. And then top 3 in the Masters is Wayne Masters ahead of John Kruger and Derek Smallberger. Up next, Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. It'll be their 2nd race of the day. So looking forward to the big bangers coming out onto the circuit. And just after that, we'll be standing by for Volkswagen Rookie Cup, Touring Cars and Super Cup, Gazoo Racing SA Cup race number 2. And then the final race of the day comes from the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. And we'll wrap things up here for round 4 of the Extreme Festival National Championships. As always, thanking the big man upstairs before he gets emotional. Great job there from Hannes Schippers. We're going to catch up with him in a few moments' time, I'm sure. And there you go. First man to give the thanks to, other than the big man upstairs, is the man who preps the car. And that's Dion from Works Motorsport taking the victory there with Hannes Schippers from Dane Fern Dental Services. There we go. So race 2 in the hands of the doctor. Let's find out exactly how things went from his point of view as he just whips off the overall. It's getting pretty warm here. It is quite muggy outside at the moment here in the Friendly City. Let's catch up with Hannes.
Hannes, you picked up the win. I know you like winning. Talk me through that race.
Yeah, I must say a perfect race from start to finish. Had a good jump off the line. Charles didn't have such a good start, and just put my head down and chased it to the line.
Awesome job, well done, man.
Thank you.
Charles, Seems like you need 2 starts to get going.
Apparently,
Your race, what happened?
Yeah, unfortunately I missed second on the start, and I went from first to second, and yeah, after that I was dead. So yeah, not a good one, but anyway, we'll come back strong in East London.
All the best for that run.
Thank you.
Winner in the Masters. Let's
Wayne
catch up
Masters.
now with Wayne Masters.
That was quite a start and quite a race there. Talk me through it.
Yeah, I loved every minute of that. Now, we worked all day yesterday trying to get the infield and the corners right and the speed right, not knowing that the Lambda wasn't working. And now with that, with a good Lambda, the car's on fire. So yeah, it was a great race and I enjoyed the win.
Good consolidation considering your first race.
Yeah, no, well the first race was, unfortunately, we only found that out right at death. So yeah, so anyway, but it panned out good for the day.
Awesome job.
Cool.
Thanks, Wayne.
Ciao, ciao.
Looks like a quick repair to the tyre barriers on the exit of the sweep, and you can see the tyre marks heading down there belonging to Roshan Goodman after he got unceremoniously hit onto 2 wheels and sent onto the sideline. Fortunately, those tyre barriers were in the way, and a big shout out to the 2 marshals that were standing on that marshalling point. They didn't move, kept the flags waving despite the car headed towards them. So shout out, of course, as always, to all of our marshals at all the circuits that we go to. Without you guys and girls, we can't go racing, so massive thanks to them and to Race Control here at the circuit under the auspices of our 3 COCs today. Standing by for Extreme Supercars to roll out. They'll be on track shortly for race 2 of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop, race 2, about to make its way onto the circuit here at Aldo Scribante. Round 4 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsports National Championship. Lamborghinis, Audis, Porsches and Aston Martins are making their way onto the circuit for the second time today of 3. Damien Hammond might be a little bit more fired up for the second heat, as things didn't quite go according to plan there for the second of those GT3 AMG Mercedes-Benz. It's a lengthy body car. So a bit of work to do here in race 2 to try and close down Charles Randis and Jonathan Dutoit. All 3 of them getting down into the 59s. So sub 60-second laps around this track for these GT3 spec cars. 2 Class A cars of Paul Hill and his Porsche Cara. Running in the 101s and 102s. Viv Howell in the 104s in his Porsche for Class B. We get 2 warm-up laps to come into formation. I don't think they're going to do a formation lineup. It looks like they might be going straight into start because the safety car is out. Yes, it is. So they're going to go straight into a start procedure here. That's why you saw Damien Hammond trying to get the hurry up to get up into that 3rd place ahead of Cara and Paul. So here they come, under starter's orders now, behind the safety car and into formation. Ranji's looking for his 3rd victory in a row. He gets this one from this morning as well as the one he finished the day's racing at Swartkops. We'll make it 3 wins in a row for him. I think Jonathan Dutoit might have other plans up his sleeve. And I know that Damien Hammond is definitely looking to go higher up than what he finished in race number 1. As the lights go out, drop the hammer and down towards turn 1 we go with Aranjis holding on to first. 2nd place could possibly be Damien Hammond as Jonathan Dutoit goes around the outside. Oh, there's a touch between Hammond and Dutoit, but Hammond squeezes through into 2nd. So we got Mercedes-Benz AMGs 1 and 2 ahead of that Oyster Catcher and Stradale Trans-Africa Racing Lamborghini Huracan of Jonathan Dutoit. And as I said, Damien Hammond looks pretty hungry. He might be looking to try and find a way through there on Charles Randis early on if he can. The 3 of them in the first heat seem to have no issues in getting away from Class A's Hill pair. At this stage, Cara ahead of Paul. And behind them is the Porsche of Viv Howell. Come out of the final turn, Dunlop corner. And of course it is driven by Dunlop Extreme Supercars on track as we speak. Heading into turn 1. You can see just how hard they are pushing. Aranjis, Hammond and Dutoit getting away and are ready. Look at the lap times, just waiting for the lap monitor to refresh itself. But I'm sure those were within either the 60 seconds or under 60-second laps from those first 3 cars as they came across the line. First lap in anger completed. And it's AMG's 1 and 2 ahead of that Lamborghini Huracan. Pulling a big margin now over the Audi. And the Audi behind that, of course, is being pushed hard by the Aston Martin of her dad, Paul Hill. And here they come, the hills coming down the hill. Pun intended there. Towards Dunlop they go. Right now, the Audi, the Primogen Audi, seems to have the advantage over that Calyx Aston Martin. Change up for the lead though. Charles Oranges hits the front with a 60.4, 60.8 and 60.6 for the top three. Not quite into the 59s like we saw earlier on. Maybe now that there's a bit of clean air for Charles Oranges, we may see a 59 out of him. Ooh, Damien Hammond running wide onto the dirt. I think AMG's not going to like that. You can see that Hurricane wants to pounce now, realizing there was a little chink in the armor there. Can he find a way past? No, he can't. It's pretty tight though between the two of them as they head down into the sweep. Onto the brakes into Dunlop we go. Here we go. Good possibilities here. The Hurricane looking to pounce now on that second AMG. Slipstream coming into play. Will Jonathan du Toit be able to use it? No, not close enough. Hammond maintains second for now. 1 minute 0.3, 1 minute 0.6, 1 minute 0.6. That's how tight it was. Three very evenly matched cars. Three equally competent drivers behind the wheel of them. All over the back of that AMG, trying to find a chance to pounce if he can. Get back up into second place because he's watching his stablemate get away at the front. Oranges is doing it all right. 4 down, 8 to go. Oranges in front. 60.2, 60.6, 60.5. Definitely the quickest of those GD3s, other than Charles who leads out. So the battle for second is about to heat up. It's Jonathan du Toit is just turning the wick up ever so slightly every single lap, trying to find a way through on Damien Hammond for second. Hammond at this stage hangs on for second place, working hard to stay in that second spot ahead of du Toit. Makes a slight mistake out of the hip and puts a wheel on the dirt as well, so might cost his drive slightly. Another lap that he's completed down, 4 down, 8 to go. Ranji's 1 minute flat 0.4, 0.4 and 0.8 between those first three cars. 1.5 seconds up the road is Charles Oranges from Damien Hammond. But Hammond that time fastest of the three. Coming up to Hangar. A couple of drivers up on that Hangar bend that have got some supercars of their own that I was hoping to see on track this weekend. Keeping those cars under wraps for the other championship that they participate in from Aldo Scribante. Change for second just yet from Jonathan. Oh, he has got up close and personal. He has found a way to get through and pass Damien Hammond in the second of those AMG Mercedes-Benzes. The Hills continuing for second. Pack of cars, and of course it's Class A and Class B who are in the house and fighting hard at the moment. Class B car, of course, of Viv Hull doesn't quite have the same pace as this Aston Martin and the Audi do. Got a super run nonetheless from him in Class B, and great to have him join the series at round 4 of this championship in the Porsche. He sticks with it and comes with us to East London Grand Prix circuit, and then back up to Swartkops and to Cape Town for the final couple of rounds of 2026's championship for Extreme Supercars. Remember, we started the Extreme Supercar Championship at the Passion for Speed Festival in January this year. Lambo's coming. Oh, sorry, yeah, they didn't run the Passion, I beg your pardon. First runner was Cape Town. Apologies, Bully, you're right, you are right. It was last year that they did the Passion. So this time they started in Cape Town. And they are now fighting for honours big time here. As I said, Jonathan du Toit slowly but surely closing that gap down. It's now half a second. He's working at it, just ticking them off one by one by one. Just trying to get a little bit closer to Hammond. And will it be enough by the time the next 4.5 laps ends up with that Lamborghini in second, or is he going to have to stay behind the two Mercedes-Benz? It's not what he'd want, that's for sure. Damien Hammond's entrance into this championship at the last round certainly has turned up the wick slightly at the front end of this GT3 battle for Extreme Supercars. Though it hasn't really had an effect on the first of the Mercedes-Benzes out there. No. Super run here from them though. All staying, I can't tell you how consistent that is. Literally for the entire race we've had 60-second laps from all three cars. .4, 1 minute, .2, 295, 279. So Jonathan du Toit actually with the fastest lap of the race so far with a 60.279. Needs a couple more of those to find a way past on Damien Hammond, and that's not going to be easy to do. Here they come with 3 to go. Ranji's now, oh, he goes quickest. 1 minute .190. So slightly quicker than Damien Hammond and du Toit's fastest laps. And now takes that fastest lap record for race 2 away from Jonathan du Toit, his stablemate. Oyster Catcher, Trans-Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini Hurricane looking for a way past on that Liqui Moly Samlin Racing AMG Mercedes-Benz. Through there on Damien Hammond. He's tried everything so far. 1 and 2 just cruising at the moment for the hills in Class A. Now the gap's opened up. 2.6 seconds between Oranges and Hammond. 0.4 to du Toit. Damien's going to have to work hard on these next two if he wants that second place. Once again, Scholl goes even quicker. 1 minute .179 now is the fastest lap of the race so far, with 2 laps still in hand. Incredible to think that 1 minute .179 came in the 10th lap of asking here of race 2. So it looks like those Dunlops are starting to come into their own now, and they're starting to find the traction that's required late into race 2. Track starting to heat up with a bit of sunshine coming back out again as they start the final lap. And he goes even quicker. 1 minute .162. Will we get a 59 on the last lap here from Charles Ranges? Hammond second. Toy still remains third, but it's a bit more of a margin now. He put about a 10th in there on Hammond. On du Toit on that last lap. 1 minute .436, his fastest lap of the race as well, coming out of lap 11. Three corners to go for Charles Ranges and a double win here in the Extreme Supercars, driven by Dunlop. Late dive there from Jonathan du Toit. Just saw in the background. Toy got a little bit up close and personal with the second of the AMGs, but I think Hammond just managed it. Here they come to the line. 2 wins out of 2 starts for Charles Ranges. 1 more to come later on this afternoon. Final race of the day. Great finish there for Charlotte Ranges, taking the victory in the Extreme Supercars, driven by Dunlop, beating out Damien Hammond in the second of those Mercedes-Benz AMGs. And the Ricky Molly car beating Jonathan DeToy's Trans-Africa Racing and Oyster Catcher Lamborghini Huracan. Hill and Hill for 1 and 2 in Class A. Cara beating Paul. Viv Howell will come through for the win in Class B's. Up next, it's Rookie Cup. It's race 2 now for Volkswagen Rookie Cup, about to make its way out onto the circuit, and we're going to see whether or not Sebastian Diaz can potentially take his first win in this class as he starts from pole position ahead of Luke Hill, Sebastian Venkov, Jack Moore, Max Corbett and Keon Duomo coming to the line as they line up now for their second start of the day for the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Here we go. The Rookie Cup down towards turn 1 for the warm-up lap. Just to get them a little bit of extra heat into the rubber. And also get them into the feel of what racing is all about, because most races around the world have a formation lap where they come and take up their places on the grid. And then from there, of course, move into the warm-up lap, which is what they're on now. And then under starters orders. So it's kind of indicative of how racing works, and they want to try and get these rookies into how racing works as quickly as possible as well. So really nice to see that as they come into it. So looking forward to another great battle here amongst our rookies, and of course they always put on a good show, so I think it'll be more of the same here from these youngsters that are looking to move into the echelons of motorsport in their careers. They've decided to go the tin top route, and they're under the auspices of some multiple champions in their own right. Matty Merton coming from single seaters, Brad Liebenberg, multiple saloon car and touring car champion, and of course Jonathan Mahotsi, Polo Cup and Super Cup champion. And of course now moved on with both Brad and Jonathan competing in the Super Cup class in Germany, along with our very own Tyler Robinson, one of our lady drivers coming out of the Polo Cup Championship. And she would have been involved, of course, in touring cars Super Cup, but has decided that she'd like to put her full effort into the German Super Cup and see what she can do from a lady side of things and a South African lady side of things as well. And in the past we've had massive amounts of success in the Ladies Cup, and of course ladies moving into motorsport. We take into account, I was chatting earlier on about Fabian Lance and Emma Rose Dowling, and of course we've had Tasmin Pepper. We've had the likes of a couple of other of our top lady competitors who've gone on to bigger and better things. Nicole Purificati, of course, going to be racing in one of the international superbike championships as well. And we've seen lots of success from Women in Motorsport program that runs here in South Africa. Berlin Robinson, of course, being in a Rookie Cup car last year, has stepped up into the highly competitive Polo Cup category for 2026, and she had a bit of a baptism of fire here today. There was a big incident down into turn 1 that caught her, Berthold and Pierluigi Mussolini out. And there you can see the two coaches and Mike Rowe moving to the back of the grid as the Rookie Cup is about to make their way down towards turn 1. Lights out. Now. Oh, and off the line, great there from Sebastian Diaz. He got a superb start. Diaz getting no wheel spin whatsoever and heads down towards turn 1 by the looks of it. Venkov going to be right there with him. It's side by side. Looks like it's going to be Jack Moore coming on the outside. Venkov's on the inside, and in the middle there, it's going to be Luke Hill. And Luke Hill just squeezes through there, coming into the max, coming through in a maximum capacity is Maxi Corbett, finding some pace in the second heat. A little tap there onto the back end of Luke Hill's car, but it's Sebastian 1 and 2. Diaz, Venkov from Hill, Max Corbett, and Jack Moore. Back of the pack here, and Dwymer just got caught out slightly there on the start. Lost about 2 or 3 car lengths, I should say. But some of these guys coming from karting, so excuse the pun, and the pun could maybe have been unintended there, but I'll take it anyway. This time it's Venkov on the inside of Diaz as they go through turn 5, and a change up between the two Sebs as Venkov takes the lead. Diaz slots into second, just blocking the nose there of Luke Hill as they came through Chevy, and now up towards Dunlop. Jack Moore trying to close that gap down onto the back, but it's not an easy task when you've got such evenly matched cars, and these cars are so evenly matched. You'll watch the lap times of each of these cars as they come through there, and it's pretty much, I think they were about 0.6 or 0.7 of a second between the first 5 cars on the grid in qualifying. Pulling out of the slipstream is Keon Dwymer, looking for a way past on Maxi Corbett in the background as they head down towards turn 1. Venkov hanging on, only just, but a little bit of slipstream coming there from the 25 car of Diaz. Sebastian Diaz looking for a way to just, and Venkov got a little bit squirrely out of turn 1's exit there, hopping onto the curb, started to slip and slide a little bit as they went into turn 2, managed to catch it. They're now in the S's coming out of that S bend. Running wide was Luke Hill, using a little bit more of the extra curb on the outside to try and hang on, and he's going to have a chance here of maybe squeezing through. They head to the top of the hill. Here we go on the brakes. Chance to maybe dive on the inside and find a way. Oh, it's close. It's very close there between these first 4. Jack Moore has joined the party. As I said, arguably the most hungry driver at Aldo Scribante would be Jack Moore after he ended up on his roof in the S's at the first or second round of their championship. The first round, of course, was in Cape Town, and then they came here to Aldo Scribante before coming up to the championships in the Gauteng region of South Africa. Jack Moore onto the back end, and he's got about half a car length to make up there on hill for third place. How's these lap times? 16.4, 16.6, 16.6, 16.6, 17.3. So yes, maybe Maxi Corbett and Keon Dwymer are not quite on the pace, but the first 4 cars are so evenly matched. There is literally, what is that, 0.3 of a second between them. The first 4 cars on the circuit. Unbelievable in terms of lap times. But the gap, of course, has opened up to almost 1.8 over Max Corbett, who was in there. Quite sure why he just can't stay there. Max has worked really, really hard, and he's getting better and better every time he climbs behind the wheel of one of these cars, I have to say. But still not quite there just yet from Max Corbett's point of view. He's got a little bit of extra work to be done here as they're coming into the closing stages of this round 4, and it's round 3 of their championship. So if I got that right, I think I did. I was trying to remember, there's so many championships. It is round 4, yeah, it is round 4 as well. Apologies. They are on round 4 as well. Just getting that in my ear from Paulie. Thanks, Paul. But yeah, round 4 of the Rookie Cup, and getting to almost the halfway stage. It's 5 done, and 3 done and 5 to go. Now we're looking at time 16.4, 16.6, 16.6, 16.6. Now we go to 16.5, 16.9, 16.9, 16.7. Consistent 16s out of the first 4 cars. That's what you want in a Rookie Cup. You want 4 drivers evenly matched that can hardly overtake, find chances. This is where they learn their racecraft. This is where they learn how to overtake in conditions where they cannot find an opportunity. They've got to make them. They've got to learn where to place the car. They've got to learn where to brake a little later. They've got to learn where to climb on the accelerator a little bit earlier. They've got to learn where to apex the corner to get the maximum drive out of these cars. All of that being taught, of course, by the multiple South African champions as their coaches. This is a super program that they run here. It's equal to the one that they do in Gazoo Racing for the Toyota guys and girls who come out of karting to develop their skills to go into single-seaters or possibly into touring cars and tin tops like we're seeing in the 86 category. But certainly a massive effort being put in by both the brands to create future champions. Sometimes they're going to, at probably some point in their careers, they'll end up racing against each other, having come through the various rookie and development programs put out by the two brands. Remember, there's also a big development brand that takes place with the BMW M Performance Racing Series, and they'll be down here in a few weeks' time as the regional championship comes back to Aldo Scribante. Looking forward to that bit of action. And of course, we go back to back with coastal races that week, with heading straight to East London Grand Prix Circuit for the 5th round of this national championship, and the Rookie Cup will be headed that way as well. Can you imagine some of these rookies going through Potter's Pass? Man, that's going to be good. Onto the brakes and up towards the hairpin. It's getting a bit more up close and personal there between Hill and Diaz. Sebastian Diaz fending off the attack coming from Luke Hill for that second place. Gets slightly better drive down the hill and through the sweep. It's just because Luke Hill has compromised his drive slightly, trying to find an overtaking maneuver into turn 5. 9 to 7, he slides into 7 as Luke Hill. How's that for carrying some corner speed with a bit of understeer? Just sliding the car, letting the car do the work, catching it and then getting on the loud pedal to let the wheels drive it out of Dunlop corner and onto the main straightaway. Ken Dromer hasn't loved life here this weekend. He went so well at Swartkops. In fact, about 2 weeks later, he went even better as he climbed into the Swartkops 200 race car and did an amazing job in that little category, fighting in his Volkswagen Challenge that weekend, participating a little bit in an endurance race too. A slightly different look and feel to how racing works. This weekend just hasn't found the pace to go around as quickly as what Sebastian Venkov has done. Venkov has been the man to catch. Didn't quite get it right, but he's now starting to find his legs here in Rookie Cup. And with that, is starting to maybe put himself into contention for a potential, well, overall win for today, but potential win in the championship as well. But Sebastian Diaz, Luke Hill and Jack Moore are still a little bit of a thorn in the side. He hasn't quite got enough yet to get comfortable, and you can't get comfortable in a class that's so evenly matched. Of course, with Rookie Cup, they each get a chance to run a little bit of their own sponsor's livery on the side of the car just to help them out to get a bit of exposure. They go through a whole program that teaches them how to read data, use that data to convert it into lap times coming down, and learning the racecraft and how to use that racecraft and the improvements on the cars to get better and better. And then, of course, they also go through a whole media program as well, where they're taught all about the importance of social media, how to handle themselves on a microphone and do interviews correctly. And then there's the whole fitness and nutrition side of this program as well. So it's a wholehearted and all-round and all-encompassing Rookie Cup that teaches young drivers the do's and don'ts of motorsport and what they can do to become future champions in the realms of South African motorsport, or potentially even internationally. Seb sliding in along with Diaz, second of the Sebs, and even Luke Hill. So the Dunlop tyres on those front wheels are starting to take a bit of strain. Thank goodness there's only one more lap to go, because they are starting to slip and slide up into Dunlop corner. You can see that understeer big time into turn 7. And they use it to good effect, because they literally let the car slide in there, and as soon as it gets grip, that's when they climb on the loud pedal and let it drive out. So learning the craft and learning the way to use what could potentially cool, and there's a bit of understeer there as well, and then some oversteer. Not only under but oversteer coming out of that third polo. Nicely done from Luke Hill, well caught. Back in, stepped out ever so slightly. I think he might have just clipped the curb, which helped him a little bit. But it's lost him a little bit of drive, and it's probably given that second place to Diaz now, with a bit of breathing room into 3 corners to go. So it's going to be Venkov for the win, as you can see, relatively easily, unless something goes wrong here into Dunlop, but it's highly unlikely. Diaz for second, and Luke Hill for third. Hill with that third place, and his first race outing should potentially still hang on. Although, if I think about it, it might be Venkov who takes the lead of the championship with this win. So Sebastian Venkov gets the win, Diaz gets second, Hill gets third, Moore comes through for 4, and it's Maxi Corbett for 5, beating Kian Duomo to the line for the top 6 in Rookie Cup. Wrapping up Rookie Cup for the day, and we'll be on standby for the next race to make its way out onto the circuit. It'll be South African Touring Cars and the SATC Super Cup. That will be on track shortly. I think you're going to see a pretty happy man underneath that RI helmet in Sebastian Venkov. And once that helmet comes off, I think Claudio will try and get up close and personal with him and get a little chat with our race 2 winner, I beg your pardon, in the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Here we go, let's have a quick chat and see how things went from Sebastian Venkov's point of view after taking the victory in Rookie Cup.
Sebastian, double one on the day in PE. Tell me how you're feeling about that one.
Yeah, it feels good. It was a stressful race. It's very hot here, but it went good. I got a good start and then it just went good from there.
And now the next round coming up.
Yeah,
going there.
Gonna try keep it, but hopefully I can. The starts are my biggest problem, but luckily today I got them right. So yeah.
All the best for the next round.
Thank you.
There you can see one of the reasons why they're going through that Rookie Cup program, giving Claudio a tough time with the questions there. Normally you sort of get a one or two word answer out of them, so it's quite nice to see Sebastian stepping up a little bit there. So it looks like the media training is starting to work. But let's get away from media training and see what's going to happen in terms of the potential chaos that could be reigning here, as it usually does in race 2 of touring cars and Super Cup. Remember, it's an inverted grid for the Touring Car Cup class, so it will be Casey Smith and Jason Kutsia, 2 youngsters that came out of the Formula 1600cc, both of them winning championships in their own right in that class. Casey, of course, then going on to do a test, and Jason the same in touring cars. Jason decided to go into the 86 Brigade Cup Gazoo Racing for a year before he stepped across into a full touring car drive for Gazoo Racing. Casey Smith stepped straight into Volkswagen Golf GTI 8 and has become a relatively hot contender, because in his first time of asking, he was in the top 3 and actually won one down in Cape Town as well. So he knows what to do from the start line if he's on the front row, and particularly from pole position. Michael van Rooyen, though, wants to turn things around. He has to try and get a victory to try and claw back a little bit of Julian van der Vat's advantage in this championship. Keegan Campos will be looking to do the same, and so will Robert Volk. Andrew Schofield will start from 7th. He didn't quite make the inversion of the top 6, but Tate Bishop will start ahead of Jason Newsmore, Rory Atkinson and Nicky Vistanis for the first 4 cars in Super Cup. Tate Bishop, as I said, having never started from a standing start before, got the drop, got the whole shot, disappeared as Jason Newsmore had some problems, fell back by the wayside. He's got it all to do now to try and sort it out for this next one. Tiny's Pitbox has just joined us as well from Cape Town. He's of course a big supporter of that young man. There you can see it on the front of the bonnet there, and I'm sure that Tiny's is going to be pretty happy about the fact that his man has already taken a victory on return. Lee Thompson just double checking on oh, that doesn't look good. Tate Bishop for sale. I don't know if that car needs to be for sale if it's going so well in the hands of Tate, but anyway, let's see what happens. Jason Newsmore, he's of course prepped by Nathan's Motorsport, the Renegade Racing man from Richards Bay, multiple South African oval track champion in his own right. We are almost good to go here. Rory Atkinson, your Polo Cup champion from 2025, stepped up into 75 years of Volkswagen Motorsport entry. Of course, prepped and assisted by Haupt Racing. Roars has got some serious front-wheel drive ability as a racing driver, having spent lots of time in the Volkswagen Challenge as one of their top contenders. Moved across to Polo Cup, got a bit of a wake-up call initially in Polo Cup, but then eventually came through to wrap up the title in 2025. And now we stand by for the first set of lights for touring cars. Or are we going to get an extra warm-up lap? We're getting an extra warm-up lap. We're going to give them one extra warm-up lap before we go into the race procedure. Bishop, Loosemore, Atkinson, Stanis, Berthold, Zafiris, Muhammad Wali, 2 Lorera brothers, Combined Racing and Fast Developments. These 2 cars being prepped, of course, by Fast Freddy from Fast Developments at Swartkops International World of Motoring, along with the 2 BMWs that are in this class, Keegan Campos and this Fly Sapphire car. Andrew Schofield. So we don't only have a battle of wits amongst the drivers, we've got a battle of the wits amongst competitors put their cars and racing hopes into the hands of preparation and mechanical teams on the sideline. And we have got some seriously hot contenders in that little battle as well. If we take some of the race stables that are on track at the moment. WCT being one of them, and he, of course, is the man that does the preparation on the two Golfs of Casey Ensel-Smith and Julian van der Walt that sit 1 and 4 on the road. Michael van Rooyen, Team Gazoo Racing, coming out of Leroy Poulter's stable, being helped out, of course, by Fast Freddy and Fast Developments as well. Sure, there's just so much to play for here. Jason Coetzee, arguably going to be the most hungry driver out of this pack, having not tasted victory yet in a touring car. Back of the pack, Rick Leroux and Jared Rousseau. First set of lights will be for the touring cars. They get the hammer down and stalling, Van der Walt. Van der Walt in the wrong gear off the line, and he gets stalled big time and drops right behind his stablemate Robert Volk in the third GTI. He drops right to the back of the pack as Casey Ensel-Smith, the poleman, gets eaten up by both of the Toyotas. So it was Jason Coetzee who gets the drop on everybody, and looks like he leads things out over Michael van Rooyen, or is it the other way around? Yes, it is. It's Coetzee who gets the whole shot, and van Rooyen in second. Casey Ensel-Smith is third with Keegan Campos on his tail. He's being followed rapidly there by the Fly Sapphire BMW of Andrew Schofield, because it looks like Robert Volk also had some problems off the line in the GTI 8 from Chemical Logistics. So not only Volk, but Van der Walt with some major problems on that opening lap. And those two GTIs dropping to the back of the pack as the first GTI is in the hands of Casey Ensel-Smith. We've got double wave yellows coming into turn number 7. The reason being, we got Paulo Leroux's car, who was stuck in the middle of the circuit. It's just been moved out of harm's way. Fortunately, just in time before these cars came across the line to complete their first lap in anger. So we got Jason Coetzee looking for his first win. On his tail is his teammate, the reigning champion, Mohammed Wali, diving on the inside, trying to find a way through there on Paulo Leroux, beg your pardon. Rick Leroux was the problem car at the back of the pack there. The combined racing machine pulled into the pit lane. And then Campos putting the pressure onto Casey. This is pretty cool. Former teammates, probably still very good friends on the track, and spend a lot of time in the other formats of motorsport where they are still teammates. But this time it's the Fly Sapphire car. And remember, with Andrew Schofield taking a victory at the last round, he has found something special in that car, so he's not going to make it easy for Robert Volk to get through on him. But with that defensive driving, he's losing the gap here to the first 4 cars, including his now teammate, and of course out of the same stable there, Keegan Campos. Veloce Campos in turn 1, BMW on the tailpiece there of Casey Ensel-Smith in the Clayton Racing and WCT GTI 8. It's Loosemore who's at the front of the Super Cup class, getting ahead of Tate Bishop. Push to pass mechanisms on every single car as they came onto that main straightaway. The only one who didn't use it was the Golf coming through there of Julian van der Walt. You can see the Golf probably with a little bit of extra power down the straightaway to get past on Nico Zafiris. The We Buy Cars car squeezing through, and he's now up into the top 6 overall in the Super Cup class. But it's Julian van der Walt who's got to get through those 5 cars ahead of him and then still try and find a way to close down on Robert Volk, who's the tail ender. Incredibly, you did hear that right, yes. Robert Volk is the tail ender in the Super Touring cars. So that touring car battle out front has left Volk and Schofield way behind. It's Coetzee from Van Rooyen, Casey from a dive through, I was about to say Casey from Keegan Campos, beg your pardon. Trying to get all my cars right in the right order there. And as I said that, of course, I got caught out by the move in the background by Robert Volk, who dived through to steal 5th place away from Andrew Schofield. Volk will now hope that Jason Coetzee holds this field up enough for him to close that gap down. He's got clean air. Van der Walt is up to 3rd behind the hard-charging Tate Bishop. Bishop wants to try and close down on Jason Newsmore. It won't be a bad plan to let the Weebar Cars Golf go through and then try and stay on the back of him, get a little bit of slipstream and a little bit of pull from that Golf to close the gap down on Loosemore. How's that? Oh, Van der Walt was trying to go around the outside of Hanger. That takes some huge cojones to pull a move off like that. He eventually decides, no, better of it. Let's wait for the hairpin and get on the inside. This is where Tate Bishop can capitalize. If he stays right behind Julian Van der Walt, he can use Van der Walt to get him and tow him up closer to the man out front. Hopefully Van der Walt catches Jason Newsmore in Tate Bishop's mind at a point where it slows him down slightly and allows Bishop to bridge the gap ever so slightly. Fastest man on track at the moment, Robert Volk, on that last lap, 103.2. That's allowing him to close the gap down on Campos for fourth. Campos is right underneath that rear wing of that GTI 8 of Casey Ensel-Smith, who's looking to try and find a way past on Michael van Rooyen. That little second place battle is opening up a little breathing room. It's only about half a second for Jason Gqeberha to manage. Gqeberha, the red wing mirrors. Yellow wing mirrors is Michael van Rooyen. Outside line from Campos. Look at this. Casey Ensel-Smith forces him even wider. He goes onto the dirt. That's how hard Keegan's trying. And he gets up the inside. Perfectly done. He set that up coming out of the hairpin. Ran around the outside and forces Casey onto the dirt as Casey did the same thing to him coming out of Chevy. They're now side by side. I didn't see a push to pass by any of them being used. So it's literally wing mirror to wing mirror. Who's got what it takes on the brakes? It's Campos. Campos just getting through on that Clayton Racing machine and squeezes through. So fast developments outdoing WCT now and trying to close down on Gazoo Racing. Here they come through the S's. Campos up one position, finds a way past on Casey. Now sets his sights on Michael van Rooyen. Coming along for the ride, and because of that little battle, look at Robert Volk. He's now right up close and personal. Not quite under the bumper yet of Casey, but he's a lot closer. Van der Walt has now just set the fastest lap, 103.112 from him, as he's cleared the traffic and got through on Jason Newsmore. So he sets his abilities and sights on at least closing in on the back end of Andrew Schofield and potentially getting up to the top five. Halfway stage about to be reached here. 6 down and 6 to go. Great run here from the first 5. There comes Schofield. How far back is Van der Walt? He's not too far back actually. He is only, I'm just waiting for him to come across and get that gap. It hasn't given me the gap there between himself and Schofield. Jason Gqeberha controlling things from the front. It's 13 seconds to Van der Walt. 13 seconds to Van der Walt now. As they come flying through the sweep up towards Hanger. Jason Newsmore opening up a big margin over Tate Bishop. Rory Atkinson in third place. Nicky Vastanis into 4. Vastanis fending off the attack coming from the rest of the pack behind him. I'll tell you something, it's not going to be an easy fight for him. He's got Berthold on his tail. Closing in there's Nico Zafiris. Oh, look at that. Look at Keegan Campos around the outside of turn 7 Dunlop corner, asking those Dunlops for more than they can give him, and he's got it. He's got great drive. Can he get through on Michael van Rooyen? Van Rooyen's going to keep him honest down towards turn 1 though, and Casey might capitalize here. Van Rooyen's going to try and keep... Oh, Campos on the outside, there's a touch! Campos sideways, and now wrong way round. Oh, this could be dangerous. He's got to get out of harm's way there rapidly because he knows Van der Walt's coming. Campos tried around the outside, it didn't work. He got going again and he stayed ahead of Julian Van der Walt, but he's lost huge ground now to Michael van Rooyen. Van Rooyen under massive attack now from 2 GTI 8s. Both of them looking as hungry as each other. Inside line from Robert Volk, he might squeeze through there on Casey. Casey Ensel-Smith and Robert Volk now side by side as they go down. Oh, I like that, blue flags waving. No, my bud, that's for position. That's not faster cars coming through. But anyway, it's all good. They are going at it here big time. Volk on the inside for Dunlop. Can he make it stick? Yes, he can. Forces Casey wide. That's just experience there from Robert Volk. Knew exactly where to place that car to force the youngster into an outside line, which is in his advantage. 4 laps to go. Volk into third. Closing down on Michael van Rooyen. championship battle from last year about to resume now for second place on track here for the second race of touring cars. Here's the replay. Campos on the outside. Try to hang on. He turned in. Van Rooyen he held his line. There was nothing wrong with that. Marco Van Rooyen holding his line. Campos tried. Oh, and if he just had a rear-wheel drive car there, can you imagine? He could have kept going. But he got out of harm's way rapidly and fortunately stayed ahead of Julian van der Walt. Let's see if he can keep van der Walt out for the rest of this race. Down towards turn 1 comes Atkinson. That's Vastanos versus Berthold. Berthold with Zephyrus. And then Mohammed Wali behind them. Youngsters are fighting so hard in this Super Cup class. Massive improvements coming out of these three particularly. And of course with Mohammed Wali only participating in 2 of the 4 rounds so far. He's still got a little bit of work to do to get used to that car. Now being picked up by Team Red, hopefully they will be able to help him out with the improvements that he's made throughout this weekend and of course into his career with Super Cup over 2026. He goes push to pass down the hill. Trying to close the gap down now on these 3 as Vastanos holds up Berthold, holds up Zephyrus. Can't close the gap onto that second place car, or third place car I should say, of Rory Atkinson. Here we go. Robert Volk on the attack. Marco van Rooyen goes defensive. Volk going to try around the outside again. Similar maneuver he pulled to Casey. He'll have the outside line, but he tucks in. Decides rather, not now. There is only 2 laps to go and 2 corners. These 2 corners and then another 2 laps for Volk to try and find a way through there on Marco van Rooyen. Van Rooyen going defensive up into Dunlop as well. Compromising his drive slightly out of the Dunlop turn. But with that, a small mistake from Volk. Drops into the clutches of Casey and Smith as they start their penultimate lap. 2 to go. Robert Volk is hounding the back end of Marco van Rooyen, who is loving this once again. Here we go, inside line from Volk. Volk this time forcing Van Rooyen to the outside. There's just enough room given there. There was just enough room given between the 2 of them, but there might not be into the S's. They're side by side, almost a touch. Oh, there is a touch, there we go. And that forces Volk wide and Casey Smith capitalizes. He dives on the inside to squeeze through. So a little touch there between Van Rooyen and Volk just forced Volk wide. Casey said, thank you, I'll have that. He goes defensive now. They've got a lap and 2 corners to go. Casey Smith ahead of Robert Volk. Joining the party comes, I think it's Schofield. He's about to join this party. With the battle, they've slowed each other up, and Andrew Schofield is about to join in there and have a little last-ditch effort here on the final lap. Jason Kitsia looking for his first victory potentially here in touring cars. He starts the lap closing on the back end of Jared Rousseau. Hopefully we'll get Rousseau before they get to turn 1. Rousseau will see him coming and probably give him some room. And then the steam train behind is led out by Marco van Rooyen. He's looking for 1-2 for Gazoo Racing. And Casey Smith would like to spoil that. So would Robert Volk, to put a 1-2 in there with the WCT team in those GTI 8s. It's not going to be their championship leader to be at the front end of this one. Julian van der Walt, unfortunately, has not been able to go better than the 7th spot he currently lies in touring cars. Great move there from Jared Rousseau. Get out of the way, buddy. I would too. On the brakes. It's a steam train led out by Marco van Rooyen. 2 GTIs in the caboose roll right behind him. Looking for a chance to get in there as well. The tail end of this race is Andrew Schofield. Here they come to the final corner. Kutsia's got the win. No doubt about it there. But second place still very much up for grabs, or is it? No, it's not. Marco van Rooyen's controlled it to the line. Here comes the winner. Jason Kutsia takes his first win for Gazoo Racing ahead of his teammate, giving it Gazoo Racing 1-2 across the line. Brilliant effort there. Ahead of the 2 WCT cars of Casey Smith and Robert Volk. No answer from Tate Bishop. He's going to get second place. He'll probably get the overall win though in this class because he's not too far behind Jason Newsmore, who's going to get the second win of the day. Final push to pass being used there. You don't want to go into pit lane and not have used all those push to pass mechanisms that you've got available to you. Jason Newsmore coming for the win in the second heat and takes it ahead of Tate Bishop. He gets the win for the second race. Tate Bishop will probably get the overall win for the day for Super Cup. And then behind that, have a look at this. Closing in the closing stages on Rory Atkinson was Vastanis, Berthold, Zephyrus, and Wally. Sure, I do like it when they get that up close and personal and put on a show of note, like we've just seen from touring cars and Super Cup. Unofficial results there: 1-2 for Gqeberha Racing's Gqeberha and Van Rooyen, beating out a 1-2 for third and fourth for the WCT team of Enzo Smith and Volk Schofield in fifth place. Keegan Campos in sixth, which is a 1-2 there for the fast developments side of things. And Julian van der Walt will bring up the seventh and final position for touring cars. Loosemore wins out Super Cup, beats Tate Bishop to the line, ahead of Rory Atkinson, Nicky Vastanos, Judd Berthold, Nick Zephyrus, Mohammed Wali. Then it was Paolo Leroux, Jared Rousseau. Unfortunately, Rick Leroux with a problem on the line had to be pulled into pit lane, and that will spoil his chances. He still get the win, I think, in the Masters category, but some awesome racing to end up our touring car and Super Cup battle here at round 4 of the National Extreme Festival. Up next, we're going into the final part of the day's racing, if I'm not mistaken. We've got Gqeberha Racing SA Cup for an 8-lapper, and after that, Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Well, you can see a smiling face making its way towards our cameraman, and he's going to give a high five there as well to his teammate, who's of course the first man to congratulate him. But we'll grab him for his first victory in touring cars, Jason Gqeberha.
Your first SATC win.
Sure. Yeah, I must say it's a tough one. Yeah, the first time being in front, it's quite daunting because you have like all these cars in front of you, not chasing anyone. So you're setting the reference on your own. But yeah, I'm super chuffed to be walking away with the win, especially at my favorite track. I was really hoping to turn things around, but I'm very happy with the win. Cool.
Well done, Jason Gqeberha. Certainly well-deserved victory there, buddy. And I think there'll be more of the same coming away. A nice effort as well from Jason Loosemore. We'll try and catch up with him too before we get into the Toyota Gqeberha Racing GR SA Cup. That'll be the next race on the track. And hopefully we can catch up with Jason Loosemore. They all have to come through the weighbridge, so our cameraman will just be standing by to catch them. Maybe catch a couple of the other drivers while we're waiting. And potentially find out what happened with Julian van der Walt. That might be an interesting little conversation to have. Van der Walt off the line just was nowhere and had to come right through a whole bunch of the Super Cup cars before he could get into contention even close. Maybe even have a chat with Keegan Campos, who was literally sideways out of turn 1. We have got time, of course, to try and get those interviews in if we can, hopefully, because remember these guys have got a rolling start. So try and catch up if we can with Jason Loosemore, winner of race 2 for the Super Cup class. Potentially get Van der Walt and Campos in if we can as well for their input as to what happened with their cars in the incidents out on circuit. Julian on his own, getting the start all completely wrong. And of course, Keegan Campos trying to find a way around the outside of turn 1 to try and take the victory and get ahead of his arch rival, Michael van Rooyen.
On the love.
There we go. Campos waiting to go.
On the love.
Let's see what happened round the outside at turn 1.
Keegan, talk me through that incident. How was it? What happened?
Well, to be honest, yeah, guys, I know we're live back home. I'm not exactly in the best of moods to be talking right now. I think like any other driver in my situation, they would probably feel that they were hindered or taken out. I don't want to make any accusations, especially on live TV, but yeah, I think I've had one incident into turn 1 now, and yeah, we'll have to see the videos, but yeah, guys, I hope you enjoyed the racing. I hope Aldo's racing has been a treat like it always is. Unfortunately, I couldn't convert a very great start to race 2, and we'll see you at the next one in East London.
Very PC there from Keegan Campos. So PC from KC. I'm not quite sure we still might have enough time because the Gazoo Racing boys and girls are on their way, and I think they've actually been given 2 warm-up laps, so they're not going to come to formation. They're going to go into racing now, so we might not be able to catch up with Julian van der Walt to find out what happened with him, but if we do get Jason Newsmore and we've got enough time, maybe we can jump in there quickly before we get under starters orders for the Toyota Gazoo Racing GRSA Cup. Connor Weston will start on pole ahead of Kobus Reinecker, so he'll be looking to maybe turn his luck around now and potentially give himself a chance of a win in the second heat to beat Reinecker. Keep that championship pretty much alive between himself and Kobus Reinecker in the 86 Cup. And then it'll be Nabil Abdul and Paul de Vos to resume their battle, but a slightly higher up position starting-wise for Paul de Vos and for Craig Nicholson this time. So we'll wait and see whether the Media 24 man can get a little higher up in the proceedings for the Media Challenge. No one has beaten Nabil Abdul in that Supersport car just yet in the media side of things for this year, and he was last year's outgoing champion, remember. So he's got a new contingent of media cars to fight with, including the dealer cars there from Halfway, from Roller, from NMI, and of course a whole bunch of cars there coming through with their branding on. Theo Brits, as I said, wanted to turn his luck around after he ended up at turn 8's exit at Swartkops and stayed there for pretty much the whole of race 1. So he'll look to get a slightly improved manoeuvre as they come through there. We'll keep an eye out on the 2 Bunzaya boys, Rudolf and Johan. I'll be trying to come through and get up close and personal as always. There you can see Nabil holding that pack of media and dealer team cars as 86s are already onto the main straight and about to go into racing. Lights out, Connor Weston looking for the drop, gets it ahead of Reinecker as they now go down towards turn 1. Reinecker slots in behind him. In fact, Reinecker losing out, I think. No, he hasn't. It's a good start there from Fussell. Ken Fussell moves himself up into now 4th place. Whoa, get out of shape there big time, why don't you? The 30 car of Chipang Chinchinwana getting it lit into turn 1 as he climbed on the anchors and tried to go around the outside of Emma Darling, and also putting pressure onto Spicy and Vatsiawa as they went through there. This is the media and dealer team cars flying through into the S's for the first time. Nabil Abdul leads out ahead of his pushing through there. Nice start from Paul de Vos. De Vos with Craig Nicholson with a slightly better start. Watch for those yellow wing mirrors. And you've got the 8 car a little bit further back in that pack. Good to see improvements coming out of Rudolf Bunzaya, slightly higher up than what he was. At the back of the pack there, the 63 machine of Russell Davidson, who's having to jump into the car this weekend. You can see a little change up there. As there we go. A little look on the inside and potential change up there between Vatsi and I think squeezing Vatsi out there was Emma Darling. So a little change up there as Spicy comes through. No, in fact, Vatsi stays ahead of Emma as they cross the line. And it's 3 abreast into Dunlop. Somebody had to end up on the dirt. I'm not quite sure which one it was of the 3, but that would have been a slightly wider line than what you'd like to use through there. And In fact, much wider, because he came on literally at the start line. That's how far it took. Nearly took the timing booth out. That's how tight it was coming down towards turn 1 as they came back onto the main straightaway. Just picking up on that number of the car as they came through there. It was just a bit of maneuvering that wasn't quite expected, I think, from Marius Klaassen. And he managed to get himself back onto the circuit. But yeah, there was some off-track excursions that weren't quite planned there. That's for sure. 15 car of Bunzai in the Waterbach Toyota. And he's looking forward to trying to get a little higher up than what he finished up in. Is that Nicholson into third? I think it is, yes. Craig Nicholson into third place. He stays just ahead of Andries de Villiers. And de Villiers in the second of the cars with the yellow livery. Somebody off track there as well. Using a bit more of the track than what they used to. I think that was actually de Villiers as opposed to Craig Nicholson. Two of them having a bit of a chopping change there. Difficult to spot the two of them because they both got the number 2 in their number. So the single digit there is Nicholson. De Villiers a little further up the road. And then the rest of them coming through. Look at this. Great stuff. Dealers and media fighting in the mix. CFA Ohm car coming through there as well. Another one of the Toyota brands getting involved in this category and flying the flag high for themselves, that's for sure. Fastest car on track at the moment, Nabil Abdul, 1:11.158 from him. Pushing really nicely to stay at the front end. But talking of the front, it is Connor Weston, Reinecker, Fussell, and then right on their tail comes Spicy. Spice, Riachile, Maula. A little bit of a margin now over Chipang Shichinwana, then Emma Darling and Vatsiawa. And Vatsi doing a magic job, as I said, with massive improvements coming out of her driving. Bit of battle scars on the roller Toyota. It's a car that went a little bit haywire and off track earlier on, but needless to say, still staying in the mix there for 4th place is Andries de Villiers with Marius Klaassen on his tail, then Van Aventa, 222, ahead of Dylan Jones and Theo Brits. Tamberi for AutoZone. It's not too far behind them. So that little gap starting to concertina slightly there. As the AutoZone man comes, the Auto Trader man, I should say. Auto Trader, beg your pardon, comes into play. Bunzai is on his tail. So if we look at how things stand at the moment, we've got Nabil Abdul leading things out in the media challenge ahead of Craig Nicholson. And then it would be Dylan Jones. And then you've got Paul de Vos, Andries de Villiers and Marius Klaassen, the top 3 in the Dealer Cup. That's how it stands for now. Still a little bit of work to be done here for these 86s, Toyota Corollas and Toyota Yaris GRs. All of them the GR version, and of course the nice thing with the dealers teams being involved in this championship is they get to race the cars that they want to sell on Monday. And the GR brand, of course, is the modified and slightly tuned with a bit more wings and slicks and niceties put onto the cars just to turn them into something a little bit different. I mentioned in the first race that when Gazoo Racing gets involved in a racing category, they usually end up with cars winning major championships around the world, including World Rally Championships and Le Mans. They've done some off-road truck excursions and of course won the Dakar Rally on numerous occasions as well. So they certainly know what they're doing in terms of their branding and the brandability for the GR side of Toyota's racing stable. Late braking, that's nice to see. NMI's 222 of Van Aventa closing the gap down. No one with an answer to Connor Weston now that he's at the front. And he kind of wanted to do that in the first race. It didn't quite work out. He just couldn't bridge the gap and get past Reinecker in the first one. It's a similar thing that's happening now with Reinecker. He can't quite bridge that gap because they are so closely matched. You get the lap times. Connor Weston 1:12.1, 1:12.2. Weston and Reinecker's best laps on circuit. It's literally 0.7 of a second, or 0.07 of a second, that are splitting those top 2 cars as they go across the line to start the 3rd last lap of the race. Fussell and Maula, Shinsanwana, and then it's Dowling and Mokonyana. Nabil Abdul has now got himself in between. In fact, I think he might have got through. No, he hasn't. Not just yet on Vatsi. Vatsiwa is just hanging on for 6th place ahead of Nabil Abdul. He did find a way through on Emma Dowling. and he's got through on Russell Davidson as well. So has Paul DeVos and Craig Nicholson. So Russell Davidson, the last of the 86ers, down in 11th place at the moment, and now into the thick of the battle between the media and Adidas team drivers. Kian running slightly wide, putting a wheel onto that little rumble strip that just drops off the circuit. As you can see, watch, that time from there in the background, you get a shot of Vatsi who just puts a wheel wrong and it just takes the car, just unsettles it slightly. Nabil has got through now on Vatsi. So Nabil Abdul moving himself up into 6th place overall. We're going to close down now on Chipang Shinchanwana. Here comes of Dunlop corner. We're going to start the penultimate lap. 2 to go for this pack. 2 to go for everybody else behind them. Don't think Con's going to catch anybody in the back end of the media and dealer team field this time out. Late dive here from Nabil Abdul. As he climbs on the anchors, he'll find a way through. Sneak ahead of Shinchanwana there. And that's top 5 overall for Nabil Abdul. Not a bad effort considering he started quite a long way back from that pack of cars. Just showing you what this Corolla can do in its GR livery and GR spec. They're about 225 kilowatt cars now. All-wheel drive on the Corollas. Manual box on the new ones that they're running as opposed to the ones that they ran last year. So certainly loving life and getting to grips with it. Just fired up in the pre-race paddock after race number 1 when I caught up with him just before the lunch break. Remember, if you are watching this from around the world and you have access to Ignition TV, we watch that roller Toyota running a little bit wide, the Yaris. This will be going out in about 4 weeks' time. Full Toyota Gazoo racing show with all the highlights from this weekend. Ooh, last-ditch effort here on the final lap from Kobus Reinicker on Western. And Con looks like he might be in trouble. Connor Weston caught out ever so slightly there by a late dive from Kobus Reinicker. Reinicker wants the double victory here today, and he's going to work hard for it. He's going to make Connor defend at every single attempt he goes for. Connor comes across the line. Here we go. Late dive again into Toyota hairpin. Comes right up close, personal. Almost a little rub from the back end. Reinicker just keeping enough room between himself and Connor Weston as they come through the big left-hand sweep. It's 1 corner to go. Reinicker's got to carry the corner speed. He runs a little bit wide, gets a bit sideways. That might cost him the drive. I think that might just been a little bit too much. He goes on the inside. Connor catches him though. Sees him coming. They are side by side. They've touched. They're rubbing. It's wing mirror to wing mirror. Reinicker's on the inside. He might have the drive here. Who's going to have what it takes? They close the wing mirrors on each other across the line. It's Weston who crosses the line 1/100th of a second ahead of Kobus Reinicker. What a finish. Pity there for Chipang. He got involved in some kind of incident. You can see him parked on the sideline. But rubbing is racing coming out of that final turn. And literally they close the wing mirrors on each other as they cross the line. Weston gets the win by 0.019. 19/100ths of a second between Weston and Reinicker as they cross the line for 1 and 2 in the 86 Cup. Fussell for 3rd, Spicy for 4, Nabil Abdul in 5 ahead of Emma Dowling in 6th place and 5th in, of course, in the 86ers. Craig Nicholson comes through for 2nd in the media and dealer team championship. There goes the very stricken car of Chipang Shinchanwana, just making his way around to complete the lap. There must have been some kind of an issue there between 2 cars. I would say it was Vatsi and Chipang, because both of them have dropped right out of the standings and to the bottom end of the timing monitor. So I think Vatsiawa and Chipang Shinchanwana had a coming together, coming out of the hairpin. And there's a good possibility we might have picked that up. So you'll have to wait and see if we picked that up on our cameras, which we probably did for the TV show that goes out in about 4 weeks' time on Ignition, channel 189 on Supersport. So there we go. Connor Weston, Kobus Reinicker, and Kian Fussell, the top 3 in the 86ers. Nabil Abdul beats Craig Nicholson. And if I go down the list, it will be Dylan Jones for 3rd in the media. And then in the dealer team, it's DeVos, De Villiers, and I think behind that was Fenta. So that's your top 3 in the dealer cup. Great job once again final race of the day will be making its way onto the circuit, and we may need a little cleanup here at the hairpin. As you can see, a couple of Toyotas got up close and personal, and maybe a little bit too up close and personal, with some damage on those cars coming into pit lane. These cars will make their way down in about a month's time to the East London Grand Prix circuit for round 5 of the National Championship of Extreme Festival, and that will be the weekend after we come back here to the Aldo Scribante circuit for the regional side of our Extremes Festival for 2026. Up next, it's Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. The final race of the day. We'll be back shortly.
Guess you race. Look at the camera. Look at the camera. That's right.
You can hear the revs picking up in the background as the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop make their way out onto the track for our final bit of race action here from round 4 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport at Aldo Scribante in Gqeberha on the Eastern Cape of South Africa. If you have joined us from all around the world, a massive thanks for your support today. We've had a tough day. It's been a long day with a couple of incidents that have caused some delays, but we've managed to power through, and we are now heading into the last 12 laps of race action. And the Extreme Supercars have been a battle of 3 cars. Charles Rangi's in the Ravenel Motorall and Stradale Motorsport AMG Mercedes-Benz. That car, the Liqui Moly machine of Samlin Racing's Damien Hammond. And at the front end as well, Jonathan DeToy in the Stradale Motorsport Trans-Africa Racing and Oyster Catcher Lamborghini, I should say. Try and get all the sponsors right there for these guys. It's Primogen Audi of Cora Hill who will be starting Class A in pole as she comes round to take up her formation. And it's 2 warm-up laps there for her and her dad in the Calyx Aston Martin GT3. Paul Hill will be just ahead of Viv Howell in the Stradale Motorsport Porsche. Charles Laurentiis looking for 3 out of 3. It'll make it 4 out of 4 races he'll taken victories in, having won the last race at Swartkops at the previous round only a couple of weeks ago. Down into Chevy Sweep, start getting into that formation. The GTI Polo from Astron Energy makes its way away and into pit lane. Lights are out on that car, so it's now up to Charles Laurentiis to dictate the pace for this third and final time. Safety car and pace car peels into pit lane, and they now come into formation to get ready to go for the last 12 laps of race action here today. Laurentiis will wait for Jonathan Dutoy. He's got the inside line, so Laurentiis will have the slightly dirtier line, but it won't stop him from getting the whole shot. And Damien Hammond going to try and go with him. Dutoy's not going to have any of it. He cuts across almost instantaneously and shuts the door there on Damien Hammond, who's now going to have to try to go around the outside. We know on numerous occasions today that outside line is not available. Have a look at some of the races that have happened in the past here today, and you'll see that outside line is not even one you want to contemplate into turn 1. There's too much rubble, there's too much dirt on the exit, and if you get onto those rumbles and marbles, you're going to be sliding. Keegan Campos will be testament to that. But here we go, up towards the hairpin, and it's the Lamborghini sandwich between the two Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3s. Hurricane had a good run in the first one, didn't have quite the same pace in race 2, but they've turned the wick up and done some changes to that car for race number 3. And it's got slightly better pace, which may give Charles Laurentiis a bit more of a run for his money. They complete the first lap of 12. It is Paul Hill who's also ahead there of Cara Hill. So the Aston Martin getting ahead in Class A, ahead of Cara Hill's Primogen Audi. And then the Porsche all on his own in Class B. It's a slightly diminished field compared to normal. A couple of significant missing cars there coming out of the G&H Transport Racing stable. Gianni, Ricky and Jimbo didn't make it down. Neither did Ant London, their teammate, or Uli Sana in the Z4. That's 5 cars in total there. We also didn't get Charles Visser joining us from Cape Town. Potentially see him hopefully at East London Grand Prix circuit, or even at the penultimate round in Cape Town. I was hoping to see some of the local supercars join us from Gqeberha Scribante. That didn't happen, because they have got cars that are participating in 2 championships this year, so they would have taken heed of the fact that 12 laps or 36 laps of racing here just be something that those cars didn't need before heading into the other championship that they participate in. Ranji's 1 minute flat .2, flat .3 for Dutoy, flat .5 for Hammond. Ranji's quickest for now, but he got down to a 1 minute flat .019 at the end of, or 079, I beg your pardon, at the end of race number 3. But it took a while for the tyres to come into their own. It was about lap 7 or 8 that they started to get the lap times down. So they're already into those fast laps right from the word go. All 3 of them going quicker. Well, 2 of the 3 I should say. Flat .193, flat .195. So 0.02 of a second in the lap times there between Ranjis and Dutoy. Hammond with a flat .6 from half a second to make up if he wants to try and close the gap down on the top two. Aston Martin continues to lead Class A ahead of his daughter, so Hill and Hill fighting each other in Class A. It's 1 win apiece for each of them. Cara took the first one, Paul took the second one, he's going to now take the third and the overall one, hopefully, by the looks of it. Head up towards turn number 7, Dunlop corner. Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. I think they might have gone for a different change on Hammond's car because it does not have the pace it had in race 2. Not sure, maybe he cooked the tyres slightly, so maybe he's running out of rubber. It is a very harsh surface to race on, and it does like to eat up that Dunlop rubber. So I think maybe just everything that the car's got and what Damien can give him, he can't quite get the traction that he had in race 2. Job from the marshals here at turn 5, getting that circuit cleanup done. You watch on the right hand side, heading up over the subway there. On the right hand side is the East London Massive. They'll be looking forward to, of course, race action in a month's time. All the boys and girls who've come all the way from East London there, Jody and his friends, all coming to be part and parcel of this incredible race day here at Aldo Scribante. It has been a very good race day, lots of race action. Couple of incidents, couple of naughty boys and girls that went to play and got caught out by some COCs. They'll be, of course, sorting out the final standings as we play here in the final part of the day's racing and coming to the halfway stage of this one. Before we go into, of course, the next part of the Extreme Festival race day action, these cars will be looking forward to going down to the East London Grand Prix circuit. But as I said, before we even go there, we go back up to Swartkops on the 11th of July for the Inland and Historic Championship. It'll be a big one on the race day there. We've got some action still to be sorted out, of course, when we come down back to Aldo Scribante on the 8th of August for the regional side of our championship, bringing BMW M Performance Racing Series, ATE Volkswagen Challenge, DOE Formula V's, 111 GD Sports and Saloons powered by Digit FMS, Super Hatch and the V8 Supercars driven by Dunlop as well. They'll be making their way back down to the Aldo Scribante circuit on the 8th of August, and then the week after we head straight into the East London Grand Prix circuit with all the categories you've seen racing here today. So a busy August in terms of action from the Extreme Festival and from Swartkops International World of Motoring, because the weekend after that we go back to back with the Swartkops Annapolis, the 500 miler that takes place at the World of Motoring up in Gauteng. So busy race calendar coming up in the next 8 weeks here in South Africa, including, of course, the big motocross Grand Prix next weekend at Terratopia. Non-stop action when it comes to motorsport in South Africa. This is awesome stuff. Cara is closing big time, but I think Paul might be playing around here. They've been having a bit of a dice here between the two of them. We've been watching it as we've been chatting about the dates to have in your diaries, but I think Paul might be just playing around a little bit here and needing a bit of a dice to finish up the day and weekend's racing here in this incredible Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Cara, though, if I know her, is not playing games. She doesn't care that it's the dad out front. Paul is in trouble here and could potentially lose this in the closing stages here with only 4.5 laps to go. Cara Hill on the back end of that Calix Aston Martin GT3. It's great to see this little in-house fight. Can you imagine the trip on the plane tomorrow? Shared honours so far. Who's going to have the final say to win out the Battle of the Hills? 4 to go. Look at the pace of that Aston Martin in a straight line though. Definitely has a little bit of an advantage for top end speed over the Audi. Remember, we did have Marius Jackson down here after his international exploits at Monza, but unfortunately the MJR Audi had some problems in one of the practice sessions and broke a gearbox, and they couldn't fix it, or they didn't have the right parts here to fix it, and they didn't want to spoil the day of breaking that car anymore, so they will spend time during the week getting it sorted out. Oh, there we go. Okay, I kind of thought that might happen. I think you called it as well, Paul. He was coming and not going to hold back. Dived up the inside and found a way through on Paul. Sakara leads out now over Paul Hill, heading towards Dunlop with 3 laps to go. Paul coming back though. Oh, this is good to see. A little in-house fight. Family feud on track at the moment. Look at that. Weaving from side to side. Not going to allow any opportunities for that Aston Martin to get a slipstream. Quite good to see this father versus daughter. We mentioned a couple of the ladies today who've had a pretty spectacular run. This is certainly one of them in Cara Hill. Takes a huge amount of courage and skill to go and fight it in an extreme supercar race. These cars are very powerful, and they are a handful at the most of times and at the best of times. The car is doing a magic job and starting to pull away slightly. Is Paul Hill given up there? Highly unlikely. It's not what he does. There we go. Just a little extra squirt up towards turn number 7, and he just comes within, I think, firing range. He might have to switch the guns though. Missiles might not work at that range. He's definitely not giving up. I thought he might have backed out there slightly as they came out of the hairpin, but no, I was wrong. He's coming back for some more. As I said, tomorrow's lunch might be interesting at the Hill House. Viv Howell's still out there, of course, in the Val Fluid Solutions and Sriracha Motorsport Porsche, hanging on for 3 wins out of 3 starts for Class B. Back up. And now down the hill, go the hills. Cara pulling away now. Yeah, that might be enough. Leaders have started their final lap. It is Charles Arangis who has got a controlling 2-second gap over Jonathan Dutoy. He's got, I think, equidistant or slightly more ahead of Damien Hammond for 3rd. In fact, it's quite a big gap. It's opened up to 12 seconds now. Haven't really been watching that race as we concentrated our efforts on the 2 Hills cars. But Damien Hammond has dropped down 12 seconds behind the Strudale Motorsport Trans Africa Racing and Oyster Catcher Lamborghini. No one's going to beat this man today. Oh, high he comes, and oh, high he's going to leave on top of this championship with 3 wins out of 3 starts here today and 4 in a row over the last 2 race meetings for the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. It's Charles Arangis. Strudale Motorsport and Ravenel Motorol take the victory over their stablemate Jonathan Dutoy in the Lamborghini Huracan. And we stand by for that Liqui Moly AMG to come through for 3rd place. He's only just up the road ahead of these 2 who are going to get 1st and 2nd in Class A. Overall, we'll go to Cara in the Class A with her 2nd victory of the day, beating Dad Paul to the line in the Aston Martin. Lights flashing there to the team to say thank you. And finally, we'll see the Porsche of Viv Hull come through for the win in Class B. So we saw in the Polo Cup, Astron Energy Polo Cup, a win for a father and son in Derek Smallberger and Charles Smallberger taking the Cup class and the win in the Masters category. It's a 1-2 there for a father and daughter in Class A of Supercars. Charles Arangis takes the overall victory and the lead of the championship ahead of Jonathan Dutoy now and Damien Hammond. And it's Viv Hull who gets the win in Class B. Wrapping up a spectacular day's racing here The sun is setting. It's pink sky at night, which of course is our shepherd's delight. We certainly hope you've enjoyed all our race action here from Aldo Scribante. Thank you so much to those guys and girls in the Orange Army for the incredible effort that they put together. To Sparky and the team upstairs and all of our race control and COC officials, thank you for a spectacular day's racing. Ladies and gents, we will be back here at Aldo Scribante, as you can see, on the 8th of August for the Regional Extreme Festival. And thanks to everybody for the birthday messages. I do appreciate them. Haven't had a chance to reply to everybody, but I do appreciate the ones that came up on the live stream feed. And we'll be, of course, back here for Aldo Scribante and then straight to East London Grand Prix Circuit for the next round of the Nationals here that you saw at Aldo Scribante today. A massive thanks to all of our sponsors behind the scenes and all of the sponsors in each of the categories, and to our team, Two Wheels and Planet Margate, for all of the live stream action here from Aldo. We'll see you on the 8th of August back here in PE, the Friendly City, Gqeberha. Thank you so much. Take care then. Bye-bye now.